Most of what was written or is left behind is what people who were against the Phoenicians usually wrote, and that's going to lead into the first character that I'm wanting to talk about, and he is known as Eusebius of Caesarea, and he lived between 260 to 341 AD. He's also known as Eusebia
Mm.
Pampili. He
So
was a bishop.
there's going to be some sort of bias, basically. Yeah.
Yeah, there is going to be bias. And the reason for that is because of what me and Robot was discussing. There really isn't very much information when it comes to
Hmm.
Phoenician history. The thing about it is there's literally nothing in Phoenician that is about their culture, about their society or anything. It was pretty much destroyed by the um, people who were opposing them, and the reason for that was there was a really big war back then that took place between the Phoenicians and the Greeks. And the Greeks were notorious for doing that whenever they had enemies, like the Persians, for example. They did the same with them. They would try to destroy everything that pertained to them. And you can see that all over history, where societies and cultures have destroyed their enemies' literature and stuff of that nature. But basically, that's what happened. For us to get any proper kind of information, we've actually had to dig into uh, the records of those enemies that of the Phoenicians and kind of get like little quotations here and little quotations there, or fragments of information that pertains to them. Um, it's sad to say, but yeah, a lot of that information is gone, and the only thing that we have to go off of is the Phoenicians' enemies themselves, who did what they did with the text and stuff like that concerning the Phoenicians. So um, that's kind of what I'm gonna go into with the first person that I'm about ready to talk about.
So there's no, because I'm looking now, just listening to you, and then I'm like looking at the map, and because like I know I'm more familiar just based off of the stuff that you've been talking about in regards to their culture. Excuse me, hold on. Most High bless you. And then I'm more regards into that, like familiarity. But when it comes to like exactly who they are and their history, just in general, I have no, like I said, no call. And then I'm looking at it because they have like hieroglyphics here, and they're close to Egypt, but it looks like they're more part of Asia. Is that right? Or because it looks, how can they be so close?
Yeah, the Phoenicians were mostly located up near Greece. You know where Greece is? It's right up around there, around Turkey
Yeah, I see
in
that
that
here.
area.
Yeah, Greece, and then it's like Anatolia or something. But then, like where it's showing it is like it. So it says Lebanon. That's what it says. Okie dokie.
Yeah, that's actually like the heartland of, or the center of their kingdom.
That's what I see here. It's like three different maps. Like this is weird.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I don't know if you've ever
Yeah.
heard of the Iliads, but Troy was a part of the Phoenician Empire, and it was located right there in that general area. I don't know if you remember that.
Yeah, the Iliads. I had to read that in school. The Iliads. That's the only reason I am familiar with that. But that I only we only read the Iliads. We didn't read the whole book. Just
So yeah, the thing about um, the Phoenician Empire is it was huge. It covered a lot of area from that area that I just mentioned to, you know, Carthian, and there was a lot of different conflicts that took place. I think there was like 3 wars between Greece and Phoenicia, maybe 2, but a lot of the information got screwed up. Basically, it got destroyed, and it took um, a lot of people coming together and piecing a lot of fragments of information together that was most or pretty much all from the Greek who were against them, and like things did get pretty messed up on information. Like I mentioned Sitchin before, and like Sitchin, everybody believed took his information off of the Sumerians, but he even said it in an interview that it was off of the Hittites, which in reality they found out later it was actually Phoenician history, and the Phoenicians and the Hittites back then, their stories kind of got intertwined with one another, and people got them confused.
okay. So how do we differentiate? Like, how do we know for certain? Like, where is it where we can kind of like I would like to say directly trace. I know there's always going to be a little bit of waves, but I mean, like, how, if it's getting mixed up and signals are getting crossed, okay, see, they have stones here, the Hittites do. They have, yeah, I see that. So that kind of talking about, so but they're different. And that's probably how they were able to just go ahead and say these are them. And then, but still with the Phoenicians not having any real information, that's really interesting. Something, there's a reason for that. Because everyone has a little bit of something. Like they disappeared without a trace.
No, it's quite the opposite. They didn't really disappear without a trace. You have to understand something. There was a lot of animosity between the Greeks and the Phoenicians. It actually spanned for a pretty lengthy amount of time. I think there was 3, maybe 2 wars between them, and in this time, there was a lot of animosity that built up, like I said, and you know, uh, Greece. Everybody makes it out like Greece is always like the good guys, and that's because most of Western society is built on Greece beliefs, and stuff like that, belief backgrounds, history, and the truth is Greece had repeatedly done this to people. They would their enemies, if they had a problem with their enemies, they would decimate them, and not only decimated them, but they wanted to get rid of everything. They wanted to get rid of their history, their stories, everything. But the only thing is the harder as hard as they tried to do this, they couldn't get rid of it. It actually blended into their beliefs. So you have a lot of
Right,
Phoenician
especially when you think about
uh, myths and
the Vatican.
the history blended in with Greek history, which also happened in Egypt as well. And no matter how much they tried, but they did try. They tried their damnedest to just make them vanish from the face of the earth and never exist. Um, and it took a while.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But that's just like traditional history is so misinforming.
So you need to understand that a lot of the things that we've been taught all throughout our time and before that. up to
Hmm.
this point has been basically taught out of Greek mythology, Greek traditions, and we have a society that's been raised up on learning Greek history and Greek thought since that time period, when in fact there was a lot more history that should have been available to people when it
I
comes
did say
to
so.
history. Um,
It's so normalized. Not, that's yeah. It's just like yeah, that's what we do, and it's not normalized at all. Hold on one moment. I'm still listening, but I have to multitask for like give me 3 to 4 minutes, but I'm still listening. Okay.
all right, so continuing on, I was talking about Eusebius of Caesarea. He was Eusebius of Pamphylia. Also, he was a bishop of Caesarea in Palestine. And he was also considered the father of church history. Um, he was a scholar and presbyter in the church at Caesarea. Um, his major work was his history of the church, like I mentioned, and it was a massive piece of research that preserved quotations from older writers that would have been lost, specifically for researchers of Phoenician history. Now, the extracts from his book was from his book called Preparatio Evangelica, or Preparation for the Gospel. Um, now, uh, the, it's taken from a translation by E.H. Gifford in 1903, and it's a considerable gist of Phoenician theology that was made available. In fact, Phoenician history contained in his book is the oldest non-coded document of the Western what the Western world's historical archives has. Um, Furthermore, it is particularly valuable because its author, Cheney I've always had a hard time saying his name, but that hi that is one of the references that he used in his argument, and is contained in his book.
And this was the guy who wrote the preparation of the gospel.
No, Santa Chananathian is an earlier writer that he used in his book as for quotation, or he quoted him in his book, and he was an earlier writer that was into Phoenician history, and uh, Seneca Neaphion, or Neaphion, was he didn't believe in myths or anything of that nature. If you came to him with all of that, he'd turn you away. All he wanted to know and learn about was the truth about what actually happened.
Truth.
Yeah, so
Mm-hmm.
Chenafion, he basically denounced myths, and he was a Phoenician writer, and he basically denounced myths.
From Shalmaneser III until Tiglath-Pileser III, the king took the first eponymate and was followed by the commander-in-chief. After him came the palace herald and the chief cupbearer in an interchanging order. Fifth was the treasurer. After the four highest officials, the governors of provinces followed, headed by the governor of Assur. A major change in the system can be seen during the reign of Sargon II, when the traditional sequence of the high officials as eponyms after the king was abandoned and the Mosenu was the only magnate to become eponym. Esarhaddon was the first king not to take the eponymate, and during his reign the vizier, the deputy vizier, and the chief judge appear as new officials gaining this status. It is important to note that these three officials had no provinces attached to the office, a clear deviation from previous practice. As pointed out by Zawodzki, the eponymate of the king started the cycle of the four highest officials. The king could, by not taking the eponymate at the beginning of his reign, avoid starting this cycle of the highest magnates. Abandoning the fixed sequence of eponyms increased the power of the king in deciding whom to appoint as eponyms, and enabled the ruler to include new officials or to reward loyalty. The rise of two new officials, the chief of trade La'abay, eponym of 657, and the chief tailor Milki-Romu of 656 to the office of eponym during the early reign of Assur-Banipal reflects the rewards of loyalty. Both La'abay and Milki-Romu belonged to the supporters of Assur-Banipal. La'abay had shown loyalty to Assur-Banipal during his accession, and the chief tailor Milki-Romu as the official taking care of the royal insignia belonged to the close circle of the king. Milki-Romu proved to be an important supporter of Assur-Banipal, and he had a significant role during the revolt of Amu-Mukin and Assur-Banipal's campaign against Elam. The case of the chief treasurer of Sargon II may well be used as an example for the importance of individual merit. His multifaceted activities are well known from the over 40 letters that can be attributed to him. He was eponym of 717 BCE, the year of the founding of the new capital Jurukin, and was personally overseeing the building of the city. As chief treasurer, he was also involved in building projects in other cities, including the building of the Temple of Anu in Assur, houses in Kalu, and the transportation of basalt steps to Nineveh. He was in charge of assigning valuable materials and of the transportation of cultic objects. Abar held an important border province, the land of the treasurer, strategically placed on the border of Urartu. His contribution to the Urartu campaign must have been significant, as he was given the honor of delivering the so-called letter to the god Or in 714. The merits of Abar are indeed impressive, and without the testimony of his letters, it would be impossible to believe the extensiveness of his duties. When Assur-Nazir-Pal II reports on the festivities held for the inauguration of his new imperial capital at Kalu, he speaks of 69,574 people whom he provided with food and drink for 10 days. This account demonstrates the ability of the Assyrian king to organize the acquisition and preparation of thousands of cattle, sheep, game, birds and fish, large amounts of grain, thousands of liters of beer and wine, various different types of vegetables, herbs, spices, and fruits, as well as honey, milk, and dairy products. The whole undertaking must have involved thousands of laborers and workers, with the king relying especially on his officials who delegated and coordinated the different operations and channeled the traffic of goods. Food consumption within the royal household can be basically divided into ordinary consumption, that is, the daily meal, and extraordinary consumption, on the occasion of festive banquets. While the daily meal was provided for the king and his inner circle, festive consumption involved a broader spectrum of participants, including the king's state officials, who maintained their own households, as well as guests and envoys from abroad. Hence, Assur-Nazir-Pal lists as his guests 47,074 men and women from all over the empire, 5,000 envoys from surrounding polities, 16,000 inhabitants of Kalu, and 1,500 courtiers of his palaces to celebrate the new capital Kalu. Similarly, Esarhaddon let his magnates and the people of his land enjoy tables richly laden with food and drink after he had completed his review palace, the palace that administers everything, in Nineveh. These sumptuous banquets were accompanied by the performance of offerings to the gods, that is, the royal meal attended by the king's subjects was preceded by the divine meal. This sequence of events is clearly expressed in the aforementioned account of Esarhaddon, who first let the gods of Assyria enter and consecrate his new palace before he invited his subjects for dinner. The regular delivery of divine leftovers, also over greater distances, to the king is by no means a unique practice in the ancient Near East. For instance, it is well known for the Neo-Babylonian period. Although the daily meal of the king for the most part may have remained unaffected by cultic procedures in the temple, and although the large-scale consumption of offerings leftovers, following the correspondingly large-scale performance of offerings, by the king's subjects took place only exceptionally or in greater intervals, the temple sphere was important for the food supply of the palace. Owing to Assyria's abundance of pasture lands and cultivated lands, the royal household could rely to a great extent on the country's own production of edible goods for its maintenance, but it also benefited from foodstuffs entering the land as booty, tribute, and gifts and obtained via trade. As for Assyria's own produce, the basic stages of the food supply were production, management, and preparation. First, meat, grain, legumes, vegetables, herbs, spices, and fruits were produced through animal husbandry, agriculture, and gardening, mainly in the countryside. Then followed the collection, the transfer to stables and storage facilities in local centers and the main cities, and the redistribution to kitchen facilities and other establishments for further processing such as slaughtering, conserving, and final preparation including cooking and baking. Depending on the type of food, a modified process was in operation. For example, cattle and poultry were fattened in the urban stables, while grapes were pressed and bottled already in the countryside, in regions northwest of the Assyrian heartland. With foodstuffs received from alternative channels, the first stage obviously took place abroad, but the subsequent management and treatment must have been similar to what happened with the home-produced foodstuffs. These alternative channels were particularly important for procuring goods that were not available, or scarce, in Assyria, such as wine and olive oil. These, of course, were processed already before they entered the Assyrian heartland. The food managers working for key members of the royal family are only known for the 7th century, when the establishments of these royals seem to have expanded considerably. Also, the reference to the wine master of the new house stems from a legal record dating from the reign of Assurbanipal or later. Based on the fact that the earliest datable attestation of a food manager qualified as of the palace points to the reign of Sargon II, time when also the other institutional affiliations are attested for the first time, one might conclude that at the latest in the second half of the 8th century that kitchen managers were no longer restricted to the royal household, and their number increased further in the 7th century. However, since we lack substantial data from before the second half of the 8th century, and it is likely that large establishments such as the Ur Temple were staffed with kitchen managers already in early Neo-Assyrian times, this observation is to be treated with caution. Still, the absence of comparable qualifications for officials concerned with one specific type of foodstuff, including grain, is significant, and it seems that these men were usually only active in the royal household, either as a single representative of their office, or as one among multiple office holders, as in the case of the chiefs of granaries who were assigned to different places from the reign of Adad-Nirari, from the 3rd on. The wine master of the new house from late Neo-Assyrian times is perhaps an indicator of a continuous process of specialization within the royal household due to its increase in size and complexity over the centuries. As a consequence of the food managing offices having more than one representative at a time, within or in addition to the royal household, we have to reckon with a hierarchical formation of holders of the same office, headed by the main office holder of the royal household. The comparably high density of kitchen managers employed in different spheres is likely due to the fact that institutional households were equipped with facilities for the processing and preparation of food that were staffed with skilled personnel such as cooks, confectioners, and brewers. The larger these facilities were and the more personnel they deployed, the higher is the likelihood that individuals were chosen from among them to preside over their professional section. Hence, at first sight these people might be regarded as, for instance, the chefs de cuisine, as their titles suggest. However, the reality was different. The chief cook and the chief confectioner of the royal household do not seem to have been occupied in the palace kitchen and the palace confectionery respectively, but rather they organized the foodstuffs that were needed by the working cooks and confectioners. In the case of the cooks this involved the meat of domestic animals, and in the case of confectioners they were occupied with fruits and spices. With the chief cook this developed to such an extent that he was responsible for the general management of livestock, whether needed for sacrifices, consumption, or work as draft animals. The chief cook Sailu even became eponym in the year 620 BC, a function which was usually reserved for high state officials but was fulfilled also by some court officials in late Neo-Assyrian times. The other types of kitchen managers do not occur in particular connection with the royal household, nor do they seem to have developed a similar degree of abstraction and complexity. They were more hands-on. As far as one can tell from the sources, the chief baker, the chief brewer, and the chief oil presser seem to have borne responsibility primarily for the preparation and provision of bread, beer, and oil, mainly sesame oil, rather than for the organization of the ingredients needed. Also, the discrepancy between the literal meaning, chief oil presser, and oil master, supports the impression that the latter managed the acquisition, storage, and distribution of oil, and the chief oil presser, as head of the oil pressers, was liable for the productivity of the oil pressing craft and may have even worked as an oil presser himself. Likewise, the storage of grain, which was central for the chief baker's and the chief brewer's work, was the responsibility of the chief of granaries and the Rabdanibati. One would also assume a similar distribution of responsibilities between the fruit master and the spice master, on the one hand, and the chief confectioner on the other hand. They all occur in the same administrative document recording allocations of tribute to court personnel, thus, they were active at the same time. Judging by the developed state of the office of chief confectioner, he was perhaps responsible for the acquisition of fruits and spices needed by the confectioners, while the two food managers managed the same commodities for other uses, such as raw consumption or the manufacture of perfumes. Although this is highly speculative, the responsibilities of the kitchen managers and the other food managers, in any case, to a certain extent complemented each other. Comparing the range of food served at the banquet of Asur Nazirpal II, with the types of foodstuffs the food managers were concerned with, the management of the most important components of the elite's menu, including grain, meat, and wine, was undertaken by separate officials.
Senti was a beautiful image of womanhood, with bright blonde hair and gorgeous blue eyes. Every man who had ever laid their eyes upon her wished to have Senti for themselves. She was a huntress who was free and unhindered by thoughts of marriage. Senti lived among nature alone, and had desires like every woman did. She understood the meaning of true love, but she desired the touch of the perfect companion. To Senti, love was the beauty of all things that brought light, and she could see this kind of love only in nature. Standing 5 foot and 5 inches in height, she was a muscular woman. The sight of her body was hypnotic to the eyes, because she was from the high heavens of Lisha. Everything from the high heavens were beautiful, the sun shone brighter, the trees were greener, and the water was the purest kind. Senti was about 120 pounds, muscular, with white hair that glowed bright, and bright blue eyes. She covered her head with a hood, in order to protect herself from men who might see her, and try to entrap her because of her beauty.
When Senti was young, and while doing her chores, Zufra gazed upon her, and had to have her. One day, while going down to a stream to bath, during a hunt, she spotted the most beautiful animal she had ever seen. Tempted by the hunt, she took off after the beast. She followed its trail for a day, and when night fell, she slept under a tree. Within a dream, the beautiful beast came upon her, her desires flared, and she was aroused by temptation. The following day, Senti continued the hunt, tracking the beast's footprints. She raced speedily through the woods, as her desire for the animal grew. Night came again, and again, Senti slept outside each night, continuing the hunt each day. One night though, she dreamed of the beast once more, but, instead of the hunt, she made love to it. Zufra had seduced her, consecrating his marriage to her, and impregnating her with a child. This was the oldest of Zufra's children, and as a reward, Senti's people were granted forethought.
either we are going to have to start going into space and doing exploration, which we have not been doing for freaking a very long time. Okay.
Remember the other programs you were talking about?
Uh huh.
I'm of the belief we've been doing a lot more of it than we've admitted to.
Oh yeah.
Now, I don't have any firsthand info on that. All I have is, layer, as I think of it, layer 3 and 4 stuff. But I think we've been doing a lot more exploration than we've admitted to.
Well, a lot of people talk about the Orion project and how that kind of just vanished. You know what I mean? The Orion project was really, really. They were sincere about getting their asses to freaking another galaxy. Even
So, there's been more than one Orion project. I assume you're talking about the nuclear propulsion Orion project.
Yeah, that came out pretty strong. And they weren't playing around either. That wasn't like using experiments for seeing if the metal. They were even going to use heavy metals to build their spaceships with. They didn't care about all that lightweight shit. You know what I mean? They're like, we're going to use nuclear bombs at the back of our ships, and that's going to push us. And
see, the Orion project, I think the only reason I think we could have possibly pulled it off is the lift technology, the anti-grav tech that we supposedly have that obviously isn't public. Again, we're getting into layer 4 and 5, 3, 4, and 5 there. So I don't know if we actually do have the anti-grav tech. I've heard from a little more trusted directions that we do, but it's never been firsthand info. It's never been anything I saw myself.
yeah, and see, that's what makes it hard. Like, if you don't see it, it's really hard for you to believe it. You know what I mean? Like, and I don't see that as a problem, to be honest with you. Like, people ask me if I believe in UFOs. Well, no, I don't believe in it, because first of all, I've never seen a UFO. You know what I mean? And I have no problem with that. I think that.
Hello.
I mean, and when it comes to everything in my life, if I haven't experienced it, I can't honestly tell you that it exists. I just can't.
I don't know if I've seen one or not. I did see something in the air that was very distant that seemed to break the laws of physics, but it was so far away it looked like a star almost. So, yeah, I don't know if I've seen one or not. If I did, it was a long ways off.
Yeah. And
I have a question. You said if you have not experienced it, you cannot necessarily say you do or do not believe it. So are you a believer by sight?
Well, let me put it to you this way.
Do you consider yourself myself?
We're talking about something that a lot of the old timer conspiracy theorists used to say, and it says, freaking what is it? Something about listen to everything and believe nothing. You know what I mean? It's like you turn around and you listen to the information that's being handed to you, and you believe that stuff. There's a good chance you're just gonna get suckered into believing shit, like all the old ones. And I'm talking about even the crazy ones like Maxwell. Maxwell was one of the older conspiracy theorists too. He was around, back in the 80s, whenever freaking everybody that is talking this stuff now, like David Icke, okay? David Icke pulled like 3/4 of his shit off of freaking Maxwell. And Maxwell was crazy as dog shit, okay? I mean, but he would tell you straight out. He'd be like, you know what? The reason why you don't believe me is because you're stupid, And I didn't agree with 500 or about 50% of what he was saying, maybe 75, but he
Did you research it yourself?
Yeah, I researched it myself. Like, he
was he right?
not really. Like, he would try to relate words to things that weren't really relatable. Like, he would try to connect it by words that were being said. You know what I mean? And that was a good thing to research. Don't get me wrong, because I started learning about vocabulary and how people say things, and that helped me out in that aspect. But at the same time, like a lot of the stuff that he said didn't really correlate with one another. You know what I mean? Like he was real big about the word birthing when it came to ships berthing into a port, which was a pretty cool concept. You know what I mean? But he would kind of take that a little too far.
Are you able to elaborate on it a little bit, if you don't mind? Just birthing. Can you, if you, as much as you remember, and if you're unable to, I understand. But I'm just curious.
Well, like when a ship berths, okay, in port, like you become that ship becomes a part of that government's responsibility, basically. And while it's out at sea, it's nobody's responsibility in the open seas because there's no well, it's international seas. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
there's no laws on the water.
There's no
Yeah,
laws.
that's why you can drink on cruise ships and you can gamble. Yeah. They told us that when we went on a cruise. Yeah, I know what you mean. Go ahead. I'm listening.
And that's basically the thing. And you look at the process there, like there's no laws when you're at open sea, but the moment you go into a port in a country, first they have to birth you. You have to be birthed as you're entering in and docking. And then after you're birthed, then you can enter into the country. And he was like going through that process. It is kind of complicated, but that part I understand. There's a lot of other things though that he said that was like just you have to kind of pick and choose. And I hate saying that because I know people hate hearing that, but cherry picking is something you've got to do. I don't care if it's getting criticized or not, but I mean you have to cherry pick because there's just some things that some people say that make sense, and then some things are just completely ridiculous. You know what I mean? You have to be able to discern between it. That's the one thing I always stand by is you have to discern between the truth and the false.
I will say David Icke is also politically active. And when he makes a prediction or he says something politically, he's usually got the hammer hitting the nail just right on.
It's pretty
Now,
scary.
Yeah, I almost feel bad that I haven't read some more of his stuff, like the books you're talking about, the old books he wrote, but he does tend to trend well. A little over 20 years ago, when I was still young, I used to listen to Art Bell on occasion.
Oh yeah.
And I really appreciated his approach to things because it didn't matter who he had on the phone. They could have been completely batshit crazy or they could have been revealing things left and right. He just sat there, sucked on cigarettes, and encouraged them to keep talking.
Yeah.
I really liked his approach. Art Bell didn't so much interview people as he did just giving them a ranting platform and poking them along.
And see, that's the kind of thing I want to do here too, which is really hard to do because Art Bell had a talent. He was the king of radio. I don't care what anybody says. You know what I mean? He could talk about anything with anybody, and it was just you felt good. And I loved his Halloween specials. You know what I mean? People would get on there and they would talk about their encounters with UFOs and ghosts and tell their ghost stories, and they'd do it all night long. And he would just sit there and enjoy it. And I love that stuff. There's never going to be anybody that could take Art Bell's place, ever.
Now, I do, since we're talking about Art Bell for a moment, the Y2K thing, you might be able to tell by my setting and talking about this. I've been in IT and technology my entire adult life. And back in 1998, when the Y2K scare was going full throttle, I kind of sat back and laughed about Art Bell because he was selling hand-cranked radios, cranked up flashlights. He was basically, I think he inspired Alex Jones to do what Alex Jones does now on his sales stuff. But yeah, Art Bell was doing everything he could to hype up the Y2K thing
Yeah.
because he was profiting big time off of selling all that stuff. And I can't say that I blamed him too much. I was actually trying to get people to chill out about it, but I actually upset some people when I told them I don't think it's going to be as bad as they're making it out to be. But that's what, human nature. There are people out there that want something to panic about, and those people were happy as pigs in shit when the coronavirus thing came around.
Yeah. And see, when you were talking about that, you look at Alex Jones, okay?
I mean, it's Jones
he
right here on,
he
if you look on
basically
Google,
tried to do exactly
definitely
the
be
same thing
Trump.
Art Bell did. Like, he started following Trump, and
right for the
and
Brazilian
I'm
county line.
not dissing Donald Trump. I'm not doing that at all. I don't want to make it political, but look at what Art Bell did back with Ross Perot. You remember those days? It was like he was just so gung-ho Ross Perot, and I could tell whenever Alex Jones was doing that stuff. I did notice the correlation between Alex Jones and Art Bell, okay? I'll put it to you that way. I agree with you 100% on that one. He was just trying so hard to be like Art Bell, and he couldn't do it.
Jones is he's too hyper and too opinionated.
Yeah.
Like I said, what made Art Bell great was the fact he would just sit there, suck on a cigarette, and poke you with a stick to keep you going every now and then. Jones, he's got to talk over someone.
Well, there was times when Art Bell would actually get away from the radio and go sort through his closet because he had his little freaking rummaging closet back to the side.
From the
And then while everybody's talking, he'd be like, "I'm sorry, I had to go into my closet and get some stuff." So while everybody's talking, he's just sitting there freaking rummaging through his closet because he moved out into the desert and he had his own studio and everything. And
Oh,
he was,
you want to move?
he was
Okay,
doing
I see.
great.
I didn't listen in the Perot days. I was in high school then. I started listening to Bell a little bit in, I think, 96 or 97 when I was 18 and working as a security guard at night. And a little bit into my early 20s, I guess. And then, shift changes happened, new job, and he finally went off the air. I checked in on him occasionally, but I wasn't a long-term dedicated listener. I listened when I could, guy, especially when I was on the night shift, which was quite frequent in the late 90s, early 2000s. But, I just basically discovered you today because of the chat room.
Okay.
So, good thing.
Glad,
I don't know how much reach we have.
I'm glad you came in, man. I mean, this has been a really good conversation, and from what you've been talking about, believe it or not, I mean, it's pretty down to earth. It's pretty much where I've been kind of settling in when it comes to the whole conspiracy theory thing, because first of all, I know a lot of people believe that the Freemasons were big on conspiracy, but for me, I have to go off of what I've learned, and I've literally found no evidence whatsoever to show that Freemasons were conspiracy oriented whatsoever. You know what I mean? Now you can,
but that's because conspiracies are not really conspiracies. It's more people have conspiracies about the Freemasons as opposed to being
exactly. It's more of the people talking crap about the Freemasons than what it is actual facts that they did anything. Like if you go and you check out Freemasonry, all you're going to find the majority of the time is information about their rituals. You're going to find that. You're going to find out about their lodges and how they're autonomous.
Yeah,
things like that.
The autonomous part is actually probably what fuels a lot of the conspiracy around them. They are very fractured, and the Masons of today, pretty much anything that's good is going to get hijacked.
So which one do you
So I think what's happened is there was probably a lot of really good Masons at one time in the past. And I think a lot of lodges probably got hijacked in between.
this, who can fail to be astonished at hearing the same prophets preach in clear and transparent language that the advent of Christ and the falling away from the Jews would be followed by the call of the Gentiles, which call itself also straightway became a fact in accordance with the prophecies through the teachings of our Savior. For through him multitudes from every race of mankind turned away from the delusion of idols and embraced the true knowledge and worship of him who is God over all, well nigh ratifying the oracles of men of old, and especially that one which by Jeremy the prophet said, O Lord my God, unto thee shall the nations come from the ends of the earth, and shall say, Our fathers inherited false idols, and there was no prophet in them. Shall a man make unto himself gods, which yet are no gods? Chapter 4. All their circumstances then confirm the story of the facts of our religion, and show that it was not contrived from any human impulse, by divinity foreknown and divinely announced beforehand by the written oracles, and yet far more divinely proffered to all men by our Savior. Afterwards also it received power from God, and was so established that after these many years of persecution, both by the invisible demons and by the visible rulers of each age, it shined forth far more brightly, and daily becomes more conspicuous, and grows and multiplies more and more. Thus it is plain that the help which comes down from the God of the universe supplies to the teachings the name of our Savior, its irresistible and invincible force, and its victorious powers against its enemies. Also the help thence gained towards a happy life for all men, not only from his express words, but also from the secret power, was surely an indication of his divine power, for it must have been of a divine and secret power that straightway at his word, and with the doctrine which he put forth concerning the sole sovereignty of the one God who is over all, at once the human race was set free from the delusive working of demons, at once also from the multitude of rulers among the nations. In fact, whereas of old in each nation numberless kings and local governments held power, and in different cities some were governed by the democracy, and some by tyrants, and some by a multitude of rulers, and hence wars of all kinds naturally arose, nations clashing against nations, and constantly rising up against their neighbors, ravaging and being ravaged, and making war in their sieges one against another, so that from these causes the whole population, both of dwellers in the cities and laborers in the fields, from mere childhood were taught warlike exercises, and always wore swords, both in the highways and in the villages and fields. When God's Christ was come, all this was changed.
For concerning him it had been proclaimed of old by the prophets, in his days shall righteously flourish in abundance of peace, and they shall beat their swords into plowshares and their spears into pruning hooks. And nation shall not take sword against nation, and they shall not learn war any more. In accordance with these predictions and actual events followed, immediately all the multitudes of the rulers among the Romans began to abolish when Augustus became sole ruler at the time of our Savior's appearance. And from that time to the present you cannot see, as before, cities at war with cities, nor nation fighting with nation, nor life being worn away in the old confusion. Surely there is a good cause, when one considers it, to wonder why of old, when the demons tyrannized over all the nations, and men paid them much worship, they were goaded by the gods themselves into furious wars against each other. So that now Greeks were at war with Greeks, and now Egyptians with Egyptians, and Syrians with Assyrians, and Romans with Romans, and all made slaves of each other, and wore each other out with sieges, as in fact the histories of the ancients on these matters show. But that at the same time, with our Savior's most religious and peaceful teaching, and the destruction of polytheistic error began to be accomplished, and the dissensions of the nations at once to find rest from former troubles. This especially I consider to be a very great proof of the divine and irresistible power of our Savior, and of the benefit which visibly proceeds from his doctrines. You may see a clear proof if you consider that at no other time from the beginning until now, nor by any of the illustrious men of old, but only from his utterance and his teachings diffused throughout the whole world, the customs of all nations are now set aright, even those customs which before were savage and barbarous, so that Persians who have become his disciples no longer marry their mothers, nor Scythians feed on human flesh, because of Christ's words which has come even unto them, nor other races of barbarians have incestuous union with daughters and sisters, nor do men madly lust after men and pursue unnatural pleasures, nor do those whose practice it formerly was now expose their dead kindred of dogs and birds, nor strangle the aged as they did formerly, nor do they feast according to their ancient customs on the flesh of their dearest friends when dead, nor, like the ancients, offer human sacrifices to the demons as to gods, nor slaughter their dearest friends and think it piety. For these, the numberless things akin to these were what of old made havoc of human life. It is recorded, for instance, in history that the Massagetae and Dorbices deemed those of their kindred who died a natural death most miserable, and for this reason hastened to sacrifice and to feast upon the aged among their dearest friends. That Tibereni used to throw their old kinsmen alive down a precipice, and the Hyrcanians and Caspians threw them out to birds and dogs and former while alive, and the latter when dead. But the Scythians used to bury them alive and to slaughter over their funeral pyres those who were most dear to the deceased. The Bactrians, who used to cast those who had grown old alive to the dogs. Those, however, were customs of a former age and are now no longer practiced in the same manner. And the solitary law of the power of the gospel, having alone abolished the savage and inhumane pests of all these evils. Then there is the fact that men no longer regard as gods either the lifeless and dumb images or the evil demons operating in them, or the parts of the visible world, or the souls of the moral long since departed, or the most hurtful of irrational animals, but instead of all these, solely through the teaching of our Savior in the gospel, Greeks and barbarians together, who sincerely and infinitely adhere to his word, have reached such a point of high philosophy as to worship and praise and acknowledge as divine none but the Most High God, the very same who is above the universe, the absolute monarch and Lord of heaven and earth and sun and stars, creator also of the whole world. They have also learned to live a strict life, so as to be guided even in looking with their eyes, and to conceive no licentious thought from a lustful look, but to cut away the very roots of every base passion from the mind itself. Must not then all these things help all men towards a virtuous and happy life? What also of the fact that men, far from perjuring themselves, have no need even of a truthful oath, because of learning from him to swear not at all, but in all things to be guileless and true, so as to be satisfied with yea and nay, making their purpose to be stronger than any oath. And then the fact that even in simple sayings and common conversations they are not indifferent, but carefully measure their words even in these, so as to utter by their voice no lie, nor railing, nor any foul and unseemly word, because again of his admonition, wherein he said, for every idle word ye shall give account in the day of judgment.
frost-covered expanse of the upper Midwest, a cryptic force stirred amidst the dense forest and shadowy ravines. For centuries, the native inhabitants had whispered legends of a creature so terrifying it haunted the very fabric of their existence. The Wendigo, a spirit born of human greed and malevolence. It had long been dormant, a chilling, cautionary tale to ward off gluttony and selfishness. Yet as an eerie glow began to pierce the night, signaling the arrival of an extraterrestrial presence, the Wendigo awoke with a ferocious hunger, its ancient rage rekindled by the scent of a new and unspeakable threat to the sanctity of its land, unseen by panicking townfolk and the baffled scientist. The creature emerged from its icy slumber, driven by a primal instinct to protect the very essence of the earth against the looming alien invasion. With each alien corpse that fell under its monstrous maw, the Wendigo grew stronger, feeding not just on their flesh, but also on the very essence of their alien intelligence. The creature, once a myth to instill fear and respect in human hearts, had become a grim sentinel, a force of nature that could no longer be contained. It called upon its cryptid kin, the dark spirits of Earth's hidden places, summoning them with a primal howl that echoed through the night, responding to its ancient cry for unity. Creatures of legend and nightmare, Bigfoot, Mothman, Loch Ness, and others gathered in a shadowy assembly, their collective consciousness brimming with a newfound purpose. They plotted an intricate counteroffensive against the interstellar invaders as the alien forces advanced, oblivious to the horrors that awaited them. The Wendigo and its allies strategized deep within the Earth's embrace, forging a pact of vengeance that would soon be unleashed upon the unsuspecting planet. The sanctity of the Earth was about to be defended by its most feared inhabitants, turning the tide of the invasion into a battle that would be sung in whispers for generations to come.
In a time when the stars were not yet fully kindled, and the great currents of existence surged through the cosmic ether, there was a realm known as the Convergence. This was no mere place, but the infinite space where all that was, and all that would be, intertwined. It was here that the delicate threads of reality were woven together by an ancient force, an entity known as the Aetherist Nexus. Neither god nor machine, the Nexus existed as a bridge between order and chaos, light and shadow, the seen and the unseen. In its presence, the universe found its form, balancing on the razor-thin line between creation and destruction. The Nexus, like a celestial loom, spun the patterns of the cosmos. Its reach extended across the furthest galaxies and down into the hearts of living creatures, touching both the smallest atom and the grandest star. But the nexus itself was not a solitary force. It was composed of distinct, powerful entities known as the nuclei, each carrying its own purpose, each holding sway over a specific aspect of existence. The nuclei were the guardians of duality, the keepers of balance, ensuring that for every force, there was a counterbalance, a complement in the great cosmic dance. In this universe, where light and shadow endlessly pursued one another, the nuclei played their roles with precision. And among them, one of the most powerful was the sentient gate, a force of pure will and awareness, standing at the threshold between perception and oblivion. It was the keeper of consciousness, the gatekeeper of what could be known and what must remain hidden. The universe had long been defined by duality, day and night, life and death, motion and stillness. Yet, no matter the extremes, these forces were never wholly separate. They intertwined like the twisting paths of two comets, neither fully able to exist without the other. This eternal balance was not static, but an ever-changing flow, a cycle of renewal and decay, reflection and action. In the early moments of cosmic birth, when the first stars had only begun to stir from their slumber, there emerged the luminal eye. It was the nucleus of light, the guardian of all that was seen, all that shone within the vastness of space. The luminal eye was a weaver of radiance, channeling the spark of creation into a cascading array of stars. Each point of light that blinked into being bore its touch, its essence, and spread across the celestial sphere, bathing the void in golden hues. This was no ordinary light. It carried with it the memories of worlds that had yet to be born, of civilizations that would one day rise and fall beneath the stars' gaze. But the luminal eye was not alone in its task. Opposite to it in purpose, but equal in power, was the harmonic core, the keeper of sound. It resonated through the fabric of space, carrying the vibrations of creation. The harmonic core was the pulse of existence, the rhythm that gave motion to the stillness of space. From the deep thrumming of black holes to the gentle hum of stardust drifting through the cosmos, it was the unseen force that gave meaning to the void. It sculpted the universe's voice, ensuring that all things carried a note in the grand symphony of existence. Together, the luminal eye and harmonic core formed the first duality, light and sound. They were two sides of the same coin, one illuminating the cosmos, the other shaping its tone. And through their combined efforts, the universe began to take shape, stars spinning into life, and worlds beginning their slow dances through space. Beyond light and sound, there existed another crucial duality, the interplay between motion and rest, between kinetic force and stillness. Here, the kinetic nexus and etherium reigned supreme. The kinetic nexus was the eternal mover, the unseen hand that guided the paths of planets, the orbits of moons, and the rotations of galaxies. Every motion, from the subtlest vibration to the greatest explosion, was touched by its influence. But the kinetic nexus did not operate in isolation. It was balanced by the presence of the etherium, a distant, ethereal force that whispered the secrets of inertia and stillness. This duality was essential to the cosmic order. For where there was movement, there needed to be rest, and where there was action, there had to be a moment of pause. The kinetic nexus ensured that the galaxies spun in their courses, while the etherium guaranteed that the stars would one day dim, rest, and be reborn anew. Together, they oversaw the great dance of the universe, a ceaseless interplay of motion and stillness that kept the very fabric of reality intact. On the grand scale, their influence was seen in the spirals of galaxies and the tides of solar winds. But they also had dominion over the smallest moments, over the heartbeat of a newborn creature, the flutter of a bird's wings, the rise and fall of breath. The kinetic nexus and etherium were present in every pulse, every step, every gesture made by the sentient beings scattered across the cosmos. Yet, their work was far from mechanical. There was a deep wisdom in their movements, a kind of cosmic intuition that guided every action with purpose. For every motion was not just an isolated event, it was a part of a greater whole, a reflection of the interconnected nature of the universe itself. Nothing moved without reason, and no stillness was ever permanent. At the heart of the convergence, where all things merged and split, stood the sentient gate. It was an enigmatic entity, neither fully part of the light nor entirely of the shadow, but something in between. The sentient gate was the guardian of consciousness, the arbiter of perception. It controlled the threshold between awareness and oblivion, deciding what would be seen, felt, and known by the beings of the cosmos. The gate's task was not an easy one. For in a universe as vast and intricate as this, there was far too much for any single being to perceive. The sheer weight of information, the infinite sensations of light, sound, and motion, would be too much to bear. And so, the sentient gate filtered these sensations, allowing only what was necessary for survival, growth, and understanding. It was a protector, ensuring that beings did not drown in the overwhelming sea of cosmic data. But the gate also held the key to deeper knowledge. For those who sought it, for those who dared to venture beyond the surface of reality, the sentient gate could be opened, revealing the hidden truths of the universe. In rare moments, it allowed glimpses of the greater cosmic order, the intricate patterns that underlay all things. These moments of enlightenment were fleeting but powerful, capable of reshaping entire civilizations, altering the course of history in ways both subtle and profound. Time did not move in a straight line within the convergence. It flowed in cycles, like the turning of a great wheel, with periods of activity followed by moments of rest. The eclipse veil, another nucleus within the Aetherist nexus, was the guardian of this cycle. It oversaw the rhythms of time and sleep, ensuring that all things, from stars to sentient beings, adhered to the natural flow of existence. The eclipse veil was a being of mystery and shadows, its presence felt most strongly in the moments between wakefulness and slumber. It guided the sleep of planets, the dormancy of stars, and the dreams of living creatures. In its domain, time itself seemed to slow, stretch, and bend, allowing for moments of reflection, renewal, and transformation. It was through the eclipse veil that the universe found its balance between action and contemplation, between creation and rest. For even the stars needed to rest, and even the greatest forces in the universe had to pause in their work. Without this balance, the universe would fall into chaos, a ceaseless storm of activity with no time for reflection or growth. In the dreams it wove, the eclipse veil allowed beings to touch the edges of eternity, to see the patterns of creation, though only for brief moments. These dream visions were often forgotten upon waking, but their influence lingered, guiding the course of destiny in ways both large and small. Among the many forces that operated under the guidance of the nuclei, there were the mossy fibers, agile beings that carried the specific information of the physical world. These fibers acted as messengers, delivering the whispers of the earth to the deep chambers of the nexus. They represented the link between the physical and the metaphysical, bridging the gap between the tangible and the ethereal. The mossy fibers moved with purpose, their steps precise and calculated, mirroring the ordered nature of the universe itself. Their task was to gather the signals from the world's physical structures, the vibration of stone, the flow of rivers, the pulse of the land, and carry this information to the heart of the nexus. Once there, it would be processed, integrated, and sent out into the cosmic fabric, ensuring that the movements of the earth were in harmony with the greater universe. These fibers were not beings of chaos. They were creatures of order and structure, their movements sharp and deliberate, a reflection of the universe's need for balance. The moss that clung to them was symbolic of growth, rootedness, and the passage of time. Like moss, they held the memory of the earth, carrying it with them as they wove their way through the celestial realms. Their role was critical in maintaining the cosmic equilibrium, for without the mossy fibers, the universe would lose touch with the physical reality it governed. They ensured that the nuclei were constantly informed, their movements in sync with the land's rhythms. Though the nuclei maintained their eternal vigil over the cosmos, they knew that all things were impermanent. Even stars would eventually burn out, galaxies would fade into the void, and civilizations would crumble to dust. But this was not a cause for sorrow or despair, for the nuclei understood that in destruction, there was always the potential for renewal. Every ending was merely a prelude to a new beginning. When a star collapsed, or a world fell into shadow, its essence was drawn back into the nexus, where it would be absorbed, repurposed, and transformed. This process was overseen by the eclipse veil, which ensured that no energy was ever truly lost. Instead, it was woven back into the cosmic tapestry, re-emerging in a new form, a new cycle of life and death. This endless cycle of creation, destruction, and rebirth was the very essence of duality. It was the understanding that for every force, there was an opposing force, for every act of creation, there was a moment of destruction. But in the end, these opposites were not in conflict. They were part of the same whole, two sides of the same coin, each necessary for the continued existence of the universe. The nuclei understood this deeply. They did not mourn the loss of stars or worlds, for they knew that from the ashes of the old, new life would always rise. The cycle was eternal, a constant dance between light and shadow, motion and stillness, creation and destruction. And so, as the nuclei continued their work, guiding the cosmos through its endless cycles, they remained ever watchful, ever vigilant, ensuring that the balance between dualities was maintained. They were the keepers of the cosmic dance, the guardians of the great rhythms of existence, and through their efforts, the universe would continue to thrive, endlessly renewed by the interplay of opposing forces.
Hello everybody and welcome back to another episode of Live with Roger Hanson. This is again late at night for me. It's 10 p.m. at night and I hope that it's not causing that much of a disturbance to you guys. I know that I have different people from different parts of the world who come onto my show. I don't know if those people in those parts of the world are actually watching my show, but at least I know that they are coming onto my show. Now, tonight is a special, it's a special episode. There's no way of avoiding it. This is about the assassination. This is going to have the topic of the assassination attempt concerning Donald Trump. And we will be discussing that. It's very important. Now, if you've watched any of my shows, you know how I feel about the political atmosphere that's going around all over the world concerning politics. And I don't really agree with it too much. I don't agree with the politics that are involved. I don't agree with the bickering and the arguing and the infighting and the hate and criticizing this person to make this person look better and vice versa. You know, I'm more of a I'm more of a historical politics kind of guy. I take a look at politics according to history and the current events that are taking place today, and I try to keep things as rational as I possibly can. I don't feed into a lot of the crap that's being fed to us, and that's basically how I feel when it comes to politics. I've already said it in a previous episode too, that whenever I started doing all of this streaming, I really was hesitant about getting into politics because of the kind of stuff that's been happening. And after a little bit of convincing, I did finally do it. And with that said, I'm going to make a couple of announcements. Now, I'm going to be doing live with Roger Hanson, this show right here, but this is the final week for 2 of my episodes, for the season, which will end, and that is Tech Talk on Wednesdays and Roger's Real Time Talk Show, which is on Thursdays. Those are the final episodes until January. Hopefully, if I don't make Tan Hai Tran and Mark Edworthy mad at me, we'll be back on in January, but there's no guarantees to that because I have a tendency of riling those two up. They get mad at me. So, with that being said, I'll repeat what I just said. Those are going to be the final episodes for the year. And we will continue that in January. And the reason why I do that is because I don't want anybody to get burnt out. You know what I mean? You go through certain stages when you do this stuff because a lot of people aren't used to routines. They're not used to schedules, coming up with topics and things of that nature. I've become repetitious in my habits when it comes to live streaming, so I do a lot of stuff that most average streamers don't do. Like, I've got content going out all day, every day, and a lot of people don't understand that. I've had people actually think that I was a bot on platforms, and I had to like communicate with them so that they understood that no, I'm not a bot. I'm just really, really bored, you know. So with that, I just wanted to make those announcements. I also am wanting to say that we are in the process of putting something together with Rapid Glitch from Nostalgia Retro Gaming, and I was able to finally introduce him to Minds Gaming on Minds.com, Minds Underground, and nothing's written in stone yet, but there's a good chance we're going to be able to maybe get into creating a board game that's on the internet. Like I said, it's all just being talked about. I was able to introduce the two of them together. Rapid went on Mint Me, the same place where I have my WoW coin, and he created his own Mint Me coin called Retro Coin, which is going to be a part of the game. So that is pretty good. We've got that started up, and now I've taken the templates and I've downloaded them from Rapid and transferred them over to Minds Gaming, and we're kind of working that out so that we can get that going and on board. I just got a notification from Bob Dub 2 about what's going on with Do Better, and he is interested in putting a game together as well. So just so Do Better knows, I am interested in talking to you. If you want to get that going and maybe come up with some ideas, we can collaborate on that and maybe get you to where you and Rapid Glitch and maybe even Minds Gaming, all of us get together and come up with some concepts and some ideas with what you want to do. I think that's a great idea because I do enjoy the streaming, don't get me wrong, but I also find that it's time consuming and it takes me away from things that I really want to do. I'm one of those guys who really do want to get into computer graphics. I want to get into creating games and coding. I don't like coding, don't get me wrong, but I know that I have to learn it in order to do more things, So that is one of the things, those are the things that I want to do, but a lot of the time I'm stuck on the internet editing videos and live streaming, and that gets tedious after a certain amount of time. So that is a direction that I do want to take. So if you are serious about that and you want to do it, hook up with me and we can talk about it. Now, I'd like to let everybody know that I am on Odyssey. I'm on YouTube, X, formerly Twitter, and Rumble, as well as Twitch. I'm live streaming on those platforms right now. Now, I also, I don't know how it's happening, but I do have an account on BitChute, and at the moment somehow BitChute is magically uploading my content, even though I'd never said for them to do that. They are able to do it, and I'm not complaining about it. So at least they're putting my my stuff up. So if you want to check me out on BitChute, you can. I've got that going. Now, with that, I also want to say, well, I mentioned MintMe. We are advertising the MintMe WoW token that I've got. Now, I'm doing that through Minds Gaming, and Minds Gaming is working with me on my MintMe coin. Not only am I doing it, but so is Within the Vacuum and Bob Dub on Minds.com, and there's a few others. I believe Do Better even has a coin too. Auto Excelsior has one, and we're all collaborating together. So for all you people on X, don't think I'm like trying to spam you with some kind of scam or anything. Now, the reason why I started doing MintMe, if you go on to that website and you read what the coin is about, is it'll explain this, but the reason why I started doing that is because I want to honestly come up with a monetization program for content creators where they can monetize themselves and they can use my coin to do it, and be able to share your content with one another and earn from it without having to go through platforms like YouTube or Rumble or DLive or Twitch or any of these other ones, so that's what that's all about. That's what my coin's all about. Now, Within the Vacuum, he's got a coin set up, and he's into music. He has a lot of things that he's wanting to do and a lot of projects. Now, that's where a coin can come in handy as well. Bob Dub has the Doubloon, and Minds Gaming, he's got a whole bunch of stuff. Him and Satori D. I need to remember to mention Satori D too, because he's a big he's big on this whole thing too. He's one of the important guys, you know what I mean? So that's what MintMe is all about. And whenever I post my stuff up on X, this stuff isn't like trying to coerce you into anything. All I'm doing is posting it up there so that you can go to the link and click on the video and see what other videos are available to where you can go watch it. They're on Rumble and they're also on YouTube, but they go through MintMe. Now, if you want to go in there and you want to be a part of this, then you can go in and you can buy my coins. You can create your own coin. You can do whatever you want, I'd be more than happy to help support you. Just, let's network together on there and let me know that you're doing it and stuff of that nature. So that is two things that I've got going on right there. And I'm trying to get through all this so that I can get on to the politics later on. But like I said, I want my streams to be more than just about politics or any of that, so besides that, I do have some projects that are coming up with Nostalgia Gaming Retro and Team Retro. Right now, I'm finishing up on Elder Scrolls Arena for the year. I'm gonna come back and finish it up next year, but I'm finishing that up, and I am currently in the process of creating a Christmas calendar where we will be going through a maze, and you have to get through the maze, and in order to get through the maze you have to do certain challenges that involve retro games. So they're basically gaming challenges, and you have to go through and do those challenges, and this is going to be set up with YouTube, because they're the ones who have the end screens. And what you do is you start out at the beginning, you come to a spot, and the end screens will pop up. It'll say go left, go right, or go straight. When you choose to go left, you'll have another video that pops up where it shows you going left, and then it takes you to another spot. Now there could be a challenge there, or it could give you another option to go left, go right, or straight, and that's what this is basically about until you get to the end of the maze. Now all of the videos except for the first one are going to be private. The first one is public, and you click on that and it takes you in and it starts you out, and then you go in to the other videos, which are not private but unlisted, so that not everybody can jump ahead and find out how to get through it. That's what I'm doing for Christmas with Nostalgia Gaming Retro. Besides that, we are also working on another Nutslock. It's going to be with Pokemon Gen 2 Gold versus Silver. For all you gamers, if you're interested in that, just be aware that we're in the process of putting that together. And not only is it a team effort, but the game is also a randomizer, so everything's mixed up. We're not going to get what you usually get when you play the regular game, so that's going on with him. Also, I'd like to say that starting next year at some point, me and Rapid and Zach, Disney Magic Zach, have come together and decided that we are going to do some projects that involve live streaming. Rapid's wanting to do some live stream gaming where we all play games together, and they don't have to be retro games either, up-to-date games, and we'll be doing that as well on his new channel. I'm going to be doing interviews with people pertaining to the gaming world. We have one that's possibly set up to go, and I'd like to put it out there that if anybody who's into gaming and wishes to be interviewed or be on the show, they're more than welcome to contact me or contact Rapid Glitch at Nostalgia Gaming Retro on Discord to get that going, and we can set you up with a time and have you ready for that event ahead of time. Now, with that being said, I'd also like to say that I have officially stopped with my insane amount of video games being archived and uploaded on YouTube. They're no longer 6 videos a day, they're just 1 a day. And what I've done is I started live streaming again. At the moment I'm doing 3 games, 10 videos per game, and kind of doing it in a roulette fashion where 10 of this game, 10 of the next one, 10 of the next one, and then go back to the first one. So right now I am doing Assassin's Creed Unity. Then after that I'm also doing Doom, and I'm also after that doing For Honor, which is a game that I had wanted to play for the longest time, but never had a chance to until here recently. So that's what I'm doing in the gaming world. I might go in and find out what sort of stuff that I need to be learning about when it comes to the gaming industry, and get things set up ahead of time for that. I was doing it last year with Karma Love, and I haven't been keeping up on it like I should be doing. So I do have to tell you though, if you guys are into Xbox 360 and you want to get a copy of the games that are being sold on the internet from the company, you need to do it now. It's the 15th here in Illinois Central Standard Time, and by the 29th, which is my birthday by the way, they will no longer be selling any more games on the internet or in stores of Xbox 360, so you might want to get them now. Now, if you want to use an emulator, I'm sure you can go in and use an emulator, but it's like I've said in previous videos, I was disappointed with using emulators while playing on some of these games. I think that I actually ruined my first time gameplay experience because I used an emulator. They aren't really all that reliable when it comes to Xbox 360. The settings aren't really all that great. You can't adjust things like you can with other emulators. So just a thought, maybe if you have the console or whatever, and you're wanting to get certain games, you need to go and get those games because it's coming to an end. I may have said that before, but I am not sure. I have a habit of repeating myself, so let me go in here and see if there's anybody who actually cares about what my big mouth is saying. No, nobody yet. Now, I do want to say thank you to RT Zumi for liking my post on X. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. And on live, I'd like to thank the 2 people who are actually watching my stream. Like I said to you guys, if you want to make comments, feel free to make them in the chat. I can see them. It's not like when I'm playing the video games and I got full screen or doing all this crazy shit with the freaking pretty faces. You know what I mean? I said that beforehand. It's like I like these slideshows because they are helping me to where I can navigate a little bit better. Now, I also want to mention about these slideshows as well. I'd like to put a word of thanks out there to Satori D, Bob Dub, and Minds Gaming for helping me out with a lot of the slideshow AI pics that they supplied to me. I'd also like to thank Mr. Robot on Minds.com who helped me with his AI photos. I did do some of these, like the ones that are going right now. Those I did myself with the whole alien underground cool shit, you know what I mean? Because that's where all the cool stuff is. If you know anything about this stuff, I have those from my channel on the Wonderful World of Weirdness, as well as Strange Stories. If you guys want to go in and check out some of the stuff that I've been putting out, you're more than welcome to go there and check that out. I do my gaming, which the gaming community knows about. I go by Infamous OG 1973 on Twitter. Twitch. I found out that I'm actually under Infamous 1969, which is cool, I guess, but that's not the original name. So it's Infamous. It's gaming with Infamous. That's what I go by. So I'm not gonna blow it all out of proportion like I usually do. And you can check me out on YouTube, Odyssey, X, Rumble, and Twitch. Now, I have been also been playing around on Skype. So if you guys want to contact me on Skype, you can contact me on Skype with Live with Roger Hanson, and we can go from there. I have different shows that I am doing right now. The only one that is scheduled, or the only two that is scheduled that I've been doing, is Live with Roger Hanson and Wow Talk. Now, Wow Talk is pretty cool. That's a collection of interviews and shows that I've put together, which involve people like Bob Dub, Summer Todd, Austin Todd, Old John, Karma Love, myself. I even have Jaffe Ryder on there every once in a while. I've got Mr. Robot. I have interviews from people who discuss everything from aliens to ghosts to spirituality, all the way to philosophy. We have Vince and Julian, who do a live stream with Bob Dub, which is pretty cool. If you guys ever want to check that out, you can. I believe they're on Rumble, and it's a pretty good show. I've had them on my Into the Abyss series, where we discussed philosophy, things of that nature. So it's a lot of stuff going on there, and that's what Wonderful World of Weirdness is about. I've started doing just archive uploads at the moment until maybe the end of the year, because I want to be able to focus more on different topics and different areas that I'm going into. But right now, me and Austin and Summer are working on Campfire Stories. I'm doing Wow Talk, like I said before. I'm also doing Ancient Mysteries. That's a big one. I'm doing Strange Stories, which I also have a channel named Strange Stories, but I'm doing those on WoW, as well as doing another episode concerning conspiracy. So there's a lot of things going on the Wonderful World of Weirdness. Now, like I said, I am bringing to an end Roger's Real-Time Talk Show this week, as well as Tech Talk. But there are copies of it that are available for you on Odyssey, YouTube, X, and Rumble, as well as on Minds. Now, Mark Edworthy and Tanhai Tran have been working with me on being active in the groups on Minds.com. So what they've done is they've set up 2 groups, one for Tech Talk, as well as one for the wonderful, or not, for, what is it? No, it's for Minds Roundtable Weekend Event. Now that's another one that I've had, which is all based on Minds.com. And those 2 channels, you can go in there and you can check out a lot of the older ones. I've got videos that are scheduled to come out that aren't out yet, but you can check them out as they come out, and this is 2 seasons worth of it. Now, Roger's Real-Time Talk Show event isn't hooked up with a group at the moment, but I do have groups on there if you want to check it out. So, man, I can't believe that I've actually had to go and talk that long on just advertising the stuff that I've been going through and things of that nature. This is the kind of stuff that I go through, and I've been going through when it comes to making my videos and networking, networking isn't just about hanging out with everybody and talking. I've had to go into these platforms and set up groups and pages and hang out with people and get them on my show and stuff of that nature. So it's a really interesting world that I've been involved in when it comes to that. Now, I do want to also mention that I am on Skype, like I said, but I'm also on Discord. If you guys want to check me out on Discord, you can find me there. I go by Infamous OG1973 or Infamous. I also go by Roger Hanson, and the Wonderful World of Weirdness is on Discord as well. I network with gaming through Nostalgic Gaming Retro, as well as Home Away from YouTube, and my own personal Discord, which is Gaming with Infamous. So you can find me there, and Gaming with Infamous is on Discord as well. So now that I've given you my entire resume and I've gone through the video games and things of that nature, I would also like to mention that there are some things too that I think I want to discuss concerning technology and the things going on in that world, especially with AI, because here lately I've been noticing this insane growth of people who are just engrossed with AI, and it's not just people, it's corporations and it's the education system and stuff. I have a nephew named Cody Mize, who I'm very proud of. He's a smart student. Next year, as a matter of fact, he's going to be taking his calculus exam, which, if nobody knows about calculus, it's something that you should really be proud of. I mean, the fact that you're even able to go in and take the test is a huge thing. And next year he's going to be set up with taking that test. Now, before that happened, some weird stuff has been going on with him too. Like, now he's planning on going over to France for holiday whenever school's out, which I think's cool, as long as he doesn't, start kissing on those French girls. I've warned him about that. I was like, if one of those French girls come up and start kissing on you, you put your fist in the air and you scream science in their face. You say science! And if they don't listen the first time, you do it again, and eventually they'll walk away and leave you alone. And I'm told him that because he needs to further his education. Don't worry about those pretty girls. They'll come later, they'll come later. But he's planning on going to France. I think that's pretty cool. And it's okay, to say good things about your nephew, especially when he's doing good for himself and he's worried about his education and doing great things. I don't want to be prideful. I've already had this conversation with Bob Dove about my thoughts on pride. So with that, I'm not going to say that I'm like proud of him or anything like that, but he does make me feel good that he's actually putting effort into what he's doing, and he's actually thinking about his future. Now, after France, this has actually already happened. He got a notice from his school and through the mail that he had an offer to go to Kentucky to learn about AI. So he went down to Kentucky and he took this like week or two course on what AI was and everything like that. So he goes down there and he learns about it, and after he learns about it, he comes back home and he tells us that not only did he go down there for that course, but they told him if he comes back in August and continues with the courses, then he'll be able to get a Pell Grant. not a scholarship, but a Pell Grant to college to basically get an education for free. So, I mean, I was pretty impressed with that. But at the same time, it got to me to thinking, man, you know, this AI thing is a big deal, you know. Me and Mark Edworthy on Tech Talk seem to always have a issue when it comes to the topic of AI, because he doesn't think that it's a big deal, you know. But I'm starting to see that it actually is a big deal, and there's a lot of things that need to be taken into consideration when it comes to that. So that is one thing that I noticed. That, let me see, I think I've got a message, I'm not sure. Now, no, it's just a notification, same one I read before. But yeah, that's something that stuck out to me, and I don't know if anybody else has had that experience when it comes to their kids here in the United States or even abroad. You know, if you guys have any stories that relate to that and you'd like to share them with me, feel free to send me a message, and I'd love to read it if you guys just want to write it, or if you want to come on and talk to me about it at a later time, feel free to, you know, contact me and we can talk about it. And especially when it comes to the kids going to college for this stuff, because that just blew me out of the water. That was pretty intense. So at the moment I have no messages in chat, which is fine by me. That means I don't have to answer nobody's questions. I don't really know what to say about that, other than yay. So, yeah, that's like 30 minutes of conversation that I came up with, and I think I'm pretty much wiped out on that. So now I think it's time, after discussing all that, to get to the conversation about Donald Trump's assassination attempt. Now, I don't get me wrong, okay? I believe that this is a very, very serious situation. But I do want to say this, okay? The shooter was not a professional, and I don't believe that it was that the attempt was actually planned by any organization. I don't think that it was planned by any freaking political party or group. I think that I don't think that the shooting was staged either. I don't believe that. I don't believe that Donald Trump would actually be dumb enough to freaking stage a situation where a guy had a freaking gun and he was willing to allow that guy to shoot and hit his ear. You know what I mean? That's kind of like the carny with the knives. You know what I mean? How many people could actually allow for a carny to freaking throw knives at you while they twirl you around? I don't think that Donald Trump would do that. So I don't think that it was staged, and there were people who were actually killed in that situation. So in my opinion, I don't think he would do that either. You would have to be really cold-blooded to do it. Now, with that being said, I also want to say that I do associate with a lot of people who talk a lot of conspiracy, and there are a lot of people that I actually have conversations with who would disagree with me and say that, oh yeah, the CIA would be definitely willing to kill humans to cause an uproar, you know, a civil war, whatever it is, you know, and, you know, don't get me wrong with that. I think that there are things that have occurred in history that relate to those kind of situations, but what I'm saying right now is I don't think that this attempt is one of those, because first of all, Donald Trump and everybody who watched that, and well, anybody in the United States, period, we're lucky that the guy wasn't a professional, because that's all we need is an assassination. We've had some serious issues happen in the past because of it. There was the assassination attempt, or there was the assassination of Abraham Lincoln, JFK, and the attempt on Ronald Reagan back in the 80s, and none of that helped our country whatsoever. So we were lucky that this guy was not a professional and wasn't able to actually finish the job, wasn't able to kill Donald Trump, because I just don't think that at this stage it would be a good thing for the United States if that happened. I do believe that it was a lone gunman. I believe that he, I don't know. I'm not going to say it, but for me personally, a person who did that would have to have mental issues. But then again, I remember the Reno, or was it the Reno or Las Vegas shootings? They said that the guy who did that, they found no evidence of him having any kind of mental disability. He was actually straight in the head, and everything, like there was nothing out of the ordinary about his behaviors. So I could be wrong about having a mental problem too, but one thing that I do want to mention is the poor security. I do have to say that there was poor security that was there at the scene. I've seen some video footage. I actually seen the one with the guy talking to the reporter, and he said that while the guy was climbing up the building and crawling across the roof, he was yelling to a police officer saying, "There's a guy with a gun crawling up to the roof and scaling the roof with a gun." And the police were all just looking at him like he was stupid, and he also said that he could see the Secret Service agent up on the barn, and he was pointing towards the gunman, and the Secret Service agent was actually looking at him and still didn't do nothing. This was like within a 3-minute time period before the actual shooting happened. I think that goes to show the poor security that was taking place at this rally. And this goes back to the atmosphere and the climate that has developed over the last 3 elections, where these people have completely no regard for security when it comes to people who are within this political party, or within this political election, at all. They just, if you're not a part of the party that's in office, then they just don't care about you. And I think that is a shame, Now, I was on Jaffe's show the night before this, and we were mentioning the fact about RFK, and when it comes to this security, everybody's now talking about the poor security at Donald Trump's rally, and it's not just at his rally, okay? Now, I don't know 100% if this is true. I can check it out later, but I've been told that RFK has requested Secret Service for 5 times at least, and he's been turned down by the White House. Now, that is a shame too in my book, because even though he's not a part of the Republican Party or the Democratic Party, he is running for president. That alone should allow him the privilege of having security watch over him. Not only that, but you got to understand that this man is a descendant of the President of the United States, as well as a freaking Senator of the United States. Now, even though a president leaves office, I'm pretty sure that they should also be allowed the security that comes with Secret Service. You know, and for them and their families. So that right there should have also made him eligible to have Secret Service as security for when he's running for president, at least, you know. I think that is another thing that we need to look at. And I also have issues with this whole thing about political parties controlling the elections. You know, I don't think that political parties should have complete and absolute control over the process, because, like, for me, I've mentioned it when I talk about political history, that I don't feel as if that's right, because if you take a look at, like, George Washington, okay, when George Washington was president, he refused to be a part of a political party, and I believe that he felt that way because he knew, like, I believe that political parties were eventually going to be the downfall to this country. And if you look at the things that are taking place today and you look at what's going on, you'll see that I'm not too far off from the truth when it comes to that. The division that's going on in this country is insane. Now, I think that the real big problem when it comes to what's taking place in this world has to do with our thinking and how we are wanting to do things. Like, I've got friends who are also saying that we need to just get rid of the old system and start fresh, start from new, you know. I don't believe that is the complete truth. I think there are things that have worked that can be used again. I don't believe that we need to start from fresh. But on the other hand, we do need to change. And the one thing that's most important that needs to be changing is our thinking and how we deal with things, and what's important and what's not important. Okay, now with this whole thing that's going on today, and with Donald Trump and this assassination attempt, you have to take into consideration these two factors. Okay, we have a president that appears to be senile. All right. And that did affect a lot of people when they saw that, not just Republicans, not just Democrats, but everybody. I mean, when they saw the way he was in that debate, that affected a lot of people. It was so bad and so horrible that I don't even think Donald Trump wanted to be there, to be honest with you. You know what I mean? That was how bad that looked. So when it comes to this, you need to think we have a president that is pretty much going senile, if that's the case. And then on the other side, we have the former president and now nominee who was almost assassinated. Okay, now you've got this kind of turmoil going on, and you have to ask yourself, you know, what's going on with this security, you know, at the rally. And then RFK, okay, he's been denied secret security guards for several times now, you know. A lot of this stuff, in my opinion, to go back, we need to look at things for what they really are and not the way that we perceive them to be, because a lot of people who are running around right now and calling themselves conservatives really don't understand what a conservative is. Okay, now that's something that I wanted to get into and maybe discuss, because I think that we need to understand what traditional conservatism is, and we also need to kind of go over liberalism. And when I say liberalism, I'm talking about classical liberalism, stuff that pertains to John Locke and things of that nature. Um, I I've been doing some pretty cool stuff here with Mark Edworthy, Bob Dub, Otto Excelsior, Julian, and even Mr. Robot. When it comes to politics, we've been discussing this stuff, you know. Um, Now, besides talking about liberalism, I want to kind of get into radicalism too, because that's something new that I discussed. I've been researching and finding out, which is something that I completely overlooked when it came to politics and historical politics, especially. So. These are some of the things that I really want to take a look at, because I think what's going on today has a lot more to do with what's already happened than what most people believe that is the truth. Basically, I don't think too many people understand what's going on. To be honest, it's and like I said, you know, before. I've said it many times. The craziness is everywhere. Okay, it's not just here in the United States. It's everywhere. And with my research and what I've been doing, the things that are taking place politically don't just pertain to the United States. It pertains to Canada. It pertains to all the colonies of the United Kingdom. It pertains to Britain, England, you know, all of it. That's what I really get into and research and find out about. So um, with that, I think I'm going to let my cat out first, and then I'll come back and I'm going to kind of go over some of this stuff with. I'll start out with traditional conservatism and go from there. So. Give me a moment while I get up and go do this, and I will be back. Okay, I am back, and now I am getting ready to get into this whole thing about traditional conservatism. Now, first thing I want to mention when it comes to traditional conservatism is originally the conservatives, they had strong monarchy tendencies, right? And the United States Revolution was fought against these conservatists, okay? So a lot of Americans today who believe that they are conservatives need to take into consideration that the same people that they are supporting today are the same people that this country fought against during the Revolutionary War. All right, we were not founded on the ideas of conservatists. Conservatists are the ones who were oppressing us and were tyrannical, and we are the ones who revolted against that. Who revolted against that. And when I refer to the monarchy, what I'm talking about is England and the Tories. Now, traditional conservatism had a tendency to go against radical reform. They really despise radicals, and radicals are the people that I was talking about that I overlooked the last time whenever I went and was doing my research before. Like, I knew about traditional conservatism, I knew about classical liberalism, and things just didn't match up. There were things that were kind of off, you know what I mean? Even up until here recently, before we were doing Roger's real-time talk show, things just didn't match up. And then last year, me and Mark Edworthy did the United States, and we covered the Constitution, and we covered the government and the branches of government and all of that, statutory laws and things. If you want to check that out, you can. It's on Roger's real-time talk show. It's season 1 basically, but that has all that information in it. But it still wasn't enough to answer some of the questions, why things were the way they were and why things were really weird when it comes to that whole period leading up to now. And then here recently, I accidentally ran into the word radical, and I actually found out that the radical movement actually was a movement. It was a group of people who called themselves radicals. There was radicalism, and that wasn't the same as classical liberalism. They had close resemblances, but they weren't the same. Now, the traditional conservatists, they had a tendency to despise radical reform. Now, they also practiced, the conservatives, they also practiced what was called interventionism, and they were real big about strong armed forces. And that was actually their hallmark for the Tory party in the UK. So having a strong armed force and interventionism was two big things for them. They believed that they had to intervene with things that were going on in the world. And with America, here in the United States, all the way up until the turn of the 20th century, everybody used to refer to us as isolationists, where we kept to ourselves and we tried to stay out of international politics as much as possible. And today, when people talk about that, they talk down on it like it's just horrible and it's something that's wrong, and they don't understand that was how our government was. That's how our government was founded. We we had conservatism, don't get me wrong, but that's not what created the country that we live in today. It wasn't, our country wasn't founded on these conservative ideas. Now, interventionalism is also another issue where there's a fine line between conservatism and national socialism, you know what I mean? And this is one of the issues where you want to get involved with outside issues that don't pertain to your country, you know. So that's another thing that I thought was interesting that needed to be brought up with conservatism. Now, especially when it comes to interventionism, that's a big deal. And today, like even in the United States, it seems like conservatives take pride in the fact that they have a strong armed force. Whereas back whenever our country first started, George Washington actually stepped down as as commander-in-chief. And that was profound back then, because even the King of England responded to that and said that he had a lot of admiration for George Washington for doing that. So not only did George Washington choose not to be a part of a political party, but he also stepped down as commander-in-chief, which was pretty amazing, because I didn't know until that point that a president had the right to step down as commander-in-chief and still be president of the United States. But I guess it's true, you know, and that was a big deal back then, and he was our first president. Okay, so you have to understand right there the difference between conservatism at the time and liberalism at the time. So but now we look at the way people are here in the United States and the way they talk about, you know, strong armed force. Well, you know, when you have, you know, enemies at the gates basically, and you've got countries, which we do have, that would love to see us fall, yeah, you're going to have a strong armed force. But you also have to understand that there's a lot of conservatism that's going into that. That it's not just about a good defense against invaders and stuff of that nature. Now, conservatism, you have to understand, was formed as the interpretation of the Tories, okay, and that was changed in support of social reform and the idea of free trade. So that's where conservatism came from. Now, the Tories didn't agree with free trade at all. They also were strong supporters of the monarchy, and what happened was the Whigs came into power, and the Whigs actually reinterpreted a lot of the Tory beliefs and created something that incorporated free trade and social reform into their ideas. So the Whigs eventually merged with the radicals, and they became what is known as the liberals after it was all said and done. So with all of that, you know, I mentioned it here recently where I was looking at all this stuff and I was learning about it, and it just dawned on me, you know, that socialism wasn't just something that was created by this person or that person. It was, and Bob Dub found it interesting, and it's probably because she's into anarchy and stuff, but I called it like an evolutionary step, you know what I mean? It seems from looking at the evidence in history that it was the only obvious, only obvious next step. You know what I mean? That it was inevitable for socialism to come. And the reason for that is when you look through all this stuff and you see what they're talking about, conservatives are talking about reforms, and they're talking about strong-armed forces and interventionism and interpretations of the law and things of that nature. So this was all going on, and it was just culminating and getting bigger and bigger and bigger until eventually that's what we ended up with. We ended up with stuff like social reform, and stuff of that nature. So that was one of the few things that did stick out to me when I was reading this stuff. So traditionalists, conservatives, they usually value, social ties, and they also believe in ancestral institutions, and they don't really like individualism. They just don't like it whatsoever, especially excessive individualism. A lot of people think that conservatists are for the people, by the people, and that's not the case, okay? Conservatism is against individual rights. They're against excessive individual rights, which today that's what you would call the Civil Rights Act. It's these woke people wanting all of this stuff and that stuff. That's what conservatives are against, and they've always been against these kind of things. This isn't something that's new. It's just made up or anything of that nature, okay? These people have always been against that kind of ideology. So those are things that you have to understand, and this goes all the way back to the beginning, all right? They had a problem with free trade until the Tories the Whigs actually emerged out of the Tory party in the UK. So that's when the conservatives started thinking about free trade, and eventually they merged into their Liberal Party there in the UK. So again, it goes back to the Liberals, or classical Liberal at least. And I told Jaffe to be careful about that, and I'll tell you guys too, when you're talking about this stuff, make sure to mention classical liberalism, because if you don't, you'll have people that will just completely go off the chain. They'll start relating it to all this stuff that's going on today, and they don't understand concepts like John Locke or the Constitution, especially when you tell them that the Constitution was created out of liberal ideology. They just completely flip out because they're thinking of liberalism today and not liberalism back then. And this all goes back to what I was talking about too. Most Americans today believe that our country was founded on conservative ideas, and they weren't. They were not formed out of that. Now, yes, we did have a lot of connections with conservatism with some of the people who were founders, but the general idea of our country is based on classic liberalism, not conservatism. So now that I've covered all of that, I can move on. Now, social ties, you know what I mean? Like, conservatives are all about social ties, and they also believe in ancestral institutions, which that's the reason why England went back to a monarchy after two revolutions for their freedom. It's because their conservative ideas and believing that they had to have a king were just so entrenched into their being that they decided that they wanted a king back. They didn't want to have what we have here in the United States, or most constitutional governments have. They needed that king to make them feel warm inside, warm and cuddly and all feeling great, you know. So even though they do have a parliament and they have the House of Commons and the House of the upper house, whatever the hell that is, the House of Lords, that's still not a constitutional government. They are still a monarchy, okay? And me and Mark argue about, well, we don't really argue about that. He tries to say that I'm wrong, and I know that he's wrong, so that's basically how it works. But you see, England isn't set up as it's set up as a parliamentary government, but it's still got a monarchy. It still has a monarchy as a government with a parliamentary government attached to it. Now, that is one thing about the ancestral institutions. And, you know, I've also mentioned on Roger's Real-Time Talk Show, too, about when it comes to conservatism, I do believe in the organic growth of the community and its government and everything, but there is a limit there, too. You know what I mean? I do agree with that part of conservatism, but I also know that there's a limit, because out of that kind of thought, it justifies, you know, hierarchical societies where you have the peasant, you have the tradesmen, you have the dukes and the earls, and then you have the king and the queen. It also justifies warlords in third world countries who keep their children addicted to freaking drugs and starving so that they can get them to do what they want to do, you know. So you have to kind of take that with a grain of salt, you know what I mean? Like, it's good if a community can do that organically, but I think that there's a point where you have to say, hold on, it's just that's not a good idea, you know. So I do, to some extent, believe in ancestral institutions. I'm not one of those guys who believe in what a lot of people here do, where, like, over in England, it's all about the king and the queen and the royalty and all that. But here in the United States, it's institutions and ideas that think that the American flag is just so important. You know what I mean? I gotta get up and I gotta freaking salute the American flag because I'm a citizen of the United States, you know, and I've got to be patriotic and you know memorize the Pledge of Allegiance and all that stuff. I'm not one of those people. I don't think that is what the founding fathers here in the United States intended it for us to do. These things that we call tradition only started within the early 1900s, you know, and for some reason people here in the United States thinks that they've been going on since the beginning of the country, you know, like every day kids in school got up and they went to school and they said the Pledge of Allegiance and stood in front of the American flag every day at the beginning of school, and that's not the case. You know, you saw that on Little House on the Prairie, but Little House on the Prairie was made on television back in the 1970s, 1980s, somewhere like that. So that wasn't taking place during that time period, you know. Kind of, and I think that that's what we have a hard time with. We have a hard time with putting ourselves in that time period and seeing things from their point of view. We always want to relate what happened back then to our way of life today and the things that are going on in our life, you know. So I think that's a part of the changing our thinking and the way we see things, and kind of see things for what they really are instead of the way we want to perceive them. Now, excessive individualism, I believe that that has to do with the radicals. Now, with the conservatives, like I said, they believed in leadership, authority, hierarchy, and they believe that they are seen as natural to humans. And these conservatives, or conservatism itself, it was a response to the Enlightenment, you know what I mean? And also with the English and the French revolutions, that was their response to it. So they started out as Tories, then Whigs, and then the Whigs ended up eventually merging together with the radicals and creating what is known as the Liberals in England. So that's basically how it ended up happening. And this was the conservative part of it was all a response to the Age of Enlightenment, English, and French Revolution. So these things, for one effect, you know, there's cause and effect basically. So you got to understand that and take that into place, into consideration. Now, now with Edmund Burke. Now Edmund Burke, he actually was fundamental when it comes to the creation of the Conservative Party in England. I'd also like to mention Edmund Burke because of his legacy, and the reason why I wanted to mention him and the legacy that he left it behind is because here in the United States, like I said, we do have conservatism. Okay, now, and we did have conservatism back then, but it was best represented in the United States by the Federalist Party and its leaders. Now, there were past presidents that were a part of the Federalists, and they also had strong connections with Edmund Burke's ideologies, and that was John Adams. And then there was the Secretary of Treasury, Alexander Hamilton, who I believe was also a president. So you had these two people who believed in classic conservatism, and I really don't like Alexander Hamilton. I mean, I'll just tell you right now, I don't. He's the one who ended up creating or fighting for a state bank, a state banking system here in the United States, where the rest of the people who were founding fathers, they didn't agree with it, but he fought for it, and he fought for it, and eventually that is what we ended up with. We ended up with the Federal Reserve, which really isn't a state bank, which to let you know, I mean, if we had a state bank, it would be illegal, constitutionally illegal here in the United States. So what they did is they created a loophole, and with that loophole, they created the Federal Reserve. Okay, now the Federal Reserve isn't a government office; it's a non-governmental office. This was done so that they could bypass constitutional law and be able to create basically like a state bank, you know, the way they do it over in Europe. And Hamilton was the result of all this. He was really big on traveling to Europe and learning all these cool new banking ideas for being Secretary of Treasury, and he just kept pushing it, and it's been that way ever since. So this is all from the get-go. This is from the time the United States was first formed. You know, you had all of these ideas and these different backgrounds that were clashing with one another. I mentioned the Anti-Federalists with George Mason. You know, George Mason and George Washington were best friends. They grew up together all their life as children, all the way to an adult. And the story about the Constitutional Convention is pretty amazing if you actually hear the real story, because the way the Constitutional Convention the way it actually happened was like this. The Articles of Confederation that we first had before the Constitution was failing. The southern states were considering going back to the British, and the British were actually influencing the Indians in Georgia to create problems for the citizens in Georgia in that area. And it got to the point where they were getting ready to leave. So what happened is these representatives from all of the states, I guess, back then, they came together. Not only did they come together, they came together in secrecy. Okay, in other words, nobody knew that this was taking place. So they just decided that they were going to do a secret meeting without anybody's knowledge that it was taking place. A meeting that was going to change our history, and it was going to affect every single person in the United States. They decided they were going to do it in secrecy. So they come together in secrecy, and they sit there and they draw up the Constitution during this Constitutional Convention. And they thought everything was hunky-dory and that everybody was just going to sign this paper and it was just going to be law. Well, George Mason and the Anti-Federalists who were there in the Constitutional Convention were reading this Constitution, and there were things that were left out that they didn't agree with. Okay, there were things that they weren't, that the individual wasn't being protected from. Okay, like we have rights now that's in the Bill of Rights that can protect us from people taking away our weapons, people that freaking have the right to come in and just move right into our house because they're a part of the government. You know, the military can't just come in and take possession of your house. You know what I mean? Things like that. So this is the stuff that's missing out of the Constitution, and in my personal opinion, I believe that this stuff was left out on purpose. And the reason for that was because these were people who were who were influenced more by classical traditional conservatism than what they were classical liberalism. Now, what happened is George Mason and these Anti-Federalists brought this up, and the people who wanted them to sign said that they didn't agree with these writing up Bill of Rights, because as the Federalists say it, the Bill of Rights was just basically something that kings and queens wrote up for their peasants, giving them the rights that they deserved, and that was their way of saying it. And it protected them abroad, things of that nature. But the Anti-Federalists didn't see it that way. They felt that they needed this Bill of Rights so that they would be protected, their individual rights would be protected. Well, it wasn't working out, and these Anti-Federalists stood up and they walked out of the convention. and it took a while for them to actually recover from that. They had to go through negotiations until finally the anti-federalists were willing to sit back down and negotiate, So that is basically what happened. And because of that, George Mason and George Washington's friendship was lost. They never spoke to one another again all throughout their lives. Childhood friendship that was lost because of different viewpoints. And this is at the beginning. This wasn't today, 2024. This was back whenever our country was first founded. So I hope that actually made sense, and that kind of helps with I don't really know how that would help. I know that it was a story that needs to be told so that people understand that today isn't very much different than what it was back then. Okay, and just so you know, the Bill of Rights didn't go into effect until well over 10, 15 years, maybe a little bit longer, after the Constitution was put in effect and the new government was implemented. It caused a lot of problems too, which eventually led up to the War of 1812, and that was because these Federalists decided that they didn't want the Bill of Rights to be enacted and put into law, and they did whatever they could to prevent it from happening. That's conservatism, okay? So that you guys understand that's conservatism. That's not classical liberalism, all right? Now, liberalism, with that, we have to go back and discuss John Locke's ideology. And his ideology of classical liberalism was rooted in advocating for the rights and liberties of the common man against the absolute rule of monarchy. Okay? And that's what he was against. Okay? And he also believed that the idea of government should be by the consent of the governed. All right? And the natural rights of life, liberty, and property. Now, he said property. And the other day, Jeffy, I was on his show, and he's like, "Oh, I stand corrected. I'm glad you said this." But I kind of dissuaded him because I didn't want him to say it, because first of all, it's his show. You know what I mean? He was alright with that, and I didn't want to make it seem like I had done that, because that's not what I meant that to be for. But I dissuaded him and got him off the topic before he could say all that stuff, because, like I said, that's his show. Just like this is my show now, and I can talk about this stuff in my own words and stuff, and I enjoyed going on his show, and I was cool with what he had said, because for one thing right here, I want to go over this like with John Locke, because I want Jeffy to understand if he ever does watch this, okay? John Locke said life, liberty, and property. And that did echo across the ocean and inspired the founding fathers of this nation, the United States, which eventually became the Constitution of the United States. All right. Now, the thing is that is John Locke. That's the United States. That's the Constitution. But then you have to also take into consideration the Whigs over in the UK. Now, between the 1680s and the 1850s, the Whigs contested power with their rivals of the time, and those were the Tories. Okay, they eventually became the Liberal Party when the Whigs merged with the Peelites. Okay, and radicals, and that was in the 1850s, I believe. Now, the Peelites in the UK supported free trade, while the bulk of the Conservative Party remained protectionists. Now, protectionists are sometimes referred to as trade protectionists, and the whole thing, the policy that they have, it involves restricting imports from other countries through methods like tariffs and like tariffs on goods and import quotas and various other government regulations. And right there, we come back to the term regulations, reform regulations, stuff like that. So this is what conservatives believe in. They believe in regulations, reforms, things of that nature, especially the Tories. But then the Whigs started changing, and eventually they created the the Liberals, I believe. The Liberals in the UK, which were pretty much, well, it's pretty strange how it all worked out. Which they were basically against methods like tariffs on imported goods and stuff like that, and protectionism. Now, during the 19th century, liberalism began to emphasize individual freedoms. Now, this is in England. Now that they begin to emphasize individual freedoms, equality, democratic governance, and they were rooted in the Enlightenment ideas of liberty, equality, and fraternity. So right there, you're hearing liberty, equality, and fraternity. They advocated constitutional government and the protection of individual rights against arbitrary authority. Okay, so right there you're starting to hear a difference between the United States idea of what liberalism is compared to what the British idea of what liberalism is. So, and if you notice, with everything that's going on with England, they don't talk about property. All right, and I had a conversation with Bob Dubb and Mark Edworthy in our last episode of Roger's Real-Time Talk Show about property and do you actually own property in England or New Zealand? And they didn't know at the time, but I believe what they did know was that you owned what was on top of the property. You didn't own the property itself. And then I remembered hearing something about Israel and how they did the same thing with their property. Like, you don't own the land, you own what's on top of it. But I also heard that when a person dies, the state can take that back as their property once again if the family members don't keep it. Now, that is what I believe is going on in England and in New Zealand. Whereas here in the United States, when we buy our property, that property is ours. Now, I have an issue with the taxation that goes into private property. I don't think that it's right that we should be taxed for the property that we buy, and the threat of losing it to the government because we don't pay our taxes is there. You know what I mean? Private property and owning property is a constitutional right that we've been given. I do have my issues about that. I think that is something that really needs to be discussed. These laws have just gotten so out of hand when it comes to that stuff, and we've just allowed it to take place. And I do believe that it's not good, and it's getting worse. Now, the thing that I also notice is like individual rights. You know what I mean? I believe that's the one thing I do believe. I believe in the individual's rights. I don't care about the greater good. I don't care about what I should be expected to do for my nation, or helping out my fellow man, much less, you know what I'm saying? It's about my individual rights, your individual rights, Joe Blow's individual rights right down the street. What each person has as their own rights. This is your rights. This is what belongs to you. I think that's important. Not the fact that I should worry about the greater good in order to freaking think of something better. Well, whose place is it to determine what the greater good is? Okay? That's my question. Who determines what the greater good is? Should I sacrifice myself for the greater good? And I believe that's something that we've all been suckered into believing, and I don't think that is a good thing. I think that is a bad thing, and we've been snuckered into believing that way and have that way of thinking by these governments that are trying to pull us away from constitutional, libertarian, classical libertarian ideas and draw us either towards the conservative way of believing or the radicals' way of believing, but not the constitutional, classical, liberalist way of thought, if that makes sense. Now, for me personally, I believe that there's a fine line between conservative and nationalism, conservatism and nationalism. Now, the main reason why I believe that is because of protectionists and their viewpoint about trade. Now, protectionism involves tariffs, okay, which raise the cost of imported goods for both countries. The person that is putting the tariffs in and the people that they're setting the tariffs against. The prices go up no matter what, okay? It increases the price or the cost for the imported goods. Now, this also raises the cost of or the price for the consumer, for me and you. When we go down and we actually buy the stuff, the price goes up because there's these tariffs that are being put against them. All right. Now, conservatives, they believe that this is a good thing, that this is what's needed in order to protect us from, other countries taking advantage of us and blah, blah, blah. But it also, what this does is it creates government revenue, okay? So in reality, they're saying that it's protecting us from being taken advantage of by these other countries. But in truth, what's really going on is they're freaking creating revenue for the government because of these tariffs, okay? This is only good for the government. So for me, these countries and the policies that the protectionists generally are held by countries with national socialist policies, okay, and they're disguising themselves as conservative when in reality it's actually national socialist. And you see that I see it at least where the conservative parties are being overran by the National Socialists, and these people honestly believe that these are conservative ideas when in reality they aren't. They're actually National Socialist ideas. When you start hearing people talk about borders and immigration and frickin' tariffs and social, and that all they're doing is they're talking about government and government revenue. They're talking about revenue and things of that nature, and it's not about conservatism. It has there's absolutely nothing that I have found in any conservative writings that concern immigration at all whatsoever. The only place where immigration is ever mentioned was during the time just before World War II, when shit hit the fan with Czechoslovakia setting up blocks against Germany, and they were in the process of having socialists, National Socialists especially, who were attacking attacking pan-Slavic belief systems, and saying that these ideas that these people had for hundreds and thousands of years were wrong, and they were doing that to raise controversy and discourse and division, and the reason why they were doing that was because they wanted to start implementing socialist reform into those areas, and that is what that was about with pan-Slavic ideologies. And then they started going on to different areas where they were talking about, if you don't speak our language, then you either need to learn our language or go back to where you came from. Does that sound familiar? It's happening all the time here, especially here in the United States. So you have that going on, and all of these are socialist ideologies that were being put in place so that these people could create a hateful environment towards other people in order to propagate their agenda, which was National Socialist ideologies. So, and that's what's going on today, which, like I said, I have yet read anything that is traditional conservatism that even speaks about immigration whatsoever. Now, they do have concerns with their traditions and their culture and things of that being affected, you know what I mean, because of people coming in and excessive, amounts of people coming in and changing their traditions and stuff of that nature. That is a conservative issue, don't get me wrong on that, but they don't start writing about immigration laws and shit like that. That just never happened. So I just wanted to put that out. Now, the Great Britain, in Great Britain, the Liberal Party emerged from the Whig Party and pushed for major reforms, which included the abolition of slave trade in 1807 and slavery itself in 1833. Then they went on with the Reform Acts of 1832, 1867, and 1884 into 1885. This allowed more people to vote in Britain as well. Now, classical liberalism promoted free trade and smaller government intervention in the economy as well. Now, that's something that I also think that people should become more aware of. Okay, like, that's what our country was built on. It was built on the idea of small government intervention, small government intervention when it comes to the economy. Okay, free trade. There should not be huge organizations monitoring our economy and how it should be done. It should be small when it comes to government intervention. Now we've got things like the FCC, we've got the IRS, which, by the way, is a non-governmental organization as well. It's illegal according to the Constitution of the United States, and they continue to call it voluntary tax system, which, by the way, if you think that it's voluntary tax, it's a voluntary tax system, then you're just a shill, dude. Sorry. I joke around about it. I do. I do it all the time. I'm like, man, it's a voluntary tax system. You don't have to pay. No, don't worry about it. You know, I do that all the time. But I'm just being sarcastic, just to make that clear, because I've said that to a few people. But trust me, you don't have to pay. You don't have to pay those taxes at all. But the consequences that come after that's another story altogether, you know. So I mean, but you don't have to. And what they're saying about voluntary taxes is this: like, back in the day, man, the tax man went door to door. He knocked on your door, and if you didn't answer, he knocked your door open, and he walked inside, and he forced you to pay your taxes. You see, so voluntary tax systems means that you voluntarily get up and you go down and you pay your taxes. That's what they're meaning by that. They no longer kick your door in and demand it from you. Not unless, of course, you are behind and your papers are in arrear. In that case, you will have guys with guns and shields and bayonets kicking your door in and confiscating everything. The next thing you know, your freaking soda dispenser will be at the nearest police department, and the cops will be drinking freaking snow, what do they call those snow globe machines, those flavored freaking drinks, you know, because they confiscated your shit, and now they're doing it, you know. There's stories of police stations out in the middle of Arizona that have scuba diving equipment. You know what I mean? Like, not even a lake within 150 miles to 250 miles, but these guys have scuba diving equipment. You know what I mean? And the reason why they got it was because this stuff was confiscated from people because they didn't pay their taxes. So you got a lot of crazy stuff going on there. So that is something that I wanted to bring up about this smaller government intervention in the economy, and then like the IRS and the things that the IRS are doing. We've already discussed the Federal Reserves. People just accept it, though. You know what I mean? It's just important. You know, we have them going and just setting up these organizations, which are just huge. They're very powerful, and they are illegal, constitutionally illegal, but we just allow them, and we turn a blind eye to them. So now, like I said, you know, classical liberalism, it promotes free trade and smaller government intervention. All right. Now, National Socialism, it also intersects with classical liberalism as well, believe it or not. National Socialism in Italy and Germany, their ideas, their liberal ideals supported unification efforts, which led to the creation of nation states. These nation states also had constitutional governments. Now, that is a form of National Socialism right there, okay? And that is from Italy and Germany. So, they do have liberal ideas, but they also created what they called nation states with constitutional governments. So that kind of gets through a lot of the stuff about liberalism. Now, radicalism is something that is new to me, and I'm still working it out. It's still got a lot of things that I need to find out about, but I have found out some pretty interesting stuff about it. Now, radicalism is it can be confused with classical liberalism, but they're not the same. They're very different from one another. Radicalism believes in a lot of the ideas when it comes to liberalism or classical liberalism, all right? But it doesn't promote smaller government, and it does promote free trade, I believe, but it doesn't believe in smaller government, and it's actually the opposite. The radicals, when they first started out, they were a loose parliament or a parliamentary political group who they basically drew on their earlier ideas of radicalism. They helped to transform the Whigs into the English Liberal Party. Now, the radicals supported parliamentary reform, which that's what I was talking about, and they believed in a lot of excessive reforms. I mean, and earlier I was talking about the conservatives, okay, and what they were against. They were against excessive radicalism or radical ideas, radical reforms. And this is what they're talking about. They supported parliamentary reform with additional aims of including lower taxes and the abolition of censures, okay? They were the ones who probably, from the way I'm reading it, influenced and inspired socialism in the UK. They were big on the working class and middle class. You had the popular radicals, which agitated they agitated and they demanded the right to vote, and they asserted other rights, including like the freedom of the press and relief from economic distress. Then you had the philosophical radicals, who strongly supported parliamentary reform as well, but they were generally hostile towards the arguments and the tactics of the popular radicals. So you had the philosophical radicals, and then you had the popular radicals. So you had two factions within that group, all right? Now, a lot of in my beliefs, I've already said that I believe that the National Socialists have overran the Conservative Party. But if you take a look at it, you can also see where, even though the Radicals and the Whigs were part of creating the Liberal Party into England, I would go even farther as to say that the Radicals eventually overtook the Liberal Party. And later on, I know that the Liberal Party also converged with the Socialists or the Labour Party in the United Kingdom. So eventually, they did become a part of the Labour Party, which is now the Socialist Party within the UK. From what I've read, I mean, I could be wrong, and most likely Mark Edward, you'll hear this and he'll go, oh poppycock, but that's just my take on it. Now, with that, I want to mention a few characters who were radicals. Now, John Wilkes, his reformist efforts in the 1760s as editor of the North Briton and as the MP were seen as radical at the time, but support dropped away from him after the massacre of St. George's Field in 1768. Now, John Wilkes was a prominent English radical journalist and politician known for his outspoken criticisms of the government and advocacy for civil liberties. He was first elected to Parliament. No, he was first elected to Parliament in 1757 and became a key figure in the fight for the rights of voters over the decisions of the House of Commons. Despite being expelled from Parliament multiple times, Wilkes continued to fight for his seat and became a symbol of resistance against governmental oppression. In addition to his political career, Wilkes was known for his libertine lifestyle in association with the Hellfire Club. That means he was a pervert. Okay, just so you guys know. If you don't know anything about the Hellfire Club, I'll let you know here in a little bit. But they were a group infamous for their debauchery. Alright, basically. He also played a significant role in securing the right to publish parliamentary debates, contributing to greater transparency in government. Now, like right here with the radicals, you hear the word transparency, and in today's world, that's all you ever hear is transparency this, transparency that, transparency this. This is the group where all of that came from. When you hear that stuff being said over and over again, you're hearing it coming from a radical movement that is taking place as we speak. Okay, so just understand that. And it really is about the terminology if you're paying attention. Okay, it's all about the words. The government uses words in order to manipulate and get what they want, and you need to understand that, because like governments don't speak the same language as the common man does, and that's been that way for a long time. So just understand that. Now, Wilkes' legacy includes his early efforts towards parliamentary reforms and his support for the American colonies during their struggle for independence. However, his later years saw a shift towards more conservative policies, which alienated some of his radical supporters. And see, I have also heard the same being said about Karl Marx too. Like, Karl Marx was very proactive, I guess you could say. There's one of those words, but as a Marxist when he was younger, but later on when he got older, he ended up being one of those dudes that sit at a coffee shop talking intellectually about the economy, so I thought that was interesting. This is actually the second time I've heard somebody change their viewpoints and stuff, so now, the massacre of St. George Fields occurred on May the 10th, 1768, in Southwark, London. This tragic event unfolded when government soldiers opened fire on a crowd of demonstrators protesting the imprisonment of John Wilkes, a radical member of Parliament. John Wilkes was known for his outspoken criticism of King George III, which led to his arrest and imprisonment. His supporters gathered at St. George Fields to demand his release. When the crowd refused to disperse after the riot act was read, soldiers, primarily from a Scottish regiment, fired into the crowd, resulting in the deaths of 6 or 7 people and injuring around 15 others. This incident not only highlighted the tensions between the government and its critics, but it also contributed to the enduring phrase, reading the riot act, which means to give a stern warning or reprimand. Now, another character that I do want to mention is Henry Orator. Henry Orator Hunt. is what he goes by. Now, he was the main speaker at the Manchester meeting in 1890 that ended in the Peterloo massacre. Hunt was elected MP for the Preston division in 1830 to 1832. The root and branch of the reforms which the adjacent radical suggests. The root and branch of the reforms which the adjective radical suggests, and at the time still strongly in concept denoted by reference to all its previous main uses, is the British Constitution. Now, this is the British Constitution. The British Constitution is not codified or restricted to particular customs, laws, or documentations. So you have this Constitution supposedly in England that isn't codified. It's not restricted, and it doesn't have any particular customs, laws, or documents. So it's not held by law, you know. And this goes back to what I was saying. So when you look at England, you have to understand that it's a monarchy. Okay, people of England and the UK in the colonies, you've all been hoodwinked into believing that you're a part of this constitutional parliamentary government, when in fact you're not. Okay, Canada just now got a constitution in 1982. So the whole time that they've been up there, separated from the United States, they not once had a freaking constitution until 1982. And these are things that I didn't even know until I started doing this stuff with Mark and Bob Dub and Otto and researching this stuff. It's amazing when you look at this stuff. It's crazy. So the Peterloo massacre occurred on August the 16th, 1890 at St. Peter's Field in Manchester, England. It was a significant and tragic event in British history, where a peaceful rally of around 60,000 people demanded parliamentary reform turned deadly. The rally was organized by the Manchester Patriotic Union and featured prominent radical speaker Henry Hunt. The crowd, which included many women and children, gathered to protest the lack of representation in Parliament and the harsh economic conditions following the Napoleonic Wars. Local magistrates, fearing the large and enthusiastic crowd, ordered the Manchester and Salford Yeomanry to arrest Hunt and other leaders. The Yeomanry, along with the 15th Hussars, charged into the crowd with sabers drawn, resulting in chaos and bloodshed. Estimates of the casualties vary, but it's believed that 18 people were killed and between 400 and 700 were injured. The event was dubbed the Peterloo Massacre in a bitter reference to the Battle of Waterloo, highlighting the irony of soldiers attacking their own people. The massacre had a profound impact on public opinion and led to increased support for the reform movement, eventually contributing to the passage of the Reform Act of 1832. So I did want to make a note of the Hellfire Club. Now, the Hellfire Club refers to several exclusive clubs for high society individuals in Britain and Ireland during the 18th century. The most notorious of these was founded by Sir Francis Dashwood, known as the Order of the Friars of St. Francis of Wycombe. These clubs were infamous for their hedonistic and often blasphemous activities. Members, who included prominent figures like John Wilkes and even Benjamin Franklin, would engage in elaborate rituals, mock religious ceremonies, and indulge in various forms of debauchery. The meetings were often held in secluded locations, such as Dashwood's estate at West Wycombe, which featured a network of caves used for their gatherings. The Hellfire Club's activities were shrouded in secrecy, leading to much speculation and myth. While some accounts suggest that the club's antics were more about shocking society than genuine devil worship, the combination of secrecy and scandal ensured its lasting notoriety. So Ben Franklin, he was a pervert. He was a pervert just like John Wilkes. What do you guys think about that? Running around naked, having sex with women. You know what hedonistic behaviors are, don't you? They've got resorts now for that, where you can go to resorts and just act like a fool. So that was Ben Franklin, the old pervert. Alright, so here's another note I thought that was mentionable. Radicalism in England played a significant role in laying the groundwork for socialism in the United Kingdom, but it wasn't the sole cause. The development of socialism in the UK was influenced by a variety of factors and movements over time. Radicalism in the 19th century, which included movements like the Chartists and the Manchester Patriotic Union, focused on political reform such as universal suffrage, fair representation, and workers' rights. Now, right there tells you point blank that has to do with socialism. You know what I'm saying? And the Patriotic Union is something that I became interested in here recently, and if anybody knows any history on that, I would appreciate any feedback that you guys have, because this is some of the stuff that I need to get into so that I can do a deeper dig on what the radicals were during this time period and before. So just wanted to put that out there. Now, these movements highlighted the inequalities and injustices faced by the working class, creating a fertile ground for socialist ideas to take root. Socialism in the UK evolved. Now, see, this is where Bob Dub probably wanted to go from when I mentioned the word evolved, okay? Now, socialism in the UK evolved from these radical roots, but it was also shaped by other influences, including the ideas of early socialists like Robert Owens and the impact of Marxist theory. The economic and social changes brought about by the Industrial Revolution further fueled the growth of socialist thought, as workers sought better conditions and more equitable distribution of wealth. Now, with socialism, that's another thing I've been hearing here lately, and it goes all the way back into the writings, equitable and equity. You know, when you start hearing words like equity, you're hearing socialists. And you'll hear it more and more. It's amazing some of the places where I've heard people talking about that and bringing it up. You know, there's a charity that's supposed to be helping handicapped people. And one of the girls that are on there, she's real short, and she's got a handicap, and you're sitting there listening to her, and it's good that she's on there. She's promoting, people helping out people with disabilities and stuff like that. But then at the end, she starts talking about equity, and I'm like, dude, you don't bring equity up when you're talking about helping people with handicaps, with donations and stuff. And they do that stuff. They'll start throwing that kind of language in there, and they just think you're stupid and you don't understand what that means. But in reality, people understand that stuff, and that's the one thing that everybody who is doing this stuff needs to understand, that those things are very you just know what's being said there. Don't get me wrong when it comes to workers and the history of the workers and the things that they had to do. They had miners working who were doing tedious jobs and losing body parts and things of that nature, which I do not approve of. I don't think that that's a good thing. But at the same time, I've actually read a lot of this stuff when it comes to socialism, and it has very little to do with the individual. It has more to do with unionization. It has to do with the workers. It has to do with the group. It doesn't have to do anything to do with you as an individual or me as an individual. These beginnings may have been, a part of that when it comes to, having a better working class and, safer working environments and things of that nature. But not in today's world, and it's like I said, a lot of this stuff has to do with what I was talking about earlier, where we need to change our thinking, because this stuff is rooted deep into our way of thinking today. This is the way we have been raised up. This is the stuff that we believe in, and it's just not right. It's not true. We need to learn how to change our way of thinking, and that is something that I have been always wanting to tell people. It's easy to freaking, say that you want to do this or you want to do that, but when it comes to doing it, you've actually got to think about it. You got to be like, okay, what is the best logical way of doing that? It's easy to say that we need change, but how do we change? Starting over from scratch, I don't agree with it, but I do believe that there are things that have been done in the past that are important to us. I believe that the individual is more important than the many. You know what I mean? I don't believe that I should give up my rights for somebody else, whereas they shouldn't give up their rights for me. That's respect. That's respecting other people, respecting myself. Conservatism, I think we need to reevaluate. We need to stop thinking that conservatism is what it really isn't. You know what I mean? Today, like, this whole concept of conservatism is like it's like a mush mixed in with liberalism, classic liberalism, radicalism, nationalism, and it's just a pool. It's a cesspool of dirty shit. You know what I mean? That's my best way of saying it. And now, out of that, we've got politicians who are senile. We got 20-year-old freaking children trying to assassinate the president. with mental disabilities, because instead of blaming mental disabilities, we blame the gun, you know. And I think that is something that also needs to be taken into consideration. I get on here and I deal with a lot of people on here who have a lot of issues going on with themselves, you know, that involve mental illness. And I love each and every one of them, but I also have to be careful with them, because I know that I could say something or I could do something that would cause something to hurt them or people around them, you know, because these are real situations. I don't get on here to try to hurt people, you know what I mean? I don't get on here to try to give people advice, you know what I mean? If you're coming on here and wanting me to give you medical advice, you're an idiot. If you've listened to me once, you know that's a stupid idea. So don't be trying to get mental health off this dude, because I've had my fair share of hard times too, you know. I've walked the walk. I'm a recovering alcoholic and drug addict. I've been sober since 2003, June 14th, 2003. I've been through the programs. I know about Alcoholics Anonymous, NA Anonymous, or NA, AA. I can't believe I just said NA Anonymous. But NA, CA, done it all, you know. Read the books. But I'm going to tell you right now, when it's all said and done, and you're looking back at it all, you start realizing it's not just about staying sober and doing the next right thing. It's about, you know, getting through this life without having guilt and shame. If you're doing something right now that you know doesn't feel good and it's not a good thing, then you're the one who's going to have to stop it, basically, is what I'm saying. All right? And you don't have to tell me if you're feeling that way or if you're not. If you're honestly feeling good about getting on the internet and berating other people because of what they believe or what they don't believe, then that means you don't have a conscience. All right? Now, me personally, I went down that road whenever I started messing around with politics, which was, I'd say, roughly 2 years before Donald Trump's first nomination, when he became president. And I got really interested in politics back then. But what ended up happening is things started taking a change for the worst. You know, people started getting hateful, and the environment just become really, really unhealthy. You had a lot of people talking hate, and they still do it today. It's just awful hate towards one another, and it's not just one side or the other, it's both sides doing it. And this is where I'm talking about. If you honestly believe that stuff is good, then you don't have a conscience. But if you if you honestly can feel it inside that you are doing wrong, then you just need to stop doing it. Don't participate. You don't have to be a part of that conversation. I'm talking about politics right now. I'm talking about political history, and I'm not bad-mouthing anybody. You know, I'm contributing in my own way. And for me personally, I feel bad for what happened to Donald Trump, and just all I can say is I'm glad that it was just a flesh wound, because I don't think our country could take another assassination attempt. Also, this whole thing with Biden and that debate beforehand, I've had my theories about that too. But when it comes to that debate, that was, like I said, it was pretty pathetic, I felt sorry for the guy, and I honestly, like I said, I don't think Trump even wanted to be there. It was that bad, so it's pretty cool, I've been on here for 2 hours and 15 minutes. I said I was going to do my best to get you guys a good show. It went from 10 o'clock my time until 12:20 almost, so we did good. Now, the reason why I'm doing this to where I'm setting it off on my own is because there's some issues that I need to deal with. First of all, I do want to start making streams where it just pertains to me so that I can give my point of view. If you guys want to be a part of the conversation, you can participate in the chats. If you don't want to be a part of the conversation, you don't have to be. I understand that, and I respect you for that. But I'm having to deal with a lot of people, and these people have a lot of ideas, and a lot of them aren't really, too straight. A lot of these ideas can get you banned from platforms. That's how radical they are. So I'm tired of getting on shows and listening to other people, or getting on my own shows and listening to other people, and then when I make a comment, they are so into themselves and what they think that they don't even hear what I'm saying, and in their minds they think that I agree with them, you know what I mean? So later on down the road, all of a sudden we're having a conversation and it's like, hey man, you didn't say. I was like, yes, I did say that. I don't agree with you. I never did agree. But in their minds, they think that I'm 100% behind them on it, which isn't true. But this gives me a chance to kind of let everybody know this is me. This is the way I feel about stuff and things of that nature. Now, Do Better actually left me a comment in the stream. I want to thank you, Do Better. And he says, common good and individual rights coincide with each other and are based on morality, which isn't taught and needs to be. I agree with that. I also believe in moral psychology as well. That's the thing that I think really hits home right there. That's what they call the same thing that I had to learn earlier on in the 12-step programs that I mentioned before. I had to learn moral psychology. I had to learn how to stop being in constant denial and admit the truth to myself and to the people around me, because see, a lot of people, and I've had this conversation, this goes back to having these conversations with people, and them believing that I agreed with them when in reality I didn't. Now, this goes back to them, alright? Now, there's people that I've had conversations with over and over and over again who honestly don't believe that they have a subconscious. They don't believe that they lie to themselves. They don't believe that they're constantly lying to themselves, and they have to remind themselves that freaking, even though they believe this, it's wrong. That, that they don't believe that they're doing that stuff. They believe that their way is the right way, and that's all there is to it. When in reality, that's being closed-minded. Being open-minded, willing to freaking change, being honest to yourself and to other people. That's remaining teachable, and those are the fundamentals of morality. You have to be honest to yourself and others. You have to be open-minded, and you have to be willing to change. And with those three ingredients, you remain teachable, and you're able to develop and grow. Okay, and in this world, you have to learn how to grow or you go. Just cut and dry. These are the things that I learned within the first 3 steps of Alcoholics Anonymous, and there's 12 steps. You see, and all of it has to do with moral psychology. So that is something I do agree with you. Do good. You're a good man. Now, like with the individual and everything, I like Spencer Herbert. He says, "To thy own self be true." It's something else that I agree with. I think that you have to be honest to yourself before you can be honest with anybody else. So I hope you guys enjoyed all this, and I'm glad Do Good came on. I can't believe he actually. Let me look at that. Yes, he did. Do Good Minds. Okay, do better. Wow. I knew I seen that somewhere. I just couldn't believe. Yeah, do better. But I'm glad he came on, and I appreciate it. He's already probably gone to sleep by now. But at least he'll see it in the stream after it's done. Now, within the vacuum and RT Zoomy, both like my post. Thank you, Within the Vacuum. I appreciate that. And thanks for the 3 viewers on Rumble. I appreciate it. And I don't know if there's somebody actually on Twitch. It says 1 viewer, but that could be me, because I have this habit of having to see my streams while they're going. I don't know why. Most people don't do that, but I do. I've got to know that everything's going fine on my stream, or it'll drive me nuts. So that could be me. No comments there. And with that, I guess I could end this and say that we did good. I made it to 2 hours and 20 minutes, and I thank everybody for listening, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your night. And good night, guys.
Antiarrhythmic drugs. Benefits versus risks need to be weighed because these drugs can worsen arrhythmias. Classes 1, 2, 3, 4. Class 1. Used for atrial and ventricular arrhythmias. MOA. Block-Na channels interfere with conduction of cardiac impulses slows action potential. Side effects: anorexia, arrhythmias, conduction delays, AV blocks, hypertension, bradycardia, palpitations. Class 2. MOA. Block beta adrenergic receptor sites in conduction system of heart are node is slowed down reduction of electrical impulses. Strength of contractions are reduced heart beats less forcefully, negative inotrope, heart does not need as much oxygen to work. Side effects: arrhythmias, bradycardia, heart failure, hypertension, bronchospasm, fatigue. Class 3. Used for ventricular arrhythmias. MOA is not known, thought to delay repolarization and lengthen refractory period of action potential. Side effects: hypertension, bradycardia, vision disturbance. Class 4. Calcium channel blockers. Used for supraventricular arrhythmias with rapid heart rate, to relieve angina, and to relieve hypertension. MOA inhibits Ca influx into cardiac muscle decreased heart contractility and O2 demand. Also dilates coronary arteries. Side effects: bradycardia, AV block, heart failure, ventricular fibrillation, dizziness,
headache, hypertension. Adenosine. Used for acute treatment of SVT. More. Adenosine suppresses SA node reduces heart rate. AV node is unable to conduct impulse from atria to ventricles temporary pause in rhythm. Side effects: facial flushing, shortness of breath, dizziness, dyspnea, chest discomfort.
Anti-anginal drugs. Sign of angina equal chest pain. These drugs work by increasing the O2 supply to the heart. Nitrates. For acute angina. Can be given sublingually, buccally, as tablets, aerosols, inhalation, transdermally, or via IV. MOA. Cause smooth muscle of veins and arteries to dilate equal coronary arteries dilate equal improvement of O2 supply to myocardium. Also, the dilated blood vessels means there is less blood return to heart equal reduces preload equal reduction of ventricular wall tension equal reduces O2 requirements of heart. Side effects: headache, hypertension, dizziness, and increased heart rate. Have patient sit, lay, when providing first dose. Beta blockers. For long-term prevention of angina. MOA. Block beta receptor sites in heart equal decreased heart rate, force of contraction, blood pressure equal lower O2 demand. Side effects: bradycardia, heart failure, arrhythmias, AV block, fainting, fluid retention, edema, shock. Assess apical pulse before administration. Hold if 50 bpm.
But now let us pass to the first point. From what source then shall we verify our proofs? Not, of course, from our own scriptures, lest we should seem to show favor to our argument, but let Greeks themselves appear as our witnesses, both those of them who boast of their philosophy, and those who have investigated the history of other nations. Well then, in recording the ancient theology of the Egyptians from the beginning, Diodorus, the Sicilian, leads the way, a man thoroughly known to the most learned of the Greeks as having collected the whole library of history into one treatise. From him I will set forth first what he has clearly stated in the beginning of his work concerning the origin of the whole world, while recording the opinion of the ancients in the manner following. The ancients worshipped no other gods than the celestial luminaries, knowing nothing of the God of the universe, nor even of the erection of carved images, nor of demons. It is said then that the men who dwelled of old in Egypt, when they looked up to the cosmos, and were struck with astonishment and admiration at the nature of the universe, supposed that the sun and moon were two eternal and primal gods, one of whom they named Osiris, and the other Isis, each name being applied from some true etymology. For when they are translated into the Greek form of speech, Osiris is many-eyed, with reason, for casting his beams in every direction he beholds, as it were with many eyes, the whole earth and sea, and with this the poet's words agree. Thou sun, who all things sayest, and nearest all. But some of the ancient mythologists among the Greeks gave to Osiris the additional name Dionysus, and by a slight change in the name, Sirius. One of these, Eumolpus, speaks in his back-sheet poems thus. Dionysus named, bright as a star, his face aflame with rays. And Orpheus says, for that same cause fans and Dionysus him they call. Some say also that the fawn skin cloak is hung about him as a representation of the spangling of the stars. Isis too, being interpreted, means ancient, the name having been given to the moon from her ancient and eternal origin. And they put horns upon her, both from the aspect with which she appears whenever she is crescent-shaped, and also from the cow which is consecrated to her among the Egyptians. And these deities are supposed to regulate the whole world. Such then are the statements on this subject. You find, too, in the Phoenician theology, that their first physical philosophers knew no other gods than the sun, the moon, and besides these the planets, the elements also, and the things connected with them, and that to these the earliest of mankind consecrated the productions of the earth, and regarded them as gods, and worshipped them as the sources of sustenance to themselves and to following generations, and to all that went before them, and offered to them drink offerings and libations. But pity and lamentation and weeping they consecrated to the produce of the earth when perishing, and to the generation of living creatures at first from the earth, and then to their production one from another, and to their end, when they departed from life. These notions of worship were in accordance with their own weakness, and the want as yet of any enterprise of mind. Such are the statements of the Phoenician writings, as will be proved in due course.
The reptilian gene is a fascinating and complex subject, representing millions of years of evolutionary adaptation. Its distinct characteristics have enabled reptiles to thrive in diverse and challenging environments, from arid deserts to lush rainforests. The study of the reptilian gene provides insights into the fundamental mechanisms that govern not only reptilian physiology but also the broader spectrum of vertebrate genetics. This article delves into the unique properties of the reptilian gene, its evolutionary significance, and its implications for understanding biodiversity. Reptiles, as one of the oldest groups of vertebrates, have undergone a series of genetic transformations that have allowed them to adapt, evolve, and persist across geological epochs. Their genomes contain clues about survival strategies, behavioral traits, and physiological responses that are unparalleled among other vertebrates. Understanding these genes helps researchers trace the origins of various genetic pathways, shedding light on the evolutionary history of reptiles and their divergence from other groups such as mammals and birds. The unique anatomical and physiological features of reptiles, such as their scaly skin, cold-blooded metabolism, and regenerative abilities, are deeply rooted in their genetic makeup. Unlike mammals, which are endothermic, warm-blooded, and possess fur, reptiles are ectothermic, relying on environmental heat sources to regulate their body temperature. This key physiological difference is governed by a distinct set of genetic expressions that define their metabolic pathways. One of the primary genes responsible for this trait is the LHX9 gene, which influences thermoregulation and energy conservation. In reptiles, this gene plays a crucial role in optimizing energy use in varying climates, allowing them to survive in both extremely hot and cold environments. The scaly skin, which is a hallmark of reptilian biology, is regulated by keratin genes unique to this group. These genes, such as KRT9 and KRT14, control the production of specialized proteins that form the hard, protective scales, providing a barrier against dehydration and physical injuries. Additionally, reptilian genomes show a high degree of genetic plasticity, particularly in relation to their regenerative capabilities. Certain species, like the gecko and the green anole, possess genes such as WNT and TGF-beta pathways that facilitate tissue regeneration. These genes allow them to regrow lost tails and limbs, a feat rarely seen in mammals. The behavior and cognitive abilities of reptiles, while often considered less complex than those of mammals, are nonetheless influenced by their genetic frameworks. Reptiles display a range of behaviors from territoriality and mating rituals to navigation and problem-solving skills, all of which are dictated by neurological gene expressions. Key genes such as BDNF, brain-derived neurotrophic factor, and NRG1, neuregulin-1 are known to regulate neurodevelopmentally processes, influencing learning, memory, and social behavior in reptiles. For instance, research has shown that some reptiles, like certain lizard species, capable of spatial learning and have the ability to navigate mazes. This contradicts the stereotype of reptiles as solely instinct-driven creatures and suggests that their cognitive faculties are more advanced than previously thought. Furthermore, the expression of genes such as DRD4, a dopamine receptor gene, plays a role in modulating reptilian temperament and responses to environmental stressors. Variations in this gene can lead to differences in behavior between aggressive and docile individuals, shaping the social dynamics within reptilian populations. The reptilian gene has undergone significant evolution, marked by both conservative and divergent changes that have allowed reptiles to occupy a variety of ecological niches. Molecular analysis reveals that certain genes, such as the HOX gene cluster, have remained remarkably stable over millions of years. The HOX genes are responsible for body segmentation and limb development, ensuring that reptiles maintain their characteristic body plans despite changes in size and environment. However, other genetic pathways have diverged considerably, giving rise to unique adaptations in different reptilian lineages. For example, the sonic hedgehog SHH gene, which is critical for limb and digit formation, shows unique mutations in snakes, resulting in the loss of limbs, a defining trait of this group. In contrast, chameleons have evolved specialized visual genes like otoferlin, enabling them to process color information with exceptional precision, which is crucial for their predatory lifestyle. The divergence between reptilian and mammalian genes is particularly evident in the TBX5 and PITX1 genes, which influence limb morphology. In reptiles, these genes contribute to the development of elongated bodies and reduced limbs, a feature seen in species like skinks and snakes. This genetic divergence has allowed reptiles to explore niches inaccessible to other vertebrates, from burrowing underground to gliding between trees. At the molecular level, the reptilian genome is characterized by a rich array of gene families that control various physiological processes. One of the most prominent is the cytochrome P450, CYP family, which is involved in detoxification and metabolic regulation. Reptiles possess a greater diversity of CYP genes compared to mammals, allowing them to process a wider range of dietary compounds, including toxic plant and animal matter. The CYP gene family's expansion is thought to be an adaptive response to the varied diets of reptiles, ranging from herbivory in tortoises to the carnivorous habits of snakes. This genetic versatility is a key factor in the ecological success of reptiles, enabling them to exploit diverse food sources without succumbing to toxins. Another crucial aspect of reptilian molecular biology is the role of microRNA, miRNA, in regulating gene expression. miRNA are small non-coding RNA molecules that bind to messenger RNA, mRNA, and control the translation of genetic information into proteins. In reptiles, miRNA are known to modulate various processes such as development, metabolism, and immune responses. For instance, specific miRNA, like MIR1 and MIR206, involved in muscle development and repair, contributing to the extraordinary physical abilities of certain reptiles, such as the powerful tail whips of iguanas or the rapid limb movements of lizards. Additionally, miRNA play a role in temperature-dependent sex determination, a unique reproductive strategy seen in some reptiles like turtles and crocodiles. The expression levels of certain miRNA change based on the temperature of the egg incubation environment, influencing whether the embryo develops as male or female. This complex interplay of miRNA and gene regulation highlights the sophisticated genetic toolkit that reptiles possess, allowing them to fine-tune their physiology and adapt to changing environments with remarkable precision. The genetic resilience of reptiles is one of their most intriguing features. Their genomes are equipped with adaptations that provide resistance to diseases and environmental stressors. One of the primary genetic factors contributing to this resilience is the presence of unique immune system genes, such as toll-like receptors, TLR, and major histocompatible complex, MHC genes. These genes are essential for pathogen recognition and immune response, enabling reptiles to fend off a broad spectrum of infections. Moreover, the P53 gene, known as the guardian of the genome, is highly conserved and active in reptiles. This gene is responsible for regulating cell cycle checkpoints, DNA repair, and apoptosis, programmed cell death. In reptiles, the P53 pathway is more robust compared to mammals, providing enhanced protection against cancer and other age-related diseases. This genetic advantage is one reason why some reptilian species, such as tortoises, have exceptionally long lifespans and relatively low incidences of cancer. Additionally, reptiles possess genes that confer adaptability to extreme environmental conditions. For example, desert-dwelling reptiles, like the Gila monster, express unique variants of the aquaporin genes that allow them to efficiently manage water retention and minimize dehydration. Similarly, reptiles that inhabit cold environments, such as the painted turtle, have evolved specialized proteins known as antifreeze glycoproteins AFGP, which prevent ice formation within their cells during hibernation. These genetic adaptations not only ensure survival but also allow reptiles to thrive in a wide range of habitats, from the arid deserts of North Africa to the frozen tundras of the Arctic. Reptiles are among the most diverse groups of vertebrates, with an evolutionary history that dates back over 300 million years. The divergence of reptilian genes from those of other vertebrates, such as mammals and birds, can be traced through comparative genomics. By analyzing the differences and similarities in gene sequences, researchers have identified several key genetic pathways that set reptiles apart. One significant divergence is seen in the SOX gene family, which plays a pivotal role in sex determination and gonadal development. While mammals rely on the presence of the SRY gene on the Y chromosome to determine maleness, reptiles exhibit a broader array of genetic mechanisms. In some species, like the American alligator, temperature-dependent sex determination is influenced by SOX9 expression. The lack of a strict chromosomal sex determination system in these reptiles suggests that they have evolved alternative genetic pathways for reproductive success. Another area of divergence is in the FOXP2 gene, often referred to as the language gene. In mammals and birds, mutations in FOXP2 are linked to speech and vocal learning. In reptiles, however, this gene shows a unique expression pattern associated with territorial and courtship behaviors, suggesting that it has been repurposed for social communication rather than vocalization. This repurposing highlights the plasticity of the reptilian genome and its capacity to evolve novel functions from existing genetic frameworks. Reptiles are often seen as solitary creatures, but their social behaviors are more complex than they appear. Genetic studies have revealed that certain genes, such as arginine vasopressin receptor 1A, are linked to social bonding and aggression in reptiles. Variants of this gene are associated with different levels of territoriality, mating strategies, and parental care. For example, in the green iguana, individuals with higher AVPR1A expression tend to be more territorial and engage in more aggressive displays, while those with lower expression are more tolerant of other individuals. This genetic basis for social behavior suggests that, like mammals, reptilian social structures are influenced by underlying genetic mechanisms that shape their interactions and hierarchies. The oxytocin and vasopressin receptor genes, which are well studied in mammals for their role in bonding and social behaviors, also exist in reptiles, but with different expression patterns. In reptiles, these genes are more closely tied to reproductive behaviors and mate guarding rather than long-term pair bonding. This distinction provides insights into how reptiles have evolved social strategies that differ from those of mammals, emphasizing the diversity of genetic influences on behavior. Despite the wealth of knowledge gained from reptilian genetic research, several controversies remain. One of the most debated topics is the potential for genetic manipulation of reptilian genes for conservation or biomedical purposes. As reptiles face increasing threats from habitat destruction and climate change, scientists are exploring the possibility of using gene editing technologies like CRISPR to enhance their resilience. However, ethical concerns arise regarding the manipulation of wild populations. Altering genes to increase disease resistance or change reproductive strategies could have unforeseen ecological consequences, potentially disrupting natural evolutionary processes. Critics argue that such interventions could lead to a loss of genetic diversity and the homogenization of reptilian populations. Another area of contention is the classification of certain genetic mutations in reptiles. For instance, the presence of pseudogenes, genes that have lost their original function, in the genomes of some snake species has sparked debate about the role of these genetic relics. While some researchers view pseudogenes as evolutionary dead ends, others believe they may still play a role in regulating gene expression and could be reactivated under certain environmental conditions. These controversies highlight the complexities of reptilian genetics and underscore the need for further research to unravel the full implications of these genetic phenomena. The future of reptilian gene research holds great promise for both scientific understanding and practical applications. Advances in genomic sequencing and bioinformatics are enabling researchers to map the entire genomes of various reptilian species, providing a comprehensive view of their genetic architecture. Such studies are revealing previously unknown gene families and regulatory elements, offering new insights into the evolution and adaptation of these ancient creatures. One promising avenue of research is the exploration of epigenetic modifications in reptiles. Epigenetics, which involves changes in gene expression without altering the underlying DNA sequence, is known to play a role in temperature-dependent sex determination and developmental plasticity in reptiles. Understanding these epigenetic mechanisms could lead to breakthroughs in reptilian conservation, allowing scientists to predict how populations will respond to environmental changes. Additionally, the study of reptilian genes may have applications beyond herpetology. For example, the unique regenerative abilities of some reptiles could inspire new approaches to human medicine, particularly in the fields of tissue engineering and regenerative therapies. By identifying the key genetic factors that enable reptiles to regenerate limbs and spinal cord tissues, researchers hope to develop treatments for spinal injuries and other debilitating conditions. The reptilian gene is a testament to the power of evolution and the adaptability of life. From their unique physiological traits to their complex behaviors, reptiles showcase a diverse array of genetic adaptations that have allowed them to thrive for millions of years. Understanding these genes not only enriches our knowledge of reptilian biology but also provides valuable insights into the broader processes of vertebrate evolution and adaptation. As research continues to uncover the intricacies of the reptilian genome, the potential for new discoveries remains vast. Whether through the study of genetic resilience, behavior, or disease resistance, the exploration of reptilian genes promises to deepen our appreciation for these remarkable creatures and contribute to the ongoing quest to decipher the genetic code of life itself. Reptilian scales are more than just a protective outer layer. They are a complex and diverse feature that has allowed reptiles to adapt and thrive in a variety of environments. Covering the skin of lizards, snakes, crocodilians, and many other reptiles, these scales serve multiple purposes, including protection, sensory function, and thermoregulation. Each scale type, whether found on the rough, textured skin of a crocodile or the smooth, glossy covering of a snake, is tailored to the specific ecological niche and evolutionary needs of the species. Reptilian scales are derived from the epidermis, a significant distinction from the dermal scales seen in fish. This adaptation allows for a range of structural variations, textures, and appearances, all of which provide insights into the evolutionary history of these species. The composition of reptilian scales varies across species, but most share common elements such as keratin and specialized pigments. Keratin is a fibrous protein that provides strength and rigidity to the scales. It is divided into two primary types: alpha keratin, found in the softer, more flexible scales; beta keratin, present in the harder, more rigid scales and giving a tougher texture. The outermost layer of scales is formed by beta keratin, which creates a tough, impermeable surface. This barrier helps prevent water loss, which is crucial for reptiles inhabiting arid regions. Beneath the beta-keratin layer, alpha-keratin provides flexibility, allowing the scales to bend and stretch as needed. In addition to keratin, reptilian scales often contain pigments that contribute to their diverse coloration patterns. These pigments are produced by chromatophores, specialized cells that include melanophores, producing black and brown pigments, xanthophores, yellow, and iridophores, reflective colors. The interaction of these pigments can produce the vivid and intricate patterns seen in many reptiles. There are several types of scales found across reptilian species, each serving different functional purposes. Tuberculate scales, small, rounded scales often seen in lizards. These scales provide protection and help in water retention. Cycloid scales, overlapping, rounded scales that are flexible and allow for smooth movement, often seen in snakes. Keeled scales feature a raised ridge down the center, giving the scales a rough texture. These are commonly found in many species of lizards and some snakes, aiding in camouflage by diffusing light. Ganoid scales, thick, bony, and interlocking scales seen in some ancient species. These scales provide exceptional protection but are less common in modern reptiles. Scuts, large, plate-like scales seen in turtles and crocodilians, providing significant defense against predators and environmental hazards. Each of these scale types has adapted to specific ecological and evolutionary pressures. For example, keeled scales are advantageous for species that rely on cryptic coloration to avoid predation, as the uneven surface helps break up light and shadow patterns. Beyond protection, reptilian scales are equipped with a range of sensory functions. Many scales, especially in snakes, contain specialized sensory organs known as sensilla, which can detect vibrations and changes in the environment. These receptors are incredibly sensitive, allowing snakes to detect the slightest movements of prey or predators. Pit organs, found in certain snake species, these are specialized thermal receptors located between the scales of the head. Pit organs can detect minute changes in temperature, enabling these snakes to locate warm-blooded prey even in complete darkness. Mechanoreceptors, present in various reptiles, these receptors allow the animal to sense touch and pressure, aiding in spatial awareness and environmental interactions. This integration of sensory organs into the scales demonstrates the evolutionary sophistication of reptilian adaptations, making scales not just a physical barrier but also an extension of the sensory system. Thermoregulation is a critical function of reptilian scales, as reptiles are ectothermic and rely on external sources to regulate their body temperature. Scales, through their varying textures, colors, and thickness, can influence the rate at which a reptile absorbs or loses heat. For instance, dark-colored scales, more effective at absorbing heat, making them ideal for reptiles that need to warm up quickly in cooler environments. Light-colored scales reflect sunlight, helping prevent overheating in arid, sun-drenched regions. The arrangement of scales can also impact thermoregulation. In some species, scales are organized in such a way that they can create microchannels, directing air or moisture flow across the body to help regulate temperature. Additionally, scales play a role in minimizing water loss, an essential adaptation for desert-dwelling reptiles. The impermeable layer created by beta-keratin reduces evaporation, allowing reptiles to conserve precious water resources in dry habitats. The origins of reptilian scales can be traced back to early amniotes, the ancestors of reptiles, birds, and mammals. Over millions of years, scales have undergone significant modifications, leading to the wide variety seen today. The evolution of scales is closely linked to the transition from aquatic to terrestrial life, as early reptiles needed a protective covering that could retain moisture and shield them from environmental threats. One of the prevailing theories suggests that scales evolved from small, hardened structures in the skin, similar to the scuts seen in modern-day crocodilians. These early scales would have provided a selective advantage, helping prehistoric reptiles survive in harsh, dry environments. With time, scales diversified into the range of forms and functions observed today. For example, crocodilian scales retained the thick, bony structure of early scales, providing a high degree of protection. Lizard and snake scales evolved to be more flexible and lightweight, facilitating movement and camouflage. The presence of overlapping scales in modern reptiles is considered a key adaptation, allowing for increased mobility while maintaining a protective barrier. The unique properties of reptilian scales have made them a subject of interest in various fields, including biomimetics and materials science. Researchers study the microstructure of reptilian scales to develop new materials with enhanced flexibility and strength. For example, the overlapping structure of snake scales has inspired the design of flexible armor and robotics that require a balance between protection and mobility. Reptilian scales have also influenced cultural symbolism and art. In many mythologies, reptilian creatures such as dragons and serpents are depicted with vividly detailed scales, representing power, transformation, and mystery. This imagery has been passed down through centuries, reinforcing the cultural significance of these evolutionary adaptations. The study of reptilian scales is a dynamic field, with ongoing research focusing on several key areas. Advances in genomics are helping scientists identify the specific genes responsible for scale formation and variation. Understanding how reptiles regenerate scales after injury could have implications for regenerative medicine in humans. Researchers are investigating how climate change might impact scale development and function in different reptilian species. As our understanding of the complex interplay between form, function, and evolution in reptilian scales grows, so too does the potential for applying these insights to broader scientific and technological challenges. Reptilian scales are a testament to nature's ingenuity, representing a perfect balance of form and function. From their role in protection and sensory perception to their contribution to thermoregulation and hydration, scales are a critical adaptation that has allowed reptiles to conquer diverse environments. The study of these remarkable structures not only deepens our understanding of reptilian biology but also offers valuable lessons for fields ranging from biomimetics to conservation. As we continue to explore the secrets hidden within the scales, we uncover new layers of complexity that speak to the incredible adaptability and resilience of these ancient creatures.
But yeah, and now with all this Greer whistleblowing and stuff coming out, it's like there's just too much information out from credible sources now to deny it anymore. Like the real questions now is like, who is involved? What are they doing? You know, how can this technology be distributed to humanity for positive purposes? You know, and yeah, luckily some people are on board with that now, which is good.
With me, it's not really about being, on board or not on board. I mean, the story itself is just completely mind blowing. You know what I mean? I don't care if it's real or if it's not real. You know, even if it wasn't a real story, the person that came up with that story has freaking got to be just amazing when it comes to the imagination. You know what I'm saying? Like,
The fact is, the story doesn't just come from one person. It's like woven between like hundreds of different people, and it's all like lining up, you know. And that's what's fascinating to me. Is like, you know, one person can make up a story, but when you have like hundreds of people coming forward talking about the same stuff, there's a phenomena there. And once you start to realize that phenomena is real, it kind of changes everything we sort of perceive ourselves to be, and the possibilities of our history, and, you know, where we're going in the near distant future. You know, everything is now up for grabs. You know, everything is up for debate. And yeah, I find it like such an exciting time to be alive, really. Like, it's like exploring space for the first time again, you know.
Now, before we get too far ahead on things, I need you to do me a favor. Now, she was discussing the Akashic records, I believe.
Yeah,
The other day.
Do you know about that?
Yeah, I know about it, but like yesterday I was trying to do ancient history, so I didn't really want to get into it there. This would be a perfect time for you to hear a little bit about that, because we're kind of talking about that when we're talking about the Sphinx and with Casey, okay? Now, when it comes to the Akashic records, he's really the first one that started. He coined it basically, and it was because of a vision that he had, where he seen a library that was hidden under the Sphinx, and this library was supposed to be the remnants of the survivors from Atlantis. Okay, now nobody's been able to supposedly find this library, but he did have the vision of it in his dream, because he would lay down and he'd see into the future. You know what I mean? But my whole thing is
can I just jump in there for a second?
Go for it.
So I was looking at this yesterday, actually. He described 3 different halls of records that existed under the ground that's been hidden since the end of the fall of Atlantis. One was under the paw of the Sphinx. One was in Teotihuacan in Mexico. And there was another one supposedly underground in the Bahamas, where Atlantis used to be, according to him. And so when you read Plato, Atlantis wasn't an island, it was an empire that stretched from like Lebanon to South America. It was huge, basically stretched half the planet. And so like there's predictions that the halls of records will be found now in our time. But the word Akashic records comes from the Hindu mythology as well. It's called Akash, which I was trying to look up just before. Akasha is a type of energy or something that they describe. I've got it here. It stands for space or sky or ether in traditional Indian cosmology, depending on the religion. The term also has been adopted in Western occultism and spiritualism in the late 19th century. So it comes from the Indo-Aryan languages and Dravidian languages, corresponding with the word Akash, meaning sky. Yeah, so that's all I wanted to chip in about.
Now, the Indo-European is another thing that I do want to discuss more on my history, because there's a lot of interesting things that are going on in there too, because like a lot of people don't really understand what's going on or what happened, you know what I'm saying? I personally have my difference of opinion from what a lot of people in mainstream science believe in, you believe that they have this like belief that all humans have about everything, like we started from one being that was human and then spawned out. And I personally don't feel that is correct. I believe that humans actually started out in different sections of the earth at different times in different periods, and that's when they evolved from these different areas. And if you go back and you look at the evidence and you just kind of just have an open mind and everything, you would honestly see what I'm saying. I mean, it's not that hard to believe, because like you have the Indo-Europeans, which are all now they're getting into the DNA and stuff like that, and it's just the evidence with just them is overwhelming. And people to this day.
Well, the DNA is going to tell the story in the end, really. I'm actually a bit of an advocate for, like, I like where science has taken us, but I think it's limited by its perspective on history. And now, in light of this whole extraterrestrial history coming out, I think it's totally plausible that our DNA has been intentionally altered in the past. And why else would it be possible for so many different species of human to spontaneously occur around the same time? And I I think, and there's also like some genetic evidence that shows that like a certain portion, I think it was like 300 or 400 different genes have no genetic origin. Like there's no evidence for it being passed down due to evolution. It just sort of like spontaneously occurred, and that is such a rare thing to happen. It's basically impossible, you know. And so that kind of leads credence to the possibility of us being genetically engineered in the ancient past, or at least manipulated. And some of the ancient myths also talk about stuff like that. You know, even in the Bible, they talk about that in Genesis. They talk about that in ancient Babylonian, was it Babylonian or Assyrian mythology? They talk about that.
It
So
originally
yeah, I find it
started in
interesting.
Sumerian with Enki and his wife. I was talking about that the other day, and I agree 100%. There's a lot of evidence that shows that at least our DNA was tampered with. I personally don't feel that humans really even came from this planet. They say that like we are genetically, or we're not genetic, we evolved out of an ape, okay? And the only problem with that is, like I said before in the chat a while back, it was a while ago, it's our structure, okay? Like, and I know this sounds ridiculous, but it's not, okay? Look at your small toe, okay? Now your small toe is it's deficient. It's not adequate for any creature that evolved out of an ape. An ape has a freaking small toe that's like a finger, and when they crawl, they grab to the tree branches and everything so that they can freaking climb better, okay? Now, according to evolution itself says that we don't devolve, we evolve, we move forward, okay? So that means that's the reason why we have our appendix still, is because even though they say that it's not needed anymore, it's still there because at one time, for some reason or another, our body needed that appendix. Now, if that applies to your appendix, then why doesn't that apply to your big, or your little toe? You know what I'm saying? It's like it's a double standard. So you mean to tell me environment changed our toe, but it didn't take away the appendix? You know, there's things that just don't match up, is what I'm going at with that. So I don't.
Yeah, it's possible, but it's also possible that you know, just changes in need can change our physical structure quite drastically over a fairly short period of time, evolutionary. Just look at dogs, for example, right? They were wolves not long ago, and you know, now we have chihuahuas, for example. So some things can shrink and grow as needed. Like they got the pygmy elephants in Gibraltar, for example, that probably happened during the Ice Age or like some really cold periods where there weren't like enough food.
Unless they were cultivated.
I think like
unless they were cultivated.
Well, yeah.
Genetic structure.
But remember, we went from like tree-dwelling creatures to like bipedal, walking around creatures, which is quite a different need in our structure and like center of gravity, and probably don't need to grab things as much with our feet. So like most of us can't even move individual toes anymore, you know. Most of us can only move our toes together. And but I find like if you actually focus on it for a while, you can actually relearn how to move individual toes again. So it just comes down to like, you don't use it, you lose it kind of thing in nature.
Me sitting here attempting to move my toes individually. Wow.
Now, I know scientifically it does apply what you're talking about to situations like in the Himalayas, for example, okay? Like me and you, if we went to the Himalayas and tried to make it to the top, we would literally have to stop at freaking checkpoints so that we could take oxygen because our bodies aren't prepared for it. But for the people who live there in the Himalayas, they don't need that. They can go anywhere on top of those mountains they want to go, and the atmosphere doesn't affect them whatsoever. And it's because
I've seen those guys, man. They can carry like crazy weights too, and just like sprint up those mountains. It's insane. It's insane. They're Sherpas.
But yeah.
They release more EPO, I think it is, and that causes them to produce more red blood cells than your average person. So if you actually have a child at altitude, they have like 10% more blood than the average human. And if they're born up there, that lasts for life. Whereas if we go up there temporarily, it'll come back down once we come back down, you know?
Yeah. And see that's the one thing I did learn. That's genetic. I mean that's not like just a natural thing that occurs. That goes right into their DNA.
Yeah, it's like genetic adaptation or something.
Yeah, because according to science, genetics can be affected by your environment. Like especially like what's going on. If you live in like the Pacific, down in the South Pacific on islands and stuff, and it's nice and tropical, there's more of a chance that you're going to be more about how do they term it? It's going to be about what is it? Immortality, basically. It's going to be about immortality. Your lifestyle is, so you're going to want to live forever. You know what I mean? No, it's the opposite. Now, if you're living in like a harsh environment, it'll be about immortality. You're going to worry about procreating and having babies so the next generation can go on. You know what I mean? Whereas if you live in a nice environment where it's nice and tropical and you don't have to worry about the harsh environments, just like the weather and stuff like that. I'm not saying the beasts or anything. I'm just saying like the actual environment. Then you're not going to be as much a survivor as what you would be if you were living, in a freaking iced up area where freaking or where the environment can literally kill you, so. And that could go in deserts too. Like you look at people who are in the Middle East, right around Samaria. The Sumerians and the Egyptians, they lived in a harsh environment, so.
Right, an earthworm can probably sense when you're afraid. They sense it too.
Yes.
So yeah.
Yeah. That's really weird you said that, because Peabody Hall, I had some student workers, and it was always the guys that were like, oh my God, I don't want to stay there anymore. And they would tell me the stories of some of their friends. And we're like, it's terrible.
What state was that in?
Ohio.
Okay.
Butler
Thank you.
County.
Oxford.
University's in Oxford, yeah. Oxford, Ohio. Peabody Hall, yeah. It's the oldest building on campus.
That's actually, I was up in Ohio years ago, but I was at Old Man's Cave up in Ohio.
Massachusetts.
I think that's up near Lancaster.
Oh, that's Hocking Hills, isn't it? Hocking Hills. Hocking Hills
Yes.
has got some scary stuff there too.
Yes.
Did you stay in the cabins there?
Dude, that's a really, no, I just went up for the day, but even walking through that area was, do you ever go through areas where you just feel like you're, like there's a ripple in time? Like it's weird. Like, that's how that area felt.
It's so weird you said that, because my husband and I went up there and we stayed, you stay in the cabins and they have like the hot tub. So we got in the hot tub, we were having some wine out there on the deck. And you can hear all the crickets, you can hear all the frogs and stuff. It was in the summer. And all of a sudden, that all just quit. It just stopped.
Yep.
And I was like, well, this is weird. And it stopped for a significant amount of time, at least 5-10 minutes maybe. And it was weird. It was very scary, because there's something out there. There is. So I was like, what's this? And then it was so funny, because I saw a show. It's been about a couple months ago. They had some scary shows on, and there was a group, because a lot of times people go in groups and stay at the big cabins. and there was a whole family, and they said that they had encountered Bigfoot or something. The one guy was out drinking, and everybody else had went to bed. He was just having a relaxing on the deck, and they went out in the morning because he heard some stuff, and they found a footprint. So there's something weird about that whole place. It's beautiful, but yeah. I remember.
Well, again, it's like Route 76. It's like 76 going through Pennsylvania. It's funny because I have traveled that road. Can't tell you how many times I've gone back and forth between Ohio and New York. And they say that again, it's a place where there is actually a time river. And yes, I can tell you that you lose time on that road. It's weird. But
I never
it's
had
like you
any
actually
problem with that, Nancy.
no,
Now,
not at all, Mark.
and I'm from there. Now, Route 30 through Pennsylvania. Oh yeah, there's definitely uh, because you have Gravity Hill that goes through there, and it's on part of it.
You know, actually, where I'm at, there's a place here called Spook Hill. If you Google it, it's one of these places where like gravity works backwards here. There's
the
actually
railroad crossing or
yeah,
something there.
it's
Oh.
not.
Yeah, I've heard of
Spook
that.
Hill is Spook Hill is not a railroad crossing, but it is literally a road where it's like gravity is going the wrong way on that road. I can't explain it, but it's crazy.
Isn't it?
But again, it's called Spook Hill. And this is not something that happened with new construction. This is something that was historically known. Like even the natives knew that area, there was something different about it.
Well, and
So
I thought
yeah, and there's
in San Antonio like that too, isn't that's the railroad crossing, I think, where you
Yep.
take your car, and if it goes up, like it'll go
things
off.
roll uphill.
Yeah, they roll
Yep,
up
it
the hill.
rolls uphill.
And it's so
Yep.
strange.
Yep.
And then like there's handprints or something on the cars too, or something. They said it was really weird. But San Antonio is an interesting little town too. I think, it's not little, but it's an interesting city. It's kind of scary too.
Well, it makes me wonder too, though. Like if you graph out this area, there is actually a conjunction of ley lines locally, so it's just one of those things where you're like, really? But again, there's a lot of. I mean, granted, again, you had a very ancient tribe that made its basically its home here. You have an area that goes gravity backwards here. I mean, it's just there's a lot of synchronicity. Yeah. And actually,
Yeah.
they're in Crystal River. They're expediting an archaeological site. In fact, I've been there twice now because it's so intriguing to me. Some of the things that they're unearthing there. Number one, there's a definitive Mayan influence in the art that they're and the pottery that they're bringing up at this archaeological site. And I mean, there's no two ways about it. There is massive Mayan influence in this. But
And
then
they tell us the Mayans didn't extend that far north, but the Mayan range did.
Correct. Like I said, there's definitive. I mean, there's no doubt about what's on this pottery. But more than that, there's several stones at the site. I got to pull up my photographs because I actually have a log. It reminds me of some of the petroglyphs you see in France. It's very specific type of, and they're saying that it can't be dated because it's done in stone. It's older than basically the civilizations they're unearthing. And I'm looking at it going, my God, it goes back. It looks like the petroglyphs over in France. And it's funny because I was there with
human
literally-
civilization goes back millions of years, if you ask me. I mean,
boom. Yep, exactly. You guys can see it's so funny because it's the video broadcast is starting to get a lot of interest from people walking by, which is funny. They're all, even the cop was like looking at the camera.
It's funny because I've lived in Ohio all my life, and I didn't know, like, I guess maybe I was just surfing through YouTube one night, and there was a lot of truckers saying that Ohio is one of the scariest places to drive through. They don't.
Yeah, Roger said that one time. Hey, Roger, chip in.
I always thought other places were scarier than Ohio.
Okay, nothing bad against Ohio, but Ohio is one of the scariest places on earth to fly into. Forget driving to. Cleveland International Airport is not a fun place. It's like I think, dude, I think
Where
they
have you
invented
flown into?
spandex.
What airport did you fly into? Because we're right here. Where we're at is very central to Cincinnati, CBG, and
No,
Dayton.
Cleveland. It was Cleveland, and I can tell
Oh,
you that every woman who was way too overweight wore spandex in that airport. And I was just like, where am I in hell? It's like
it's like
I
you'd
don't
be in
want
a
to look at this
art
all
store,
day.
huh?
It was just it was oh Lord. But I mean, between my two least favorite airports, Cleveland and Chicago, Air, and I think I'll give it to Chicago. Chicago is like the worst airport I've ever flown into my life. I don't like Atlanta because of the traveling distance between gates. But
Yeah.
Chicago, I I mean, I would fly in and out of Newark a million times before I flew into Chicago again. I do not like Chicago again. And Newark
Yeah.
sucks. Trust me.
Yeah.
Newark, New
I've
Jersey.
been there. I've been out
I
of
mean, the
CBG
airport
and
itself is
Dayton.
okay. Driving around the airport sucks.
Yeah.
Like I said, it's like they designed the exterior of the airport to make people get lost and not be able to find their way out.
I think that all.
It's designed to torture the people that come into it.
Right?
It's like
Like
I said
some
to somebody once.
sadist.
Yeah, it's like literally, it's like you sometimes wonder if these architects were literally sadists and like, well, let's just design the airport exit so they can never get out.
That
Let's
sounds
put the
like
arrow
Middletown.
that way so they can't go that way.
It sounds like Middletown. The road streets here, they go like you have like some. They just go all the around. You can't like get off a road. Sometimes you just like turn. You have to go all the way down miles and then come back
Yep.
around. This whole town is strange. It's I've never seen
Well,
anything like it.
okay,
Everybody
so
drives like stupid here. So
we
yeah.
have like so in Pinellas County, you've got Clearwater Beach, which is a huge tourist attraction here in Florida. It's one of our touristy beaches.
So
Well,
that's
a couple of years back, they apparently got this brilliant idea that the local government Clearwater, they needed to redo the entry onto Clearwater Beach because of traffic. Well, guess what, guys? Traffic happens in tourist locations. Just gonna put that out there. So they designed
Yeah.
this really artistic roundabout. Yeah,
Oh
Yeah,
that
God,
was
we're
not
brilliant.
them roundabouts.
Ohio too. We're doing
Dude,
a lot around
these
about. They're not
idiots
artistic.
spent, we're talking millions of dollars they spent on this stupid roundabout where they didn't do the exits correctly. So they opened the roundabout to the public and nobody could get from the center ring of the roundabout to the outer ring of the roundabout to
Are
exit
you
the
kidding?
roundabout. So if you got into the roundabout and went into the center ring, you were pretty much stuck doing circles until a cop showed up and let you spec. It was I mean a massive mess.
So what they have to do? Close it down and redo it or something?
Yes, they had to spend another like again tens of millions of dollars to shut it down.
They build a lot of
Roundabout.
roundabouts up here in Ohio too, and they put hills in the middle of them so you can't see what's coming onto the other side.
It's goofy. Yeah.
And they've had a lot of wrecks because of those. You can't see what's coming around the bend because they put a hill in the middle of it. Must have been.
Well, and remember the one Austin where they measured something wrong, so they had to close instead of closing the whole thing down.
Yep.
They closed the one lane down because they had to make the curve wider or something. And this poor kid was he was in his late 20s, I guess. He was in there working, the worker, and this older man came around and he killed him. So he wouldn't even have been killed if they had closed the whole thing down, just got done with it that day. But no, or for however many days it was. No, they left it open, and then so yeah, it started out kind of bad.
I tell you, if I was
People
gonna
been
do,
killed at that intersection anyway, so I think it's kind of cursed anyhow.
if I was gonna do like an investigation on like let's say an interstate or a highway in Tampa, we have an area where I-275 intersection with I-4. Okay, I-4 is the main highway across the state of Florida. It goes completely across the state. Well, 275 goes to Tampa. So the geniuses that be in the DOT build this underpass, overpass situation. It is literally called Malfunction Junction by anybody that lives in this area because you can't see.
It's
As you're
terrible.
going into it, you can't see the traffic on the other side. So
Have you
if
ever
there's
thought some of these roads are like designed for population control?
they're death traps. But if
That's
I
the
was to
point.
do a paranormal investigation, I guarantee I'd be busy all night at that intersection because there's like a death there every couple of days because people
Well,
plow into the back of traffic.
oh my
Your
God.
government's out to kill you.
Your government's out. Well, that and then a big thing down here is they have the driving the wrong way in traffic situation.
Oh, that's
Our
just
inter-
Alzheimer's patients get out of nursing homes.
No, it's our interstate exit signs in Tampa are not really well marked. So if
There's
you
Oh,
are
shit.
not familiar,
There's a few here like that because my boyfriend and I we went to see my daughter, and we were getting off on the interstate because it was dark and we weren't familiar with it, and then all of a sudden we see the sign, and I was like, oh my God, it says we're going the wrong way, and it obviously there's this huge sign, but it's like it's as you get into it. So we got off of it luckily, but it's obvious that a lot of people have done that there, and they just need to change it. And our GPS, the way GPS does it, GPS tells you to turn right there,
Yeah.
but it's not there. It's like up above there. So that's what
Well-
the problem is too, is the GPS, the way it's described on that.
I will tell you that there's been a lot of problems over the last month. Again, I'm in technology, I do cybersecurity. I will tell you that GPS has had a lot of problems over the last month.
It's scary.
I mean, a lot.
That's because, yeah, and that's what him and I were saying when there's this huge sign there. People are going that way all the time. They're getting on. I'm always like, how do people get on the interstate the wrong way? Then here we are, get on the interstate the wrong way. I was like, oh my God.
Well, again, and it's like I said, with downtown Tampa exiting onto the interstates, you're coming out of a lot of bar and club.
The early history of astrology is closely interrelated with astronomy. Both may be studied separately, but the result may prove one-sided, and one may fail to notice things of great consequence. The history of ancient astronomy must be treated jointly with the history of astrology, whose contribution to the history of science has often been underestimated. This situation has begun to change only recently. The term astrology senstrolog, a science of stars, or study of stars, that derives from ancient Greek, and is made up of two words, sentesti, a star, or constellation, and an intricate form logos, that may denote very different things, reasoning, intellect, story, word, etc., that we, perhaps, may here translate as a study. Although the names of several modern sciences such as philology, geology, and biology end with the same combining form, we cannot consider astrology as the science of stars, which in fact is the general definition of astronomy. The term astronomy is formed with the word nomage and nomos, or law, thus the direct translation of astronomy, is the law of stars. Before the Middle Ages, the word astrology was often used to designate the science of stars. Sometimes the above terms were used synonymously. The modern definition of astrology describes it as a discipline that characterizes and foretells things and events according to the configuration of celestial bodies, and presently does not include it among sciences proper. Therefore, to avoid confusion, in the following we will use the terms astrology and astronomy in the modern sense, instead of our term astrology. Tetrabiblos by Claudius Ptolemy uses the expression to de senstranum aj prognosticum, prognostication through astronomy, whereas both senstranum and senstrolog denote astronomy. The outlines of Western astrology already materialized in ancient times, with the Greek background and Egyptian traditions playing an important role. Most of it, however, developed in Hellenic Egypt and Rome. Early Roman astrology is first and foremost associated with Marcus Manilius the Hub and Dorotheos Iniculum, the later period with Vettius Valens, and the final period with Firmicus Maternus. Hubert Korsch has summarized the known connections of prominent figures of antiquity with astrology. In its final form, ancient astrology is a product of the Hellenic era. It was affected by different cultures, since the conquests of the Macedonians induced an active cultural exchange between the regions of Mesopotamia, Egypt, Greece, and Iran. All authors have agreed that while other cultures have merely supplemented it, the main principles, ideology, and basic methods of astrology still originate in Mesopotamia, although its contribution to the doctrine that had developed by the end of antiquity has often been underestimated. According to Ptolemy, the astrologer must be a man that knows accurately the movements of all the stars, the sun, and the moon, so that neither the place nor the time of any of their configurations. Ptolemy uses the notion centesti rwn, stars, to designate planets rather than fixed stars. The astrologer's work can be roughly divided into two parts. First, the astrologer needs to gather the astronomic material relevant to the task, foretelling the country's future, calculating birth or congruity horoscopes. Then he must interpret material. And only the interpreted and commented product will become astrological. The main astronomical components of astrology are astrological planets, signs of the zodiac, and astrological houses, which have all developed and changed in the course of time. Information on the development of all the main astrological components, except for the system of houses, which is of more recent origin, is described in Mesopotamian texts. The early history of astrology was therefore written primarily in Mesopotamia. Astrology was by no means the only method of prediction in Mesopotamia, where the art of foretelling, often interrelated with healing magic, was regarded very favorably. The future was read from the condition of animal livers, by considering eclipses, from atmospheric phenomena, the migration of birds, etc. In this sense, the culture located between the Tigris and Euphrates was not unique. Using livers and bird migration for foretelling the future was also characteristic of the Etruscans and the Romans. Astrology, however, has at least three important advantages over all other arts of prediction: the divine nature of stars, the universality of celestial phenomena, and the fact that these phenomena could be forecasted. Similarly to the history of Mesopotamian astronomy, that can be divided into three distinctive periods, Mesopotamian astrology also passed through three periods of development: either early or augury astrology, primitive zodiacal astrology, and horoscopic astrology. As the history of Mesopotamia is very long and complex,
It is important to know the specific period or location on which the statement is based, otherwise it is easy to come to wrong conclusions. If we make generalizations over the whole history of Mesopotamia, it would be virtually impossible to analyze, say, the names of planets. A prophecy written on the 2nd millennium BC says, if a child were born on the 12th month, it would live long and bear many children. Although the prophecy shares a striking similarity to the daily horoscopes published in today's newspapers, it is still an example of primitive prediction rather than astrology proper. In the course of time, astrology transcended all other methods of prediction, due to the old Babylonian astral religion, the universality of celestial phenomena as omens, and the ability to forecast. The system of astrological houses and zodiac symbols does not originate in Babylonia, although in the period of horoscopic astrology certain divisions of the ecliptic signs of the zodiac gradually began to replace constellations. Whether it was inspired by Egyptian influence or devised by the Chaldeans themselves is still uncertain. Early astrology was practiced in the Assyro-Babylonian or Akkadian period of astral religion. From this period we know the extant omen series called Enuma Anu Enlil, the original version of which is dated to the 2nd millennium BC, although it was also practiced under the rule of King Ashurbanipal. In early astrology, predictions were made through different omens. Observing eclipses was of great importance. In the Assyrian era, eclipses could already be forecasted. Numerous tablets of Assyrian astrologers' reports to the king, containing a thorough description of the observation and planets seen during the eclipse, and how the obscuration shifted, have been preserved to the present day. Areas of the moon were associated with geographical locations, which meant that it may have been possible to attribute the misfortune predicted by the eclipse to the neighboring country instead. On the 14th day the moon will make an eclipse. It predicts evil for Elam and the Westland, good for the king my lord. Let the king my lord be happy. In Adar 12th on the 14th day the moon will make an eclipse. If the moon makes an eclipse in Adar 12th on the 14th day in the evening watch, it gives its decision for the king of the world, for Yor and the Westland. If the moon will make an eclipse in Adar 12 the king of Elam will die. Next to the weather, cloudlessness, and wind, it was also important to consider the alignment and relative movement of planets during the eclipse. If Jupiter stands inside the moon, in this year the king will die, there will be an eclipse of the moon and sun, a great king will die. If Jupiter enters the moon, there will be famine in the Westland, the king of Elam will fall in battle. In Sabatu a noble will revolt against his lord. Analogous prediction to the court and the king was also practiced in the late Babylonian period, though in this period new tendencies began to emerge. The conviction that earthly occurrences were the aftermath of celestial phenomena was widespread. Primitive zodiacal astrology developed in the state of Chaldea, or late Babylonia, that emerged after the destruction of Assyria by the Babylonians in alliance with the Medes. The impact of Zervanism, the predecessor of contemporary Iranian religions, the cult of Mitra, and Zoroastrism on Babylonia was immense. Stars function as indicators. When the stars assume their original position at the end of the regrate year, all events to the smallest detail will recur. This doctrine has also been called astral fatalism. Even Greek philosophy contains traces of this doctrine. Pythagoras has argued that everything that has ever happened will recur at a predetermined time in the future, and is not utterly new. According to the Stoic philosophy, the world will be destroyed by fire, when all planets have returned to their original position, and a new world will emerge. In his book Anthropologia Nemesios Emesinos, the clerical figure and philosopher in the early Byzantine Empire, claimed that as long as stars follow their usual course, everything will recur exactly as it happened, even in the smallest detail. Heraclitus believed that the great year lasted for 18,000 years, whereas the Stoics, as Simplicios has written, considered it 360 times longer. He who has seen present things has seen all, both everything which has taken place from all eternity, and everything which will be for time without end, for all things are of one kin and of one form. It is extremely important to bear in mind that according to this idea the stars are not the cause of events. Their movement is something like the movement of the hands of a clock, which indicate the time when a given event will occur, but do not cause the event. The relation between cause and effect is universal and irrevocable. The astronomic text Mulopin describes constellations on the moon's path, the gods that stand on his way, and whose territory the moon passes every month. The list of 18 such constellations is proof that actual constellations, not zodiac signs, were meant. Later, when zodiac astrology came into use, the ecliptic was divided that included the constellation of the same name, or at least part of it. Foretelling was based on the movement of the moon, and the planets relative to zodiac signs. Although in texts, astrological constellation and zodiac sign names were sometimes used simultaneously, a saying at the beginning of the Nisan month Jupiter and Venus are at the beginning of Gemini can only be interpreted astrologically.
Hello everybody and welcome to another episode of The Storyteller. I am Roger Hanson and today I am here to continue where I left off with Mythopia. I'm pretty sure that I'm mispronouncing that, but I'm doing my best to do that. Now tonight I want to get into it more and start talking about pulp magazines. If I'm lucky, I will also be able to get into another article that I have that involves a magazine that was out that started a lot of this, and it was the legacy of Weird Tales. So if I can do that, then that'll be great. I don't really want to go any farther than that because later on I want to get into some stories that were published in the early 1900s about Cool of Atlantis, and then later as a sequel, Conan the Barbarian. So with that, I want to hold off until the next episode to get that done. So before I get into all this, I do want to say that I went on to the channel and I added some content on there. I was doing short stories for the fall part of this year all the way up until November, and it just didn't feel right to end my season with November. So what I did is I put my collection of scary stories on The Storyteller. So I published the first episode of it yesterday, and I have 9 more to go that'll be publishing up for the month of December. There'll be 3 episodes a week. If you guys want to check that out, you can. As well as that, I'll be continuing with this live stream, and I will have it available every week, hopefully, if things permit. So I want to at least try to get 12 episodes in for this year. I'm not quite sure how many of them I did for the previous year, last year, but I know that I did cover a few of them. So I'm wanting to try to. I'm trying to aspire to make 12 live streams for this channel. So hopefully I can do that and get it straightened out. Now what's different this year from last year is the fact that I am uploading my content from what I have on YouTube onto Rumble and Odyssey, or not Odyssey, but X, and at the same time I'm able to live stream on all of these channels at the same time. I have Rumble streaming, X streaming, Odyssey, and YouTube. So I've got a live stream taking place at the same time. I'm wanting to be able to put my content onto those platforms as well as having them on YouTube. So I would be doing it on Odyssey, but at the moment I really don't want to overreach with all of the channels that I do have going on right now. So the good news is I finally have all of my uploads for all the channels that I have done for the whole season. That includes my gaming with Infamous, which it actually goes into next year. I've got that ahead of time on a lot of them. There's still some that I do have to upload from January on to the rest of the year, but for most of it I've got a lot of them ahead of schedule, so things are looking up on that part. So with that being said, if you guys have the chance and you do want to check out my channels, which I do have those channels finally set up on Rumble as well, if you guys want to check those out. But if you want to check those out, you can easily find them on YouTube as well as on Rumble, and those are first my main channel, which is Roger Hanson on YouTube. It's Infamous on Rumble, I believe, but Gaming with Infamous is my main channel, I believe. Yeah, no, Roger Hanson is on Rumble too. I go by @Infamous OG1973 if anybody's curious on Rumble. But that's my main channel. Then I have this channel, which is the Storyteller, and that's on both YouTube and Rumble. And then I have the Praetorian, as well as Earth. Now Earth, I don't have anything available on the Rumble channel yet, but uploads are in the process. I haven't been doing any live streams when it comes to Earth. I've been doing nothing but uploads with it. And maybe next year, if I can figure out something that would be interested enough to live stream about concerning that channel, I'll do it. Now on YouTube, and it's just exclusively for YouTube, I also have a channel called Working with Audio and Video, and all of the content that I have on this channel and all the other channels that I have, I put the raw footage on there from my projects that I do with Blender and computer graphics, as well as my music that I put together and everything on there as well. You can find all that stuff on that channel, and it's exclusively on YouTube. It's like my library where I collect everything. Now, what I do have that's the most popular is the Wonderful World of Weirdness, and now that is on Rumble and YouTube as well as on Odyssey. Now Odyssey has the original videos from before I took over that channel, and the reason why it's not on YouTube anymore is because they were short videos of sightings of like aliens and UFOs and ghosts and supernatural things. Even though the stuff that was on there wasn't copyright infringement, they still had an issue with it concerning Creative Commons, because there wasn't anybody having a conversation while the videos were being used. So I ended up having to delete all those, and all of the stuff on YouTube is new content, but the older stuff is still on Odyssey if you guys want to check that out. Now, besides that one, I have also got my own channel that was before The Wonderful World of Weirdness, and it's called Strange Stories. It's basically the same kind of format as The Wonderful World of Weirdness, but it's mine. That's my channel that I started from scratch and worked up on. So you can find that. You can find that just on YouTube. It's not on Rumble, but all the stuff that is on Rumble for The Wonderful World of Weirdness is also, well, most of it is on Strange Stories, and it's the raw footage. It's not the computer graphics and stuff like that I put on the videos for The Wonderful World of Weirdness. So if you guys want to see the original footage with the chat and everything, then you can go to Strange Stories on YouTube and check it out, or you can just see it in the live streams, but it's up to you. And like, if you don't want to watch the introductions to the live streams, these are the recorded versions from where I do my countdown and hit start or hit record to when I ended the recording. So none of that beginning stuff is there. If you don't want that when you're listening to it, then that's what you can do there too. So now, after giving myself a plug, I've run out of breath, and the show is basically over. So I can just hit stop streaming and we can be done with this, even though, because I mean, I've hit 23 minutes. I'm good to go. Whew. Man, that was hard. Now, on a serious note, what I'm going to do now is get into the topic. I was able to give you guys all the information on that. So what I'm going to do today is start out with pulp magazines. Now, pulp magazines, often referred to simply as the pulps, represent a vibrant chapter in the history of publishing and popular culture. Emerging in the late 19th century and thriving through the early 20th century, these magazines were characterized by their affordable, accessible nature and their emphasis on thrilling, genre-driven storytelling. They catered to a rapidly growing literature population hungry for entertainment that was cheap yet captivating. Now, these topics could have been anything, ranging from one thing to another, but the whole thing behind it was affordable and it was cheap. And back in those days, they didn't have the internet like we have today. You know, they had books. Don't get me wrong, but with these pulp magazines, they were actually cheap, and they were quick reads. You know what I mean? They weren't something that you had to spend days and weeks on to read and catch up on. You could just open them up and read them, and that was what was appealing to them. So now, printed on inexpensive wood pulp paper, from which they derived their name, pulp magazines served as a democratizing force in literature. They provided a platform for writers of all stripes to experiment with storytelling while introducing readers to tales of adventure, romance, crime, and the fantastic. Despite being dismissed by some as lowbrow entertainment, the pulp left an ineligible mark on modern genres, giving rise to iconic authors and characters that continue to influence contemporary media. So now you know what the term pulp magazines refers to. It's wood pulp paper is how it originally started out being printed on. And that's something that I didn't know. I just figured that one out here recently, so I thought that was pretty cool. And like I said there, there were people from different areas writing about different topics. You had magazines that were about romance, love stories, and then crime. You had some that had adventure in it, as well as things that were fantastic, like H.P. Lovecraft and Conan and stuff of that nature. So you had a lot of diverse stories that were being introduced to these magazines. Now, this article explores the rise, evolution, and enduring legacy of pulp magazines, tracing their journey from humble beginnings to cultural artifacts celebrated by collectors and literary enthusiasts alike. Now, with that being said, I do want to also again today do a shout out to Von Lear off of X, who is somebody that introduced me to a lot of cool people on X who actually get into this stuff. So before I even go any further, these are some of the people that I do want to mention, because they are some pretty cool ones. So before you guys say anything, I'm gonna say Heterodox is Heterodox Value. They're a pretty good channel, I guess you could say, on X, even though some of it might be controversial, kind of sexist if you think that way. But I mean, I enjoy a lot of them. I think they're pretty cool. So I have no bad words against them whatsoever. So if you guys want to check them out, They're pretty good setup there. Now, other than them, you also have Jaguar Art and Games. Those are some pretty cool. There's some pretty cool stuff that's put out there that's more towards the art side of things. So, and then you have Troll Lord Gamer, I believe is his name. He's another guy that Troll Lord Games. Yeah, there you go. He's a pretty good guy that has some good stuff on there that I've seen too. Comics Who Love Comics. That's for more of the comic book stuff, but even with that kind of gets into it. So those are a couple of things that he does a lot of good stuff when it comes to comics as well. Now, with that being said, I also there's another one, Classicos is another one that I seen that was pretty tight. So, and Eric Fabiaski, or however he says that, Fabiashi, he does another one. He does some pretty cool stuff. So those are just a few of the people that I've had reach out to me and post some stuff. And I wanted to thank Van Leer again for posting a lot of this stuff on his X channel, because I've been finding a lot of good stuff that he's been showing. So check those out. Now, with that being said, I can stop giving a plug and I can start actually discussing more about these pulp magazines. Now, before pulp magazines, affordable fiction found its audience in dime novels and surrealism newspaper stories. Dime novels, which emerged in the mid-19th century, were small, cheaply printed booklets offering sensational stories of adventure, crime, and romance. Titles such as Maliska, the Indian wife of the White Hunter, in 1860, was considered one of the first dime novels catered to working class audiences eager for escapism. Now, I don't like to use the word escapism, so that kind of gets on my nerves, so I've been hearing that a lot, and I really don't enjoy that term whatsoever, so that's something I probably should have taken out of there. It does not hit the right tone for me. I'm sorry, but I just don't follow those lines. These are cult classics is the best way I could say it. Okay, you're probably not going to see too much of this anymore. So with that, I am going to put some music on real quick, and I'll be right back. So I am back. I have had a little bit of an interruption there. My sister and my nephews and niece came over to visit. They are causing a whole lot of noise. So I am going to continue where I left off, and hopefully I will be able to get through this. Now, serialized fiction in newspapers and literature magazines also played a crucial role in popularizing episodic storytellers. Authors like Charles Dickens serialized novels such as the Pickwick Papers, allowing readers to follow a story over weeks or even months, creating anticipation and engagement. Now, this model of serialism entertainment laid the groundwork for the episodic storytelling that pulps would perfect. So as time went on, it just kind of evolved into what would be called as pulp fiction, which is pretty cool because like you have a connection between H.P. Lovecraft and people like Edgar Allan Poe and Charles Dickinson and all of them, which they were the ones who started it, and eventually it evolved into things of that nature. So that was something that I really found fascinating about it when I first learned of all this stuff. So now the transformation from dime novels to pulp magazine can be attributed largely to Frank A. Munsey, okay, a publishing innovator who foresaw potential of mass market fiction. In 1896, Munsey revamped his general interest magazine, The Argosy, transforming it into the first all-fiction pulp. By focusing exclusively on storytelling and using inexpensive wood pulp paper, Munsey made fiction more accessible than ever before. Now, Munsey's formula proved wildly successful, inspiring other publishers to launch their own pulp magazines. As the 20th century progressed, the number of titles multiplied, and the score of genre expanded, cementing the pulps as a dominant force in popular culture. By the 1920s and the 1930s, it became marked as the golden age of pulp magazines, a period characterized by unparalleled creativity and genre diversity. During this era, pulps catered to virtually every conceivable taste, with specialized titles that appealed to distinct audiences. So this is like the explosion of pulp fiction. The 1920s and the 1930s. It was where it all just finally came to a culmination. And this is the part where I actually got more interested into this topic because I was a big H.P. Lovecraft fan. And I was one of those people, I'm sorry to admit it, but I was fooled. I believed that the Necronomicon did exist when I was a teenager, in my quote-unquote experimentation days, you know what I mean? I thought 100% that the Necronomicon was real. I was a fool, I know. But the first book I ever stole was the dreaded Necronomicon out of freaking, the local bookstore. So that's something I probably shouldn't take and be proud of, but it actually is something that I was pretty proud of, that I actually had that book. I think I stole it twice because I lost the first one I had, but it just didn't seem right to go in and buy the Necronomicon, you know what I mean? So, of course, my logic is you've got to go and steal it, you got to steal that dreaded book, the dreaded book called the Necronomicon. So I will end my my little I don't even know what to call that. I'll end that. That just won't happen anymore. So, in adventure magazines, you had magazines like Adventure and Argosy, which enthralled readers with stories of daring explorers, exotic localities, and perilous journeys. Okay, then you had science fiction. Now Hugo Gernsback's magazine Amazing Stories, which was in 1926, it became the first magazine dedicated entirely to science fiction, introducing readers to futuristic visions and speculative ideas. So that's something that you might want to take a look at if you're into science fiction, especially in these days when it comes to science fiction, because I hate saying this, but I'm seeing a drop off in the younger crowd who's actually interested in science fiction. And I really think that that's something that really needs to be, it's something that really needs to be revived, because science fiction has such a deep impact for people in the 20th century, and for it not to be a part of the 21st century, I think that that's something that should be, looked at, because science fiction was there side by side with science. You know what I mean? Everybody had imaginations. They seen the future, and they had dreams about the future and what it would be. So I just think it would be ashamed if I didn't mention a little bit more about that and when it comes to this. So with fantasy and horror, Weird Tales launched in 1923. It became a cornerstone for supernatural and speculative fiction. It showcased talents like H.P. Lovecraft and Clark Ashton Smith, and those are that is the magazine that really caught my attention when I first got into it. Weird Tales. It wasn't until later that I found out that Conan originated from Weird Tales as well, and that is one of the subjects that I do want to go over and kind of discuss, but like I said, I don't want to do it in this episode. I want to be able to, I could discuss Weird Tales, that's what I can, but like going into Conan and being able to talk about H.P. Lovecraft, I'd like to do that separately away from this stream. I want to get us to Weird Tales, and by doing this, explaining pulp magazines and then going into the legend of Weird Tales, then we can do that. So I wanted to kind of give a broader look at everything before I started getting into it, because that is the book or the magazine that I am really interested in, to be honest with you. Now, detective and crime magazines like Black Mask popularized the hard-boiled detective genre, introducing readers to gritty, moral, complex characters such as Sam Spade and Philip Marlowe. Hold on a minute.
I'm watching YouTube.
Okay, my niece came in. I had to stop and talk to her for a second so that I could go ahead and finish this off. I'm trying to get through this, and it just it's becoming an issue. I should have tried to do this on Thanksgiving, to be honest, and I forgot to say Happy Thanksgiving to anybody who's in the United States. And I believe this is a belated Happy Thanksgiving to anybody in Canada. So with that being said, happy Thanksgiving to the United States. Happy belated Thanksgiving to anybody in Canada. So now, like I said, I finished up with detective and crime magazines. Now I want to talk about the romance publications. Now there was romance publications like Love Story magazine, which that was the name of the actual magazine. It was Love Story magazine, and it catered to readers seeking tales of passion and heartbreak and then redemption, stuff of that nature. I really wasn't into romance. I did get into romanticism and figured out a lot of that. Now, romanticism is a lot of this all of this broken up stuff that I'm talking about here, in my opinion, as a writer, came from romanticism, and it kind of fractured off into its own genres, you know what I mean? So whenever pulp magazines came along, they had pretty much been broken up into different categories. So you get a little bit of this, a little bit of that, and they're all within these pulp magazines. Now, besides romance, there was Western magazines, magazine titles such as Western Story magazine, and that's the name again, and it capitalized on America's fascination with the frontier, and it delivered tales of cowboys, outlaws, and lawmen. Basically the same setup as a Western, styled book, which, I mean, it's the most, how would it would be the most themed type of writing there is, you know what I mean, for plot, a plot-based story. Usually most Westerns stick to the same plot. Sometimes it'll go off a plot into a different direction, but not very many. Not very much, you know what I mean? It always kind of sticks to the same kind of plot and outline with a theme to it. So they also had these kind of magazines for pulp fiction. So this segmentation allowed pulps to dominate the entertainment landscape, reaching millions of readers and laying the foundation for modern genre fiction. Pulp magazines provided a proving ground for many authors who would go on to achieve literary greatness. Among them were H.P. Lovecraft, whose Cthulhu mythos revolutionized horror with its focus on cosmic dread. Now, he's the one that I was just talking about with the dreaded Necronomicon and Cthulhu mythos. He also had a couple more of them that I'd like to go through and talk about. Now, I mentioned Conan, and I also mentioned Cool of Atlantis, and this is two series that came from Robert E. Howard. He was the creator of Conan the Barbarian and a pioneer of the sword and sorcery subgenre. Genre. I have a hard time saying that. But he's the one who was one of the first who set up the sword and sorcery genre. So that's one reason why I give him a lot of recognition. Now, I do have to admit, I actually watched and liked the movies before I was able to hear or read any of the stories that was originally written. I did like the movies. Well, I liked a couple of them. I think the first one I really did like, but I didn't realize what Conan, or how good Conan was, until I started getting into the actual stories. The movies didn't portray him the way that they really should have. I heard they came out with couple of newer, updated movies for Conan too, but I'm not quite sure how well those are, or how well they were received. So I just wanted to mention Robert E. Howard. If you guys haven't checked out any of his stories, check his stories out. Now, the movies, you can check those out too, but you're not going to get the full effect of Conan if you don't read the stories. Okay. So, Dashiell Hammett and Raymond Chandler also defined I've got to pause for a second. Yeah, I had to. I'm having a whole lot of chaos going on around me right now. I'm not even probably going to be able to finish this without a bunch of headache. So let me try to get through this. Now, Dashiell Hammett and Raymond Chandler. Okay, now they define the hard-boiled detective stories with their sharp prose and morally ambiguous protagonists. You can check those guys out too. Then you had Edgar Rice Burroughs, who captured imaginations with Tarzan of the Apes and the John Carter of Mars series. Now, John Carter came out with a movie too recently, and I watched that. I haven't been able to read any of the stories, but I do want to read those. I'm leery about Tarzan of the Apes because of my grandfather. He used to beat me over the head with the old black and white Tarzan movies. You know, I love my grandpa, don't get me wrong, but he was so into freaking Tarzan of the Apes. It was something else. And also Tiny Town. He loved Tiny Town. That was really strange. That he was into those things, and he would watch them, and then later I would become really enthused with Robert E. Howard, Conan, and H.P. Lovecraft and stuff, which was basically from pulp magazines, which he was actually into, but it was a different genre of pulp magazines that he was into. He never did get into John Carter, though. John Carter's story kind of fascinated me with the movie, but I just recently found out that it goes all the way back to when it comes to this kind of storytelling. So I am going to go and re-look at that, because it's probably going to be the same situation as what Conan was, where the stories were actually better than the movie themselves. So after that, you come to Isaac Asimov and Ray Bradbury, who would later become the central figures in the golden age of science fiction, but honed their craft in the pulps. Okay, these writers often worked under tight deadlines, producing a staggering volume of material that emphasized action, vivid settings, and unforgettable characters. Pulp magazines were as much a visual medium as they were a literary one. Their garish, eye-catching covers were often the first thing that attracted readers. Artists like Frank R. Paul, Margaret Brundage, and Norman Saunders created dramatic, sometimes lurid illustrations featuring muscular heroes, imperialized damsels, and menacing villains. These covers, though criticized for their sensationalism, became iconic symbols of the pulp era. Okay, so let me get back to this. This is getting ridiculous. All right. So today, pulp cover art is celebrated as a unique and influential form of commercial illustration. Collectors and scholars regard it as an essential component of the medium's appeal and legacy. The dominance of pulp magazines began to wane in the mid-20th century, driven by the rise of competing entertaining formats. Now that would be comic books. Okay, now, or one of them would be comic books. Beginning in the late 1930s, comic books offered a similar blend of action and escapism, which I'm against. I'm gonna make sure that I leave all that shit out whenever I do this stuff. It just annoys me. But with the added appeal of sequential art, paperbacks also became another form because it was an affordable paperback novel, which provided longer, more sophisticated narratives while maintaining a low price point. But like I said, there was a lot of people who liked the low prices, but they also liked the shorter forms. So even though it was more sophisticated narratives, and it was actually longer stories, so that is probably, in my opinion, why pulp fiction didn't die out, pulp magazines. So. But then you had the radio and television. Serialized radio dramas and the advent of television created new forms of entertainment that captured audiences' attention. And I don't have to really go any further into that. We all know about television today. Radio's actually dying out, but we know about television. Now, World War II exacerbated the challenges faced by pulp publishers. Paper shortages and rising production costs made it difficult to sustain the low prices that had defined the medium. Meanwhile, changing tastes in the post-war era led audiences to favor more polished and realistic storytelling. Despite their doctrine, pulp magazines have experienced a resurgence of interest among collectors and enthusiasm. Vintage issues, particularly those featuring rare first appearances or iconic cover art, command high price at auctions. Rival efforts such as facsimile reprints and anthologies have introduced new audiences to classic pulp stories. The influence of pulp magazines is evident across contemporary entertainment, such as superheroes. Now, characters like Batman and Superman owe much to pulp heroes like the Shadow and Doc Savage. Okay, in science fiction and fantasy, the imaginative worlds of Star Wars and Doom draw heavily from pulp tradition. Okay, now with crime and noir, you have modern crime dramas that echo the grit and moral complexity of pulp detective fictions. That's basically how pulp fiction has influenced today's entertainment. I guess you could say, you know what I mean. Now, pulp magazines were more than a fleeting phenomenon. They were a crucible of creativity that transformed storytelling. Their legacy endures in the genres, characters, and tropes that define modern popular culture. From their bold eye-catching covers to their thrilling tales of adventure, the pulps remain a testament to the power of accessible, affordable storytelling. So, I'm having a real hard time with getting through this, so I don't know if I'm going to be able to finish it, because I really did want to get through pulp magazines and kind of have a conversation about it, and then get into the legacy of Weird Tales, which I don't know for sure if I'm going to be able to anymore, or at the moment. This is Thanksgiving, and my family actually came over to see my mom and my dad, who I take care of here at the house. So we're in the middle of celebrating. I don't want to be a sourpuss sitting all alone in a room by myself to record my live stream while my nephews and nieces are hanging out and having fun and want to see Uncle Roger. I've had my niece come in here twice, and she's been wanting me to talk to her, so I might start feeling guilty if I don't go in there and say something to her, you know what I mean? Now, I have 2 people who are watching on Rumble. I had 5 before. I wanted to say thank you guys for stopping in and watching my stream. I have 1 viewer right now on X Pro, which is probably me. Knowing my luck, I don't get very many viewers on these things right now, so it's like it could possibly 2 people who are watching on yeah, I wanted to test and make sure that the audio is still going good. That's probably me, because I have to have X Pro open so that I can see if the stream's working. For some reason, it might be the delay on my OBS, but for some reason I can't unmute on X at the moment, so I'm having issues there. And I had 1 person who was on YouTube, and I wanted to say thank you for coming in and watching this. And like I said before, it is Thanksgiving, and I wanted to say happy Thanksgiving again to everybody in the United States, and happy belated Thanksgiving to everyone in Canada. I know that you guys do celebrate Canadian Thanksgiving, so I wanted to let everybody know there that I send my happy belated Thanksgivings to you too, even though you are Canada, and you know how I feel about you guys. So Canada it has a place in my heart, I guess you could say. So let me find out how much time. Okay, I got 51 minutes of stream time. So the best way for me to really do this would be going on and letting everybody know about my social networks, so that I can so that you can find out how I can be reached. You can find me on Skype on as Roger Hanson. Now, besides Roger Hanson, I do have groups on there. I have WoW Talk, I have Gaming with Infamous, Live with Roger Hanson. I've also got Mind's Roundtable Weekend Event, and Roger's Real Time Talk Show. Now, me and Mark Edworthy and Tanhai Tran have Tech Talk, and me and Mark Edworthy do Roger's Real Time Talk Show event. So you can catch us there. Sometimes I show up on the Vixen's Vault, and you guys can check that out if you want to. Besides that, I also go on to WPRPN, And these are channels that are on Skype if you guys are interested in maybe showing up and being a part of this. They also stream on Odyssey. They stream on Rumble, BitChute. I know they do Kick as well. I don't think they do YouTube, but I know Vixen's Fault and Censorship Sucks does do Twitter, or Twitch, I'm sorry, but you can catch them on there as well. WPRPN is down for a moment. But Captain Sinclair's computer ended up crashing on him, so now he's got to get everything sorted out there. But he will be back. Now, besides that, I also go on the Red Pill Nation with Naroki 5. You guys can check him out. He's got a pretty interesting show. So now you're not going to be able to find a lot of these people on YouTube, just so you know. So if you do check these guys out, check them out on alt platforms such as Odyssey, BitChute, Rumble. Rumble's a big one. They also go on, oh God, what is that? There's another one they do. It's I keep wanting to say Tender because that's what they remind me of, but Kick, you can go on Kick and see them too, but there's another one. I keep getting spam on a Rumble from them all the time where freaking people say they can like help me with my views and shit. Like, nah. Everybody's telling me I need to go on that platform, and I'm like, no, I don't need that. It's bad enough I've got to mute them on freaking Rumble, you know what I mean? So now I am on Discord too. I have, of course, my account, which is Infamous OG 1973 at Infamous 1973, Infamous OG 1973. You can find me there. You can also find my servers on there. One of them is the Wonderful World of Weirdness, which is pretty cool setup. That's all the weird stuff and everything. Other than that, I have a lot of gaming channels, or I have a gaming channel. It's Gaming with Infamous that you can find out if you're into games. I do variety gaming with everything from new, updated, modern games to retro gaming. So you can check out all that stuff if you want to, and come by my channels and my servers, which is Gaming with Infamous. I also get involved with A Home Away from YouTube on there, which you can check out. And up until recently, I've also been going to Nostalgia Gaming Retro channel, which I'm still on the Discord channel, but I don't do the whole Team Retro anymore, so sorry about that, but you guys can check them out too. They got some good stuff. Now, besides that, I also network on X. You can find me on X at RogLOL 1973. That's spelled at ROGLOL 1973. That's my my X. I still don't know if I should call it a channel or a server or a platform. I don't really know. So so you can catch me there. That's pretty much the only one I have right now. Here I do have a Minds.com profile, which I haven't really been using all that much here lately. You guys can check me out on Minds.com too, but I don't know if you'll be able to find if I'll ever see your ads in any significantly short period of time, you know what I mean? But you can check me there as Roger _Hanson. I think that's all of the networks and everything that I need to do. That's pretty good too, because it brought me up to 58 minutes, man. You know, now I was going to mention it too. I'm going to be working extra hard on my rough draft for this story that I've been putting out, for my short story. So tonight, after I'm done here, I've still got to do my talking points for Gaming with Infamous, which I'll be doing on Friday. And I also have a stream that's going to be done. It's called Into the Abyss, which is going to be right after that. So I will have to be working on those, but I'm going to go over this rough draft and finally get it ready to where I can do a reading of my rough draft in the next episode, and I can be done with it. Because what happens is, after I do my rough draft, I'm going to turn around and let it sit and then come back to it later on so that I can look at it and see if there's any changes I need to make. That's what I basically had to do with the first short story to this series that I'm doing. So that's the one thing that I really do want to do, and I am sorry for the interruptions and everything. At least I put some music on there. It's not really music, they're just like clips, but I put something on there this time to where it didn't, you didn't hear nothing but silence while it was taking place. I am going to go ahead and edit all of that out, and I will be putting this on my 8-hour block of video that'll be coming out on YouTube. And after that, it's going into my reshares, and on those reshares I post them up to Rumble and X, and you'll see them at a later time. So this isn't the last time you'll see it. This is just the first time you'll see it, and it'll be edited and sounding good whenever I put it on the second time, hopefully, if I take time to go through and actually do the editing like I'm supposed to. So yeah, I was able to get through Pulp Magazine. Next time I am going to break into the legacy of weird stories, which is pretty cool. So I hope you guys enjoyed. Thanks for watching, and I'm going to end this stream now.
In the vast expanse of Mesopotamian mythology, the figure of Nazca emerges as a pivotal deity, renowned primarily for his role as the divine messenger and guardian of the underworld. As a minor god, Nazca carries a weight of symbolism and significance that belies his seemingly simple status. Central to his identity is his staff, a potent emblem that encapsulates his authority, guidance, and connection to the divine. This article delves deeply into the multifaceted aspects of Nazca, with a particular focus on the profound significance of his staff within ancient Mesopotamian culture. Nazca, also known as Nusku, is a deity rooted in the Akkadian pantheon. The etymology of Nazca is somewhat enigmatic, with interpretations suggesting links to light or fire, reflecting his role as a bringer of illumination in the dark realms of the underworld. He is often depicted as a guide for souls, illuminating their paths as they transition from the world of the living to the afterlife. The earliest references to Nazca can be traced back to the Old Babylonian period, circa 2000 to 1600 BCE, where he appears in various cuneiform tablets. His worship primarily flourished during the time of the Babylonian and Assyrian empires, with the need for understanding the afterlife becoming increasingly prominent in their cultural narratives. Nazca's role can be contextualized within the broader framework of Mesopotamian religious beliefs. The ancient Mesopotamians held a cyclical view of life and death, perceiving the underworld not merely as a final destination but as an integral part of the cosmic order. In this worldview, Nazca acts as a vital intermediary, ensuring the smooth transition of souls and maintaining balance in the universe. At the heart of Nazca's representation is his staff, which serves as a powerful emblem of his authority and functions within the cosmos. The staff is more than just a physical object, it is steeped in symbolism, representing authority, guidance, protection, and connection to the divine. In ancient cultures, staff bearers were often seen as figures of authority. Nazca's staff signifies his command over the underworld and his position as a protector of souls. The staff serves as a tool through which he exercises control, disperses justice in the afterlife, and maintains the order necessary for the smooth transition of souls. The staff also symbolizes guidance, reflecting Nazca's role as a divine messenger. It is often associated with the illumination of the path for souls navigating the treacherous journey to the underworld. The light emanating from his staff can be interpreted as the divine knowledge and wisdom necessary for a successful transition. Nazca's staff connects him to higher deities within the Mesopotamian pantheon. His association with gods like Enlil, the chief deity of the Sumerian pantheon, underscores his importance in the celestial hierarchy. The staff serves as a bridge between the divine and the mortal, facilitating communication and interaction. Nazca is often depicted in art and literature with distinct attributes that emphasize his identity. He is frequently shown holding his staff, standing tall and imposing, often surrounded by symbols of the underworld. His visage may reflect the duality of his nature, one that embodies both the serenity of guidance and the terror of death. In some artistic representations, Nazca is shown with wings or surrounded by flames, reinforcing his association with light and fire. This imagery serves to highlight his role as a messenger, conveying the messages of the gods to the underworld and beyond. The staff of Nazca is not merely a symbol of authority, it embodies the duality of existence itself, the balance between life and death. In many cultures, the staff is a powerful symbol representing life's journey and the inevitability of death. For Nazca, this duality is especially pronounced, as he exists between these two realms. Nazca's staff acts as a guiding light for souls traversing the perilous journey from the world of the living to the underworld. It illuminates their path, ensuring they can navigate the challenges and obstacles they may encounter along the way. This transition is fraught with dangers, and the staff serves as a reminder that guidance is always present, even in the darkest moments. In many ancient cultures, staves were also believed to have transformative powers. In the hands of a deity like Nazca, his staff becomes a catalyst for change, allowing for the passage of souls and the transformation of their existence. This aspect of the staff emphasizes the importance of the afterlife as a continuation of the soul's journey rather than a final destination. In ancient Mesopotamian rituals, the staff of Nazca held profound significance. Priests and practitioners often incorporated representations of the staff into their ceremonies, invoking Nazca's power to guide and protect souls during funerary rites. The staff became a symbol of hope for the living, reminding them of the presence of divine guidance during the grieving process. Funerary practices often involved invoking Nazca's name to ensure safe passage for the deceased. The staff served as a focal point in these rituals, reinforcing the idea that divine intervention was essential for a successful transition to the afterlife. Offerings of food, incense, and precious items were made to appease Nazca and invoke his guidance. The staff was also utilized in ceremonies aimed at illuminating the soul's path. Rituals often included recitations of hymns and prayers, emphasizing the importance of proper conduct in the realm of the dead. The light associated with Nazca's staff was viewed as a source of comfort and reassurance for both the living and the deceased. The representation of Nazca's staff in art and literature further underscores its significance. Ancient Mesopotamian texts often depict scenes of Nazca guiding souls with his staff, illuminating the darkness surrounding them. These depictions highlight the importance of the staff as a symbol of hope and guidance during times of uncertainty. In various myths, the staff serves as a narrative device that emphasizes Nazca's role as a protector and guide. Stories involving Nazca often portray him as a benevolent figure, offering assistance to souls in distress. His staff becomes a focal point in these narratives, reinforcing the themes of guidance, illumination, and divine intervention. Artistic interpretations of Nazca and his staff often convey the duality of existence. Images of Nazca holding his staff amidst darkness and chaos symbolize the triumph of light over darkness, emphasizing his role as a guardian of souls and a bringer of hope. One of the most critical aspects of Nazca's character is his role as a guide for souls. Upon death, the Mesopotamians believed that the soul embarked on a perilous journey to the underworld, often fraught with challenges and obstacles. Nazca's presence ensured that souls received the necessary guidance to navigate this treacherous path. He is often depicted in myths leading souls through the various gates of the underworld, ensuring they pass safely and receive judgment from the other deities. His staff, glowing with light, illuminates the way, banishing the darkness that surrounds lost souls. Numerous myths detail Nazca's interactions with other deities and his involvement in the broader cosmic order. One such narrative revolves around his role in the creation myth, where he assists in separating the realms of the living and the dead. This separation was vital for maintaining cosmic balance, as it prevented chaos from ensnaring the world of the living. In another tale, Nazca aids the goddess Inanna during her descent into the underworld. His guidance is crucial as Inanna navigates the challenges posed by her sister Ereshkigal, the queen of the underworld. Nazca's role underscores the theme of interconnectedness between life and death, reinforcing the belief that the realms are not separate but part of a larger continuum. The worship of Nazca was intertwined with various religious practices in ancient Mesopotamia. Temples dedicated to him served as centers for rituals aimed at ensuring safe passage for the souls of the deceased. Offerings of food, incense, and precious items were made to appease Nazca and invoke his guidance. Funerary practices also reflected his significance. Families would invoke Nazca's name during burial rites, seeking his protection for their loved ones as they embarked on their journey to the afterlife. Rituals often involved recitations of hymns and prayers, emphasizing the importance of proper conduct in the realm of the dead. Nazca's influence extended beyond the boundaries of Mesopotamia, impacting subsequent cultures and belief systems. His role as a guide for souls laid the groundwork for similar figures in later mythologies, including psychopomps in Greek mythology. The concept of a divine being facilitating the passage of souls became a recurring theme in various cultures, demonstrating the universality of the human experience concerning death and the afterlife. In contemporary culture, the figure of Nazca and his staff have inspired various artistic and literary interpretations. Modern adaptations often explore themes of mortality, the afterlife, and the cosmic order, reflecting the enduring fascination with ancient mythologies. Nazca's character serves as a lens through which we can examine our perceptions of death and the unknown. In literature, authors have drawn on his attributes to explore the psychological and emotional aspects of facing mortality, providing readers with profound insights into the human condition. The legacy of Nazca has also found its way into popular culture, with references appearing in films, video games, and literature. His representation as a guide for souls resonates with audiences, prompting reflections on the nature of existence and the afterlife. In gaming, for instance, Nazca has been incorporated into narratives that explore themes of sacrifice, redemption, and the struggle between light and darkness. His staff symbolizes the potential for enlightenment in navigating life's challenges, making him a relatable figure for modern audiences. One of the foundational myths surrounding Nazca is the tale of the creation of the underworld. According to this narrative, the universe was initially chaotic and formless. The gods convened to establish order, and Nazca emerged as a vital figure in this process. With his staff, he illuminated the darkness, creating distinct realms for the living and the dead. This myth reflects the Mesopotamian belief in the necessity of maintaining balance in the universe and underscores Nazca's role as a guardian of cosmic order. The myth of Inanna's descent into the underworld further exemplifies Nazca's significance. In this narrative, Inanna, the goddess of love and war, embarks on a journey to visit her sister Ereshkigal. Nazca is called upon to guide her through the various gates of the underworld, ensuring her safe passage. The challenges Inanna faces during her descent highlight the trials that souls encounter in the afterlife, emphasizing Nazca's role as a protector and guide. Another important myth involving Nazca is the story of the judgment of souls. In this narrative, Nazca stands before the tribunal of gods as they assess the deeds of the deceased. With his staff illuminating the path, he ensures that each soul is judged fairly. This myth underscores the themes of justice and moral conduct, reflecting the Mesopotamian belief in accountability in the afterlife. The concept of a divine guide for souls is not unique to Mesopotamian mythology. Many cultures have similar figures. In Egyptian mythology, Anubis serves as a guide for souls, overseeing the judgment process in the afterlife. Similarly, in Greek mythology, Hermes acts as a psychopomp, guiding souls to the underworld. These figures share common attributes with Nazca, reflecting a universal human concern with the afterlife and the need for guidance in navigating its challenges. The similarities highlight the interconnectedness of human beliefs regarding death and the afterlife across different cultures and eras. Across these various mythologies, recurring themes emerge, such as the significance of moral conduct, the inevitability of death, and the importance of divine guidance. These themes resonate deeply within the human experience, addressing our fears and uncertainties surrounding mortality. The similarities in these narratives underscore the shared human desire for understanding and meaning in the face of the unknown. Archaeological discoveries have shed light on the worship of Nazca and the significance of his staff. Temples dedicated to Nazca have been unearthed in various sites across Mesopotamia, revealing intricate carvings and inscriptions that depict him holding his staff. These artifacts serve as a testament to the reverence afforded to Nazca as a divine guide and protector. Cuneiform tablets have been discovered containing hymns and prayers dedicated to Nazca, emphasizing the importance of invoking his name during funerary rites. These texts highlight the rituals and offerings made to Nazca, reinforcing his role in ensuring safe passage for souls. Sculptures depicting Nazca have been found in archaeological sites, showcasing his distinctive features and his staff. These artistic representations serve as valuable insights into how ancient Mesopotamians perceived and worshipped their gods. The figure of Nazca has inspired contemporary authors to explore themes of mortality and the afterlife in their works. In literature, authors have drawn on his attributes to create characters that resonate with readers, reflecting our collective fears and hopes concerning death. In modern fantasy literature, characters inspired by Nazca often take on roles as guides for souls, emphasizing the importance of wisdom and knowledge in navigating life's challenges. These characters resonate with readers, prompting reflections on their own journeys and the choices they make. Poets have also invoked the imagery of Nazca and his staff to explore existential themes. The symbolism of illumination and guidance serves as a powerful metaphor for the search for meaning in life. Nazca's imagery has found its way into contemporary art, where artists explore themes of mortality, guidance, and the cosmic order. Through visual art, installations, and performances, contemporary artists reinterpret Nazca's story, inviting audiences to engage with the complexities of existence. Some artists create immersive installations that reflect the themes of the afterlife and the role of divine guidance. These installations often incorporate elements of light and darkness, evoking the symbolism of Nazca's staff. Artists continue to depict Nazca and his staff in various mediums, exploring the emotional and psychological aspects of facing mortality. These representations serve as a reminder of the enduring relevance of ancient mythologies in contemporary culture. Nazca, with his radiant staff and significant role in Mesopotamian mythology, embodies the complexities of life, death, and the afterlife. As a guardian of souls, he navigates the intricate relationships between the realms of the living and the dead, ensuring that the cosmic order remains intact. His enduring legacy serves as a testament to the human desire to understand the mysteries of existence and the inevitable journey into the unknown. Through this exploration of Nazca and the profound significance of his staff, we gain insights not only into ancient beliefs but also into the universal questions that continue to resonate with us today. As we ponder the nature of mortality and the afterlife, Nazca stands as a beacon of light, illuminating our paths as we navigate the enigmatic journey of life.
Alcinous calls a council, in which it is resolved to transport Ulysses into his country. After which splendid entertainments are made, where the celebrated musician and poet, Demodocus, plays and sings to the guests. They next proceed to the games, the race, the wrestling, discus, and sea, where Ulysses casts a prodigious length, to the admiration of all the spectators. They return again to the banquet, and Demodocus sings the loves of Mars and Venus. Ulysses, after a compliment to the poet, desires him to sing the introduction of the wooden horse into Troy, which subject provoking his tears, Alcinous inquires of his guest his name, parentage, and fortunes. Now fair Aurora lifts her golden ray, and all the ruddy orient flames with day. Alcinous, and the chief, with dawning light, rose instant from the slumbers of the night. Then to the council seat they bend their way, and fill the shining thrones along the bay. Meanwhile Minerva, in her guardian care, shoots from the starry vault through fields of air, in form, a herald of the king. She flies from peer to peer, and thus incessant cries, nobles and chiefs who rule Phaeacia's states, the king in council your attendance waits. The prince of grace divine your aid implores, or unknown seas arrived from unknown shores. She spoke, and sudden with tumultuous sounds of thronging multitudes the shore rebounds. At once the seats they fill, and every eye glazed, as before some brother of the sky. Pallas with grace divine his form improves, more high he treads, and more enlarged he moves. She sheds celestial bloom, regard to draw, and gives a dignity of mien, to awe, with strength, the future prize of fame to play, and gather all the honors of the day. Then from his glittering throne Alcinous rose, attend, he cried, while we our will disclose. Your present aid this godlike stranger craves, tossed by rude tempest through a war of waves, perhaps from realms that view the rising day, or nations subject to the western ray. Then grant, what here all sons of wine obtain, for here affliction never pleads in vain, be chosen youth prepared, expert to try the vast profound and hid the vessel fly, launch the tall back, and order every oar, then in our court indulge the genial hour. Instant, you sailors to this task attend, swift to the palace, all ye peers ascend, let none to strangers' honors due disclaim, be there Demodocus the bard of fame, taught by the gods to please, when high he sings the vocal lay, responsive to the strings. Thus spoke the prince, the attending peers obey, in state they move, Alcinous heads the way swift to Demodocus the herald flies, at once the sailors to their charge arise. They launch the vessel, and unfurl the sails, and stretch the swelling canvas to the gales. Then to the palace move, the gathering throng, youth and white age, tumultuous pour along. Now all accesses to the dome are filled, 8 boars, the choicest of the herd, are killed, 2 beeves, 12 fatlings, from the flock they bring to crown the feast. So wills the bounteous king, the herald now arrives, and guides along the sacred master of celestial song, dear to the muse, who gave his days to flow with mighty blessings, mixed with mighty woe, with clouds of darkness quenched his visual ray, but gave him skill to raise the lofty lay. High on a radiant throne sublime in state, encircled by huge multitudes, he sate, with silver shone the throne, his lyre, well strung to rapturous sounds, at hand Plutonus hung. Before his seat a polished table shines, and a full goblet foams with generous wines. His food a herald bore, and now they fed, and now the rage of craving hunger fled. Then, fired by all the muse, aloud he sings the mighty deeds of demigods and kings. From that fierce wrath the noble song arose, that made Ulysses and Achilles foes. How o'er the feast they doomed the fall of Troy, the stern debate Atrides hears with joy, for heaven foretold the contest, when he trod the marble threshold of the Delphic god, curious to learn the counsels of the sky. Yet he loosed the rage of war on Troy. Touched at the song, Ulysses straight resigned to soft affliction all his manly mind. Before his eyes the purple vest he drew, industrious to conceal the falling dew, but when the music paused, he ceased to shed the flowing tear, and raised his drooping head, and lifting to the gods a goblet crowned, he poured a pure libation to the ground. Transported with the song, the listening train again, with loud applause demand the strain. Again Ulysses veiled his pensive head. Again unmanned, a shower of sorrows shed. Concealed he wept, The king observed alone the silent tear, and heard the secret groan. Then to the bard aloud, "Oh, cease to sing, dumb be thy voice and mute the harmonious string. Enough the feast has pleased, enough the power of heavenly song has crowned the genial hour. Incessant in the games your strength display, contest, ye brave the honors of the day. That pleased the admiring stranger may proclaim, in distant regions the Phaeacian fame. None wield the gauntlet with so dire a sway, or swifter in the race devour the way. None in the leap spring with so strong a bound, or firmer, in the wrestling, press the ground." Thus spoke the king. The attending peers obey. In state they move, Alcinous lends the way. His golden lyre Demodocus unstrung, high on a column in the palace hung, and guided by a herald's guardian cares, majestic to the lists of fame repairs. Now swarms the populace, a countless throng, youth and boor age, and man drives man along. The games begin, ambitious of the prize, Acronius, Thun, and Eretmius rise. The prize Osialus and Primnius claim, Anchialus and Pontius, chiefs of fame. There Prorius, Nautes, Eretrius, appear and famed Amphialus, Polynius heir, Euryalus, like Mars terrific, rose, when clad in wrath he withers hosts of foes, nor belides with grace unequalled shone, or equalled by Laodamas alone. With these came forth Ambasinius the strong, and 3 brave sons, from great Alcinous sprung. Ranged in a line the ready racers stand, start from the goal, and vanish o'er the strand. Swift as on wings of winds, upborne they fly, and drifts of rising dust involve the sky. Before the rest, what space the hinds allow between the mule and ox, from plough to plough, Clytonius sprung. He winged the rapid way, and bore the unrivaled honors of the day. With fierce embrace the brawny wrestlers join, the conquest, great Euryalus, is thine. Amphialus sprung forward with a bound, superior in the leap, a length of ground. From Elatrius' strong arm the discus flies, and sings with unmatched force along the skies. And Laodam whirls high, with dreadful sway, the gloves of death, victorious in the fray. While thus the peerage in the games contends, in act to speak, Laodamas ascends. "O friends," he cries, "the stranger seems well skilled to try the illustrious labors of the field. I deem him brave. Then grant the brave man's claim, invite the hero to his share of fame. What nervous arms he boasts! How firm his tread! His limbs how turned! How broad his shoulders spread! By age unbroke, but all-consuming care destroys perhaps the strength that time would spare. Dire is the ocean, dread in all its forms. Man must decay when man contends with storms. Well as thou spoke, Euryalus replies, thine is the guest, invite him thou to rise. Swift as the word, advancing from the crowd, he made obeisance, and thus spoke aloud, vouchsafes the reverend stranger to display his manly worth, and share the glorious day. Father, arise. For thee thy port proclaims expert to conquer in the solemn games. To fame arise. For what more fame can yield than the swift race, or conflict of the field? Steal from corroding care one transient day, to glory give the space thou hast to stay. Short is the time, and lo! E'en now the gales call thee aboard, and stretch the swelling sails. To whom with sighs Ulysses gave reply, Ah, why the ill-suiting pastime must I try? To gloomy care my thoughts alone are free, ill the gay sorts with troubled hearts agree. Sad from my natal hour my days have ran, a much afflicted, much enduring man. Who, suppliant to the king and peers, implores a speedy voyage to his native shore. Wise wonders, Laodam, thy erring tongue the sports of glory to the brave belong, retorts Euryalus he bears no claim among the great, unlike the sons of fame. A wandering merchant he frequents the main some mean seafarer in pursuit of gain, studious of freight, in naval trade well skilled, but dreads the athletic labors of the field. Incensed, Ulysses with a frown replies, O forward to proclaim thy soul unwise. With partial hands the gods their gifts dispense, some greatly think, some speak with manly sense. Here heaven an elegance of form denies, but wisdom the defect of form supplies. This man with energy of thought controls, and steals with modest violence our souls. he speaks reservedly, but he speaks with force, nor can one word be changed but for a worse. In public more than mortal he appears, and as he moves, the praising crowd reveres, while others, beauteous as the ethereal kind, the nobler portion went, a knowing mind, in outward show heaven gives thee to excel. But heaven denies the praise of thinking well. I'll bear the brave a rude ungoverned tongue, and youth, my generous soul resents the wrong. Skilled in heroic exercise, I claim a post of honor with the sons of fame. Such was my boast while vigor crowned my days, now care surrounds me, and my force decays, inured a melancholy part to bear in scenes of death, by tempest, and by war yet thus by woes impaired, no more I wave to prove the hero slander stings the brave. Then gliding forward with a furious bound, he wrenched a rocky fragment from the ground by far more ponderous, and more huge by far than what Phaeacia's sons discharged in air. Fierce from his arm the enormous load he flings, sonorous through the shaded air it sings, couched to the earth, tempestuous as it flies, the crowd gaze upward while it cleaves the skies. Beyond all marks, with many a giddy round down rushing, it upturns a hill of ground. That instant Pallas, bursting from a cloud, fixed a distinguished mark, and cried aloud, e'en he who, sightless, wants his visual ray may by his touch alone award the day. Thy signal throw transcends the utmost bound of every champion by a length of ground. Securely bid the strongest of the train arise to throw, the strongest throws in vain. She spoke, and momentary mounts the sky, the friendly voice Ulysses hears with joy. Then thus aloud, elate with decent pride, rise, ye Phaeacians, try your force, he cried, if with this throw the strongest cast a vie, still, further still, I bid the discus fly. Stand forth, ye champions, who the gauntlet wield, or ye, the swiftest racers of the field. Stand forth, ye wrestlers, who these pastimes grace. I wield the gauntlet, and I run the race. In such heroic games I yield to none, or yield to brave Laodamas alone. Shall I with brave Laodamas contend? A friend is sacred, and I style him friend. Ungenerous were the man, and base of heart, who takes the kind, and pays the ungrateful part. Chiefly the man, in foreign realms confined, base to his friend, to his own interest blind. All your heroes I this day defy. Give me a man that we our might may try. Expert in every art, I boast the skill to give the feathered arrow wings to kill. Should a whole host at once discharge the bow, my well-aimed shaft with death prevents the foe. Alone superior, in the field of Troy, great Philoctetes taught the shaft to fly. From all the sons of earth unrivaled praise I justly claim, but yield to better days, to those famed days when great Alcides rose, and Eurytus, who bade the gods be foes, vain Eurytus, whose art became his crime, swept from the earth, he perished in his prime. Suddenly irremeable way he trod, who boldly durst defy the Boeotian god. In fighting fields, as far the spear I throw as flies an arrow from the well-drawn bow. Sole in the race the contest I decline, stiff are my weary joints, and I resign. By storms and hunger worn, age well may fail, when storms and hunger doth at once assail. Abashed, the numbers hear the godlike man, till great Alcinous mildly thus began, well as thou spoke, and well thy generous tongue with decent pride refutes a public wrong. Warm are thy words, but warm without offence, fear only fools, secure in men of sense, thy worth is known. Then hear our country's claim, and bear to heroes our heroic fame, in distant realms our glorious deeds display, repeat them frequent in the genial day, when, blessed with ease, thy woes and wanderings end, teach them thy consort, bid thy sons attend, how, loved of Jove, he crowned our sires with praise, how we their offspring dignify our race. Let other realms the deathful gauntlet wield, or boast the glories of the athletic field, we in the course unrivaled speed display, or through cerulean billows plough the way, to dress, to dance, to sing, our sole delight, the feast or bath by day, and love by night. Rise, then, ye skilled in measures, let him bear your fame to men that breathe a decent air, and faithful say, to you the powers belong to race, to sail, to dance, to chant the song. But, herald, to the palace swift repair, and the soft lyre to grace our pastimes bear. Swift at the word, obedient to the king, the herald flies the tuneful lyre to bring. Up rose 9 seniors, chosen to survey the future games, the judges of the day. With instant care they mark a spacious round and level for the dance the allotted ground. The herald bears the lyre, intent to play, the bard advancing meditates the lay. Skilled in the dance, tall youths, a blooming band, graceful before the heavenly minstrel stand, light bounding from the earth, at once they rise, their feet half viewless quiver in the skies. Ulysses gazed, astonished to survey the glancing splendors as their sandals play. Meantime the bard, alternate to the strings, the loves of Mars and Cytherea sings. How the stern god, enamored with her charms, clasped the gay panting goddess in his arms, by bribes seduced, and how the sun, whose eye views the broad heavens, disclosed the lawless joy. Stung to the soul, indignant through the skies to his black forge vindictive Vulcan flies. Arrived, his sinewy arms incessant place the eternal anvil on the massy base. A wondrous net he labors, to betray the wanton lovers, as entwined they lay, indissolubly strong, then instant bears to his immortal dome the finished snares, above, below, around, with art dispread, the shore enclosure folds the genial bed, whose texture even the search of gods deceives, thin as the filmy threads the spider weaves. Then, as withdrawing from the starry bowers, he feigns a journey to the Lemnian shores, his favorite isle. Observant Mars descries his wished Reses, and to the goddess flies. He glows, he burns, the fair-haired queen of love descends, smooth gliding from the courts of Jove, gay blooming in full charms. Her hand he pressed with eager joy, and with a sigh addressed, "Come, my beloved, and taste the soft delights. Come, to repose the genial bed invites. Thy absent spouse, neglectful of thy charms, prefers his barbarous sintions to thy arms." Then, nothing loath, the enamoured fair he led, and sunk transported on the conscious bed. Down rushed the toils, enwrapping as they lay the careless lovers in their wanton play. In vain they strive, the entangling snares deny, inextricably firm, the power to fly. Warned by the god who sheds the golden day, stern Vulcan homeward treads the starry way. Arrived, he sees, he grieves, with rage he burns, full horribly he roars, his voice all heaven returns. "O Jove," he cried, "O all ye powers above, see the lewd dalliance of the queen of love. Me, awkward me, she scorns, and yields her charms to that fair lecher, the strong god of arms. If I am lame, that stain my natal hour by fate imposed, such me my parent bore. Why was I born? See how the wanton lies. O sight tormenting to a husband's eyes. But yet, I trust, this one seen Mars would fly his fair one's arms. He thinks her, once, too nigh. But there remain, ye guilty, in my power, till Jove refunds his shameless daughter's dower. Too dear I prized a fair enchanting face, beauty unchaste is beauty in disgrace." Meanwhile the gods the dome of Vulcan throng, Apollo comes, and Neptune comes along, with these gay Hermes trod the starry plain, but modesty withheld the goddess train. All heaven beholds, imprisoned as they lie, and unextinguished laughter shakes the sky. Then mutual, thus they spoke, "Behold on wrong swift vengeance waits, and art subdues the strong. Dwells there a god on all the Olympian brow more swift than Mars, and more than Vulcan slow? Yet Vulcan conquers, and the god of arms must pay the penalty for lawless charms." Thus serious they, but he who gilds the skies, the gay Apollo, thus to Hermes cries, "Wouldst thou enchained like Mars, O Hermes, lie and bear the shame like Mars to share the joy? O envied shame!" The smiling youth rejoined winking smiley, "And thrice the chains, and thrice more firmly bind. Gaze all ye gods, and every goddess gaze, yet eager would I bless the sweet disgrace." Loud laugh the rest, e'en Neptune laughs aloud, yet sues importunate to loose the god. "And free," he cries, "O Vulcan, free from shame thy captives, I ensure the penal claim. Will Neptune, Vulcan then, the faithless trust? He suffers who gives surety for the unjust. But say, if that lewd scandal of the sky, to liberty restored, perfidious fly, say, wilt thou bear the mulct?" He instant cries, "The mulct I bear, if Mars perfidious flies. To whom appeased, no more I urge delay, when Neptune sues, my part is to obey. Then to the snares his force the god applies, they burst, and Mars to Thrace indignant flies. To the soft Cyprian shores the goddess moves, to visit Paphos and her blooming groves, where to the power 100 altars rise, and breathing odors scent the balmy skies. Concealed she bathes in consecrated bowers, the graces unguents shed, ambrosial showers, unguents that charm the gods. She last assumes her wondrous robes, and full the goddess blooms. Thus sung the bard, Ulysses hears with joy, and loud applauses read the vaulted sky. Then to the sports his sons the king commands, each blooming youth before the monarch stands, in dance unmatched. A wondrous ball is brought, the work of Polypus, divinely wrought. This youth with strength enormous bids it fly, and bending backward whirls it to the sky. His brother, springing with an active bound, at distance intercepts it from the ground. The ball dismissed, in dance they skim the strand, turn and return, and scarce imprint the sand. The assembly gazes with astonished eyes, and sends in shouts applauses to the skies. Then thus Ulysses, happy king, whose name the brightest shines in all the rolls of fame. In subjects happy with surprise I gaze, thy praise was just, their skill transcends thy praise. Pleased with his people's fame, the monarch hears, and thus benevolent accosts the peers. Since wisdom's sacred guidance he pursues, give to the stranger guest a stranger's dues. 12 princes in our realm dominion share, o'er whom supreme, imperial power I bear. Bring gold, a pledge of love, a talent bring, a vest, a robe, and imitate your king. Be swift to give, that he this night may share the social feast of joy, with joy sincere. And thou, Euryalus, redeem thy wrong, a generous heart repairs a slanderous tongue. The assenting peers, obedient to the king, in haste their heralds send the gifts to bring. Then thus Euryalus, O prince, whose sway rules this blessed realm, repentant I obey, be his this sword, whose blade of brass displays a ruddy gleam, whose hilt a silver blaze, whose ivory sheath, inwrought with curious pride, adds graceful terror to the wearer's side. He said, and to his hand the sword consigned, and if, he cried, my words affect thy mind, far from thy mind those words, ye whirlwinds, bear and scatter them, ye storms, in empty air. Crown, O ye heavens, with joy his peaceful hours, and grant him to his spouse and native shores. And blessed be thou, my friend, Ulysses cries, crown him with every joy, ye favoring skies to thy calm hours continued peace afford, and never, never mayst thou want this sword, he said, and o'er his shoulder flung the blade. Now o'er the earth ascends the evening shade, the precious gifts the illustrious heralds bear, and to the court the embodied peers repair. Before the queen Alcinous's sons unfold the vests, the robes, and heaps of shining gold, then to the radiant thrones they move in state, aloft, the king in pomp imperial sate. Thence to the queen, O partner of our reign, O soul beloved. Command thy menial train a polished chest and stately robes to bear, and healing waters for the bath prepare, that, bathed, our guest may bid his sorrows cease, hear the sweet song, and taste the feast in peace. A bowl that flames with gold, of wondrous frame, ourself we give, memorial of our name, to raise in offerings to Almighty Jove, and every god that treads the courts above. Instant the queen, observant of the king, commands her train a spacious vase to bring, the spacious vase with ample streams suffice, heap the high wood, and bid the flames arise. The flames climb round it with a fierce embrace, the fuming waters bubble o'er the blaze. Herself the chest prepares, in order rolled the robes, the vests are ranged, and heaps of gold and adding a rich dress inwrought with art, a gift expressive of her bounteous heart. Thus spoke to Ithacus, to guard with bands insolvable these gifts, thy care demands, lest, in thy slumbers on the watery main, the hand of rapine make our bounty vain. Then bending with full force around he rolled a labyrinth of bands in fold on fold, closed with Sacaean art. A train attends around the bath the king ascends, untasted joy, since that disastrous hour, he sailed ill-fated from Calypso's bower, where, happy as the gods that range the sky, he feasted every sense with every joy. He bathes, The damsels with officious toil, shed sweets, shed unguents, in a shower of oil. Then o'er his limbs a gorgeous robe he spreads, and to the feast magnificently treads. Full where the dome its shining valves expands, Nausicaa blooming as a goddess stands. With wondering eyes the hero she surveyed, and graceful thus began the royal maid, "Hail, godlike stranger! And when heaven restores to thy fond wish thy long-expected shores, this ever grateful in remembrance bear. To me thou owest, to me, the vital heir. O royal maid! Ulysses straight returns, whose worth the splendors of thy race adorns. So may dread Jove, whose arm in vengeance forms the writ-hen bolt, and blackens heaven with storms, restore me safe, through weary wanderings tossed, to my dear country's ever-pleasing coast, as while the spirit in this bosom glows, to thee, my goddess, I address my vows, my life, thy gift I boast." He said, and sate fast by Alcinous on a throne of state. Now each partakes the feast, the wine prepares, portions the food, and each his portion shares. The bard a herald guides, the gazing throng pay low obeisance as he moves along, beneath a sculptured arch he sits enthroned, the peers encircling form an awful round. Then, from the chine, Ulysses carves with art delicious food, an honorary part. This, let the master of the lyre receive, a pledge of love, 'tis all a wretch can give. Lives there a man beneath the spacious skies, who sacred honors to the bard denies? The muse the bard inspires, exalts his mind, the muse indulgent loves the harmonious kind. The herald to his hand the charge conveys, not fond of flattery, nor unpleased with praise. When now the rage of hunger was allayed, thus to the lyrist wise Ulysses said, "O more than man! Thy soul the muse inspires, or Phoebus animates with all his fires, for who, by Phoebus uninformed, could know the woe of Greece, and sing so well the woe? Just to the tale, as present at the fray, or taught the labors of the dreadful day, the song recalls past horrors to my eyes, and bids proud Ilion from her ashes rise. Once more harmonious strike the sounding string, the Epean fabric, framed by Pallas, sing, how stern Ulysses, furious to destroy, with latent heroes sacked imperial Troy. If faithful thou record the tale of fame, the god himself inspires thy breast with flame, and mine shall be the task henceforth, to raise in every land thy monument of praise." Full of the god he raised his lofty strain, how the Greeks rushed tumultuous to the main, how blazing tents illumined half the skies, while from the shores the winged navy flies, how e'en in Ilion's walls, in deathful bands, came the stern Greeks by Troy's assisting hands. All Troy upheaved the steed, of differing mind, various the Trojans counselled, part consigned the monster to the sword, part sentence gave to plunge it headlong in the whelming wave, the unwise award to lodge it in the towers, an offering sacred to the immortal powers. The unwise prevail, they lodge it in the walls, and by the gods' decree proud Ilion falls, destruction enters in the treacherous wood, and vengeful slaughter, fierce for human blood. He sung the Greeks stern issuing from the steed, how Ilion burns, how all her fathers bleed, how to thy dome, Deiphobus, ascends the Spartan king, how Ithacus attends, horrid as Mars, and how with dire alarms he fights subdues, for Pallas strings his arms thus while he sung, Ulysses' griefs renew, tears bathe his cheeks, and tears the ground bedew as some fond matron views in mortal fight her husband falling in his country's right. Frantic through clashing swords she runs, she flies, as ghastly pale he groans, and faints and dies. Close to his breast she grovels on the ground, and bathes with floods of tears. The gaping wound, she cries, she shrieks. The fierce insulting foe relentless mocks her violence of woe, to chains condemned, as wildly she deplores, a widow and a slave on foreign shores. So from the sluices of Ulysses' eyes fast fell the tears, and sighs succeeded sighs. Concealed he grieved. The king observed alone the silent tear, and heard the secret groan. Then to the bard aloud, "O cease to sing, dumb be thy voice, and mute the tuneful string. To every note his tears responsive flow, and his great heart heaves with tumultuous woe. Thy lay too deeply moves. Then cease the lay, and o'er the banquet every heart be gay. This social rite demands, for him the sails, floating in air, invite the impelling gales. His are the gifts of love, the wise and good receive the stranger as a brother's blood. But, friend, discover faithful what I crave, artful concealment ill becomes the brave. Say what thy birth, and what the name you bore, imposed by parents in the natal hour. For from the natal hour distinctive names, one common right, the great and lowly claims. Say from what city, from what regions tossed, and what inhabitants those regions boast. So shalt thou instant reach the realm assigned, in wondrous ships, self-moved, instinct with mind, no helm secures their course, no pilot guides, like man intelligent, they plough the tides, conscious of every coast, and every bay, that lies beneath the sun's all-seeing ray. Though clouds and darkness veil the encumbered sky, fearless through darkness and through clouds they fly. Though tempests rage, though rolls the swelling main, the seas may roll, the tempests rage in vain. E'en the stern God that o'er the waves presides, safe as they pass, and safe repass the tides, with fury burns. While careless they convey promiscuous every guest to every bay, these ears have heard my royal sire disclose a dreadful story, big with future woes, how Neptune raged, and how, by his command, firm rooted in a surge a ship should stand a monument of wrath, how mound on mound should bury these proud towers beneath the ground. But this the gods may frustrate or fulfill, as suits the purpose of the eternal will. But say through what waste regions as thou strayed, what customs noted, and what coasts surveyed, possessed by wild barbarians fierce in arms, or men whose bosom tender pity warms. Say why the fate of Troy awaked thy cares, why heaved thy bosom, and why flowed thy tears. Just are the ways of heaven, from heaven proceed the woes of man, heaven doomed the Greeks to bleed, a theme of future song. Say, then, if slain some dear loved brother pressed the Phrygian plain, or bled some friend, who bore a brother's part, and claimed by merit, not by blood, the heart.
As for the rest of the house and the property, we didn't find anything else, Gordon replied. Peter sighed, looked down, and said, wow, you couldn't find anything to help, huh? Well, the only thing that surprised me a bit was how cold the basement is. It's actually kind of refreshing in this heat, you know, Gordon adds. Yeah, but that will not find her, I guess. Is there anything else I can help with? Peter asked. No, probably not. Officer Campbell took your statement, correct? Gordon asked. Peter nods and said, yes, I told him what I remember, which actually isn't much, since I was drunk and passed out last night. I just feel like this is my fault. Peter, it's not your fault. Don't keep blaming yourself, Laura reminded him. Well, hopefully we will be able to find her soon, Peter. Gordon reached in his shirt pocket and removed a business card. Here's my card, Peter. Please contact me or anyone in the Wharton police station if you can think of anything that could help. Peter took the card and said, thanks, Gordon, I will let you know. Oh, this may seem a bit weird, but when you were searching the house, did you see any sign that the house may be haunted? Gordon was slightly taken aback by the question, but he responded, honestly, we did not really search the house with that in mind. Though, I didn't see or hear anything that I can remember that would have indicated that it is haunted. I'm not even sure what I believe about that stuff anyway. But the basement is unusually cool, right? Peter asked. Well, that it is, but I'm sure there's something other than a supernatural reason for it, Gordon replied. Well, thanks for your help, Gordon. I'll give you a call if I can think of anything else that might help. I just want to find Sarah now, Peter said. I know this has got to be difficult, Peter. We have our best men and women working on the case, Gordon reminded Peter. If anyone can find Sarah, it'll be Gordon and his deputies. Mark and the other officers will do a fine job as well, Laura added. Thanks, Laura. Peter, you have a very good lawyer. She keeps us honest, Gordon said with a smile. I try, Gordon, I try, Laura said, smiling back at Gordon. Well, Peter, again, just call me if you need anything. Take care, he said as he nodded slightly and began to walk toward his patrol car. Thanks again, Gordon, Peter said. See you later, Gordon, Laura said as Gordon passes by. Peter and Laura looked at each other and started walking toward the front steps, then onto the front porch. The door was still unlocked and partially open. Peter pushed the door open the rest of the way and held it open for Laura. They walked into the foyer. Peter closed the front door behind them, and it squeaked as it shut. Peter turns toward the living room. He pointed toward the living room with his hand and offered, would the living room be okay to talk, Laura? That should work fine, Peter, Laura replied as they began walking toward the living room. As the two walked into the living room, Laura commented, didn't you two just move into this house recently? Everything in here seems like it belongs here. Oh, that's because most of the furniture was here before we moved here. We only bought a few pieces from our old apartment, Peter replied as they made their way to a set of chairs near the front window. Why would someone leave that much furniture in a house? Laura asked as she sat in one of the chairs. Well, as I understand it, the house was owned by the sister of the previous owner. The previous owner was a Mildred Croft. After she was declared dead, her sister got possession of the house. The sister was, Dolores Winter. I guess Dolores had enough furniture in her house, and she just wanted to sell the house. So she ended up selling it with most of the furniture in it. I guess she just removed a few meaningful things and left the rest, Peter replied as he took the other chair near the window. Mildred Croft, why is that name familiar to me? Wait, wasn't that the older woman who disappeared a few years ago? Laura asked. Yes, that's what I was told. I guess her husband disappeared in the mid-80s, too, Peter replied. And now your wife Sarah has disappeared from the same house. What do the police think about a connection between them? Laura asked. Not much of a connection as far as I can tell. The police know about it, but I'm not even sure Gordon even knows about it. Perhaps I should let him know about it, Peter replied. Oh, I can talk with him about that next time I see him. That's an interesting angle though. That may help take some of the heat off you at least. I'll see if I can steer them to investigate the past before they go after you too seriously, Laura replied. Well, that would be nice if they would look for what really happened. I really don't think I had anything to do with her disappearance. I know I was drunk and I only remember a few things from last night, but I can't imagine that I would have done anything to harm Sarah, Peter commented. Okay, Peter, let's go over the details. I know I'll be able to get the notes and other evidence from the police and sheriff offices, but I want to hear it from you. The more I know, the better I'll be able to defend you and make sure they don't even charge you, Laura said as she prepared her notepad and pen for taking notes. Sounds good to me. Where would you like me to start? Peter asked. Well, my guess is that the police started asking about yesterday, so let's go back to when you moved here or maybe even when you were told about the house, Laura suggests. Sure, I'll start with our visit to the Wharton and the meeting with Carl Bishop, Peter replied. Okay, you may start then, Laura said as she begins to take notes. Peter related what happened to Laura, from the meeting with Carl until this morning and the meeting with the police. When Peter was finished telling Laura what he remembered, Laura wanted to go back to something he alluded to earlier. Laura paused a moment and asked Peter, okay, when Sheriff Hughes was here, you asked him about this house being haunted. Do you think that it is? Peter took a deep breath and replied, well, honestly I'm not too sure about it myself. I have heard a few strange things. It was Sarah that was hearing voices usually at night. I apparently managed to sleep through most of the things she heard, though. The only thing I actually heard was something that sounded a bit like a sigh, and that was only once. But it was Sarah that was hearing most of the voices and other sounds, Laura asked. Yes, again, I really didn't hear too much. Oh, she was looking through the offices a few nights ago and a desk drawer slammed shut, Peter tells Laura. Did you see the drawer shut yourself, or did only Laura see it? She asked. I heard it shut, but I was in this room and Sarah screamed right after I heard it shut, Peter answers. Laura paused again and asked Peter carefully, do you think there's any possibility that Sarah could have been imagining the voices and maybe shut the drawer herself? Peter stared down for a moment and took a deep breath. After thinking for several seconds he answered, well, I suppose it could be possible, but I don't think that's something she would do. It's just not like her to do that. Laura carefully continued, Peter, to help figure out what happened to Sarah, we will need to determine her mental state. Peter nodded his head slowly and answered, yeah, I guess you are right. She didn't have any mental problems that I knew of. I'm not sure she was totally happy here, but I thought she was ready to keep giving it a try at least. Okay, Peter, I should have enough for now. Are you going to be okay? Laura asked. Peter paused and replied, I really don't know. I'm really starting to feel very alone and basically useless, since I don't know where Sarah is. He then sighed. Peter, the police and sheriff offices are working very hard on this case. There probably is not much else you can do now, Laura responded. Oh, have you thought about contacting her relatives? Laura asked. I suppose I should call them. Her parents are in Arizona, so I don't know if they would come or anything like that. I may even wait until tomorrow, just on the chance this is just some kind of misunderstanding, Peter replied. Any chance they may know where she is? Laura asked. I really don't think she would just leave me like this and go to them. I'll still wait until tomorrow to call them, Peter said as he stood up. Thanks so much for your help, Laura. There are so many questions I have on this, but at least you are able to calm me down enough to deal with things rationally. Just trying to help, Peter, she replied as she stood up from her chair as well. They walked together to the foyer. Laura reached in a pocket and removed a business card. She then handed it to Peter. Please call me if you can think of anything else or if you have any more questions, she said. I will, Laura, and thanks again, Peter said, reaching for the front door. He pulled the door open, and Laura said, you take care, Peter, and call me tomorrow to let me know how you are doing, okay? I'll call you tomorrow. Goodbye, Peter said as she walked out onto the porch. Goodbye, Peter, she said, turning around slightly as she made her way across the porch. Peter shut the door behind her. He found himself staring at the window pane in the door for what may have been a minute or so. He shut his eyes and the headache pain became more apparent. The hangover still was affecting him. He wanted to look for Sarah some more, but realized there was not much he could do now. Especially in the condition he was in. He was both physically and emotionally drained. After a wide yawn, he decided to go to bed and get up early the next morning to search for Sarah again. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes and exhaled. Afterward, he turned and began to slowly walk up the steps to his bedroom. Lying in bed, he began to realize that his mind was racing, as he thought about Sarah and where she could be. He wanted to get some sleep, but for a change, he was having trouble relaxing enough to fall asleep. There were occasional creaks from outside the room that caught his attention, nothing too strange at least. He tossed and turned for what seemed like hours. Finally, he was aware that he was drifting in and out of sleep. With his eyes shut, he could hear something that was like footsteps outside of the bedroom in the hall. He kept his eyes shut, but focused his ears on the noises. Next, there was something that almost sounded like one of the doors opening, followed by more footsteps getting closer. Still very tired, he found himself drifting off to sleep. Later, he was slightly awake again. Lying on his side, he felt some kind of weight against his back. It was almost like someone was lying next to him. Startled, his eyes opened quickly, but he did not move. Still feeling the weight, he quickly rolled over to look next to him. With the room very dark, and only the moon and street lights providing faint light, it was difficult to identify any objects. He could see the sheet next to him fluttering down, as if someone had just left. He then realized the weight was gone too. His heart was beating fast and he was breathing nervously. Was someone or something next to him in the bed, or was he just imagining everything? He then noticed that the bedroom door was partially open. He shook his head as he tried to remember if he had shut it or not. He closed his eyes again and took a deep breath as he tried to calm down. After a minute or so he found that he was a bit calmer. He then rested his head again, and was quickly able to get back to sleep. From the filtered light on the back of his eyelids, Peter realized that it was now morning. His head felt much better, and even with all of the trouble during the night, he did feel ready to get up and look for Sarah. He opened his eyes and dropped his legs to the floor. He noticed the bedroom door was now closed. He then remembered what had happened during the night. With the door closed, he started to think that maybe something being in his bed and the door being partially open was part of a dream. He closed his eyes for a moment, took a deep breath, and reopened his eyes. Daylight brightened the room through the front window. He then stood up and walked toward the bathroom door. He opened the door and walked into the bathroom to take a shower. After taking his shower, he got dressed in older housework clothes for searching. He headed to the hallway from the bedroom. The floorboards creaked under his feet as he walked toward the stairway. With his head now clearer, he started to plan out what to do during the day to look for Sarah. As he began down the stairs, he decided to get a quick breakfast, and afterward he would start looking around the house again. Perhaps the police and sheriff department missed something. He had to continue looking at least. When he reached the bottom of the stairs, he made his way down the hall toward the kitchen. After fixing a cup of coffee and a bowl of cereal, Peter rinsed the dishes in the sink, and then placed them on the counter. He turned away from the sink and propped his back against the counter for a moment. Staring across the kitchen, he tried to remember anything he could from the evening that could help him find Sarah. He recalled her going into the bathroom. Later, the only other thing he remembered was hearing, or at least he thought he heard, was footsteps in the hall, and maybe going down the steps. Maybe she had heard some voices again and went to investigate. He nodded his head to himself a few times, and pushed himself away from the counter. He walked past the back door toward the office. The door to the office was closed. Maybe the police shut it after searching, he guessed. He pushes the door open. Looking around the room, he noticed the desk drawers were shut. The files and papers on the desk looked like someone had gone through them. Probably the police again, he thought. He stepped further into the room and examined at other items in the room. The file cabinet near the door was shut like the desk drawers. It may have been searched, but other than that, the room appeared normal. Finding nothing unusual in the office, he turned around, ready to look elsewhere. As he reached the doorway, he remembered the files that Sarah had been researching before she disappeared. He turned back and stared at the drawer that apparently slammed shut. He noted to himself that he would have to look at the files himself, to see if he could figure out what she found. He then faced the doorway again, walked out of the door, and headed to the family room. He stood in the family room for a moment and scanned the room for any clues. Some things did look disturbed, likely from the police search again, he figured. Seeing nothing that would help, he moved on to the living room. He had been in the living room the evening before with Sarah, and similar to the family room, he did not notice anything strange. He shook his head as he stood in the living room. After a sigh, he moved on to the foyer. As he made his way into the foyer, he slowed his steps as he remembered waking up on the floor. He then looked toward the front door, which had been open that morning. Could she have left through the front door? Maybe he had heard something, then was following her down the stairs toward the door, and then he just passed out or something. He gradually realized Sarah could have left him. Maybe she really did feel like she did not fit in here and just needed to get away. He took a deep breath as he continued to think about any signs indicating that she may have wanted to leave. He remembered that she did want to go out to the bar Wednesday. Could she have met someone at the bar? She also was pretty upset with him after drinking too much at the party Saturday. Peter closed his eyes and tried to calm down with a deep breath again. After opening his eyes again, he walked to the front door. He opened it and found the local paper sitting rolled up on the porch near the doormat. He picked it up and removed the rubber band. There on the front page was a photo of Sarah that he had given to the police, on the front page with an article about her missing. Closing the front door, he took the paper with him as he walked toward the kitchen table, looking into a few rooms along the way. He made his way toward the sitting room and stopped when he reached the threshold. After taking a quick scan around the sitting room, he headed back toward the kitchen. He also paused to take a quick look into the dining room. In the kitchen, he sat in one of the chairs at the small kitchen table. He unfolded the paper on the kitchen table and began to read the article about Sarah carefully. The facts seemed accurate, as far as he can remember. It does note that no good clues or suspects have been found in the disappearance and that people could contact the local police with any tips. Without really learning anything new, Peter felt disappointed. He stared out the back window for a while and then changed toward the basement door. He knew he needed a moment to plan what to do next. Nodding his head slightly as he again stared back out of the window at the backyard, he mentally noted the places he wants to check, like the basement, the yard, and the garage. After a few minutes of sitting at the small kitchen table, he stood up. He decided he would check the basement first, so he walked toward the basement door. When he pulled it open, it creaked loud enough that he stared at the hinges as it opened. For some reason, the creaking seemed louder than he remembered. He slowly continued through the basement door threshold. He reached for the light switch to turn on the light. Maybe his eyes were adjusted to the fairly bright sunlit room, but the basement lights seemed dim to him as he began to walk down the steps. The wooden steps creaked as he carefully stepped further down into the basement. It still appeared dark to him. He paused to blink for a moment, hoping that his eyes would adjust to the darker lighting. The large gravity furnace loomed into view to his left as he approached the bottom of the stairway. He reached the basement floor next to the furnace. Standing near the bottom of the steps, he started looking around, and was drawn to the furnace for some reason. As he stared at it, he heard something moving from further into the basement. There was a loud metallic clanging sound, followed by something metal rolling. He turned slightly to see the metal pipe that he found on the floor a few nights before rolling toward him. He was stunned as it came to rest against his right foot. His heart began to race and his breathing went erratic. Goosebumps emerged on all over his body. After staring at the pipe for a minute or so, he slowly bent down to pick it up with his right hand. Holding the pipe, he gazed over toward the workbench area. The two bare light bulbs in the basement did not cast much light in that area, especially with the coating of singed dust resting on them. A blotchy dark vertical shadow could be seen near the workbench and the furnace. It appeared to move very slowly from the near end of the workbench to behind the furnace. It disappeared into the dark recesses behind the furnace. Did he see a ghost? Peter was still stunned. His breathing was still irregular and he could feel his heart beating frantically, both in reaction to what he observed. A feeling of uneasiness consumed him as he came to the realization that there was something happening in this house that he does not understand. Trying to calm down, he closed his eyes. He forced himself to slow his breathing. While still trying to control his breathing, he opened his eyes occasionally to make sure nothing else is in the basement again. Gradually, the goosebumps disappeared, and his breathing and heartbeat returned to at least tolerable levels. He felt the need to get a closer look behind the furnace where the shadowy figure disappeared. After slowly making his way toward the workbench on the far side of the furnace, he observed that it was very dark behind the furnace, due to some areas where the light was blocked by the massive furnace. A flashlight might help. He recalled seeing one on the workbench before, so he got closer to look for it. After setting the pipe back down on the bench, he scanned the cluttered top, but the flashlight was not there. He could swear that it had been there before. Perhaps there was another one somewhere nearby. He reached for the top drawer of the workbench and sure enough, there was a flashlight. It was an old metal one, unlike the missing one, but it would work. He reached in the drawer and removed it. The battery still worked when he turned it on. It was somewhat dim, but usable at least. He then pointed the flashlight behind the furnace. Spider webs hung from the ceiling joists. The rusty metal wall with the thin vertical ribs between the steel panels extended from the floor to the ceiling. With the circular pattern of light cast by the flashlight into various regions behind the furnace, he realized that other than being creepy, whatever form he saw earlier was no longer behind the furnace. He really believed he did see something, but what was it? He could only shake his head. For now he wanted to get away from this room and sort out what to do next. After turning the flashlight off and setting it on the workbench, he took another deep breath, looked at the steps, and walked toward them. With the help of the stair railing, he carefully made his way back up the steps. As he reached about halfway up the stairs, he paused a moment and looked behind himself. He had not heard anything, but he just felt he needed to check to see if anything was following him. He was relieved to not see anything. So he turned back toward the top of the steps, and continued upward. As he neared the top of the stairs and was about to pass through the doorway, he could hear a mid-range metallic ping coming from behind him in the basement. He paused for a moment, but decided to continue into the small hallway adjacent to the kitchen and the back door. Once in the hallway, he closed the basement door behind him to hopefully keep whatever he saw from getting to the upper levels of the house. Though he realized that would be unlikely to stop it, whatever it really was. He returned to the seat at the kitchen table. Staring at the photo of Sarah in the paper, he thought about ways to have more people see it so they can help look for her. Maybe flyers or signs would help. That could be something that Carl could help with, he thought to himself. He stood up from the table, pleased that he was able to refocus his thoughts away from the basement. He walked to the counter and picked up the phone. He dialed Carl's phone number and held the phone to his ear. It rang a few times and he heard Carl answer, "Hello." "Hello Carl, this is Peter calling." "How are you doing?" Peter asked. "Oh, I'm doing fine, Peter. We are still just worried about Sarah and you." "How are you holding up?" Carl asked. "Well, okay I guess. I was able to get some sleep last night after I met with Laura here. Thanks again for referring her to me. I have been impressed so far. I have been going over the house a bit this morning, looking for clues," Peter replied. "That's good that you have been doing better. Have you been able to find any more clues?" Carl asked. "Well, other than seeing and hearing some creepy things around here, I really haven't found anything new," Peter replied. "Creepy things, like what?" Carl asked, a bit slower than before. Peter took a breath, and replied, "Well, I heard things like footsteps last night, and it almost seemed like there was something in bed with me once. I also saw this strange dark shadowy figure in the basement this morning when I went down there to look around," Peter replied. "Wow, you are seeing actual figures? That sounds like the strange happenings have really been increasing around your house. I'm still sorry that I talked you two into that house, Carl commented. Oh, I don't blame you for any of this, Carl. I'm not sure what's going on around the house. I suppose I could even be imaging it, Peter replied. Peter, I know you well enough to believe that you are seeing something. Where it's coming from, I can't say, but you are seeing something. Is there anything I can help you with, Peter? Carl asked. Actually, I was calling because I did think of something that you should be able to help me with. I was reading the paper with the article about Sarah missing and I got to thinking about signs and flyers to post around town, Peter said. Yes, I definitely could help with that. I do make some of my own ads, so it should be easy for me to make something up to post around town. I can also recruit people to help post them as well, Carl offers. That would be great, Carl. I can find a photo you can scan in and use for the signs. You should be able to use the description in the paper, Peter responded. Sure, I can scan in the photo. Would it be okay if I dropped by later to pick up the photo? Carl asked. Yeah, that would be fine. That would give me a chance to find a recent photo that you can use. Thanks again for your help, Carl, Peter replied. Oh, it's the least I can do, Peter. I'll see you later today, Carl said. Sounds good. See you in a bit, Carl. Goodbye, Peter said. Take care, Peter. Goodbye, Carl said just before hanging up the phone. Peter hung up the phone, pausing for a moment, he thought about where to look for a suitable photo of Sarah for the flyers. He decided to head upstairs to find a picture. He began to walk down the hall toward the foyer and the stairs. After finding a photo of Sarah upstairs, taken about 6 months before, Peter brought it downstairs. He decided to place it on a small round table near the front door, so that it would be close by when Carl stopped to pick it up. As he was about to place the photo on the table, he gazed longingly at the photo of Sarah. It started to sink in that she was missing. Where could she be? Was she okay? Was she out, or worse? Questions ran through his mind as he stared at her photo. A feeling of emptiness came over him. He knew he was really missing her. He slowly closed his eyes.
I started recording prizes for Polkadot on June 26, 2022, and the first prize was recorded was 8.09. I record my prizes at or around midnight, Central Standard Time, in order to keep as close to an accurate price range as possible. On July 14, 2022, the recorded price for Polkadot was 6.33, down from 8.09. The recorded price for June 26, 2022, but up 0.14 from 6.47, the recorded price for July 13, 2022, the day before. On July 15, 2022, the price recorded was 6.70, down 1.39 from the recorded price on June 26, 2022, but up 0.34 from the recorded price from the day before. On July 16, 2022, the recorded price for Polkadot was 6.75, down 1.34 from the price recorded on June 26, 2022. The price was also up 0.05 though, from the recorded price from the day before. On July 17, 2022, the price recorded was 7.16, down 0.93 from the price recorded on June 26, 2022. But up 0.41 from the recorded price the day before. On July 18, 2022, the price recorded was 7.21, down 0.81 from the recorded price on June 26, 2022, but up 0.05 from 7.16, the price recorded on July 17, 2022, the day before. On July 19, 2022, the price recorded was 7.61, down 0.48 from the price recorded on June 26, 2022, and up 0.40 from the price recorded the day before. On July 20, 2022, the price recorded was 7.90, down 0.19 from the 8.09, the price recorded on June 26, 2022, but up 0.29 from 7.61, the recorded price from July 19, 2022, the price recorded the day before. On July 21, 2022, the price recorded was 7.29, down 0.08 from the price recorded on June 26, 2022, and down 0.61 from the price recorded the day before. On July 22, 2022, the price recorded was 7.47, down 0.62 from the price recorded on June 26, 2022, but up 0.18 from the recorded price the day before. On July 23, 2022, the price recorded was 7.48, down 0.61 from the price recorded on June 26, 2022, and down 0.01 from the price recorded on July 22, 2022, the day before. I no longer recorded the prices for Polkadot after July 23, 2022, first, because of the fact that the prices were constantly volatile, fluctuating up and down, and second, I didn't see much in profit from investing in the token. It doesn't draw interest either, so I decided not to invest in it.
June 30, 2022 started the first full week of recording prices for Dogecoin for me. The first price that I recorded was on June 26, 2022, because Coinbase said that it was one of the big movers in cryptocurrencies. The first recorded price was 0.0679 at or around midnight. I always recorded the prices at around midnight or close to that time, in order to keep my spreadsheet as accurate as possible. On June 30, 2022, the price of Dogecoin was 0.0681, up 0.0002 from the price recorded on June 26, 2022 of 0.0679. Dogecoin was also up 0.0029 from 0.0652, the price recorded on June 29, 2022, the day before. On July 1, 2022, the price was 0.0648, down 0.0031 from the price recorded on June 26, 2022 of 0.0679. Dogecoin's price was also down from the price recorded on June 30, 2022 at 0.0681 by 0.0033. On July 2, 2022, the recorded price was 0.0661, down 0.0018 from 0.0679, the price recorded on June 26, 2022. Dogecoin's price did rise 0.0013 from the recorded price from the day before of 0.0648. On July 3, 2022, Dogecoin's recorded price was 0.065, down 0.0014 from the price recorded on June 26, 2022. Its price also dropped 0.0011 from 0.0661 recorded on July 2, 2022, the day before. July 4, 2022, the recorded price was 0.0664, down 0.0015 from the recorded price on June 26, 2022 0.0679. Dogecoin's recorded price, though, did go up 0.0014 from the recorded price from the day before. On July 5, 2022, the recorded price of 0.0695 had gone up 0.0016 from the recorded price on June 26, 2022 of 0.0679. Dogecoin's recorded price had also risen 0.0031 at 0.0695 from the recorded price of 0.0664 from the day before. On July 6, 2022, the recorded price for Dogecoin was 0.067, down from the recorded price on June 26, 2022 by 0.0009, and down 0.0028 at 0.067 from the recorded price of 0.0695 from the day before on July 5, 2022. I also started recording the prices for Polkadot on June 26, 2022, because it was listed as a big mover in cryptocurrency as well. On June 26, 2022, the recorded price was 8.09. June 30, 2022, was also the first day of a full week recording prices for Polkadot 2. It was at 6.91, down 1.18 from the recorded price on June 26, 2022. Polkadot had also dropped 0.27 from 7.18, recorded on June 29, 2022, the day before. On July 1, 2022, Polkadot's recorded price was 6.77, down 1.32 from the recorded price on June 26, 2022 of 8.09, and down 0.14 from the recorded price from the day before on June 30, 2022 of 6.91. On July 2, 2022, the recorded price was 6.69, down 1.40 from the recorded price on June 26, 2022, and down 0.08 from the recorded price of 6.77. July 3, 2022, the recorded price of 6.66 fell 1.43 from the recorded price on June 26, 2022 of 8.09. It also dropped 0.03 from the recorded price of 6.69 from the day before. On July 4, 2022, Polkadot's recorded price was 6.75, down 1.34 from the recorded price of 8.09 on June 26, 2022, but up 0.09 from the recorded price of 6.66 from the day before, on July 3, 2022. On July 5, 2022, the recorded price for Polkadot was 7.07, down 1.02 from the recorded price of 8.09 on June 26, 2022, but up from the recorded price from the day before by 0.32. On July 6, 2022, Polkadot's recorded price was 6.78, down from the recorded price on June 26, 2022 by 1.31, and down also 0.29 from the recorded price of 7.07 on July 5, 2022, the day before.
Like Dogecoin and Polkadot, June 30, 2022 was the first day of a full week of recording prices for Shiba Inu. I started recording its prices on June 26, 2022 with a price at 0.00012 at around midnight. On June 30, 2022 its price was recorded at 0.0001, down 0.0002 from the price recorded on June 26, 2022, but up from the price recorded the day before on June 29, 2022 of 0.000973 by 0.00027. For July 1, 2022, and July 2, 2022, the recorded prices stayed at 0.0001, down 0.0002 from the price recorded on June 26, 2022. On July 3, 2022, the price for Shiba Inu was 0.000993, down 0.000207 from 0.00012 recorded on June 26, 2022. It was down 0.0007 from the day before. On July 4, 2022, the recorded price was 0.0001, down 0.0002 from the price recorded on June 26, 2022, but up from the price recorded the day before by 0.0007. On July 5, 2022, the recorded price was 0.00011, down 0.0001 from the recorded price on June 26, 2022, but up 0.0001 from the price recorded the day before. Again, the recorded price on July 6, 2022 was 0.0001, down 0.0002 from the recorded price recorded on June 26, 2022, and also down 0.0001 from the recorded price the day before. June 30, 2022 was also the first day of recording prices for Cosmos Atom, because Coinbase suggested that it was one of the top movers in cryptocurrencies. On June 30, 2022, the price was recorded around midnight at 7.49. On July 1, 2022, the price was recorded at 7.58, up from the price set the day before by 0.09. On July 2, 2022, the recorded price for Cosmos Atom was 8.05, up 0.56 from the price set on June 30, 2022 of 7.49, and also up from the price set on July 1 of 7.58 the day before. On July 3, the recorded price was 7.98, up 0.49 from the recorded price on June 30, 2022, but down 0.07 from the price recorded the day before. On July 4, 2022, the price was 8.04, up 0.55 from the price recorded on June 30, 2022, and also up 0.06 from the recorded price of 7.98 the day before. July 5, 2022, the recorded price was 8.95, up 1.46 from the recorded price on June 30, 2022, and up 0.91 from the recorded price from the day before. On July 6, 2022, the recorded price was 8.92, up 1.43 from the recorded price on June 30, 2022, but down 0.03 from the price recorded the day before.
When I did my weekly prices on June for cryptocurrency, I started with June 29, 2022 for the first price date in June. I technically didn't start watching prices until that date, and it was a good way of keeping track of when I started. Between June 29, 2022 and July 6, 2022, Bitcoin started at 20,080.67 on June 29, 2022 and ended with 19,871.78 on July 6, 2022. Down 208.89 from the price set on June 29, 2022. Ethereum started with 1,127.96 on June 29, 2022 and ended with 1,121.55 on July 6, 2022, down 6.41 from the price recorded on June 29, 2022. AMP was priced at 0.0088 on June 29, 2022 and was also priced at 0.0091 on July 13, 2022, up 0.0003 on July 6, 2022. The graph was priced at 0.0993 on June 29, 2022, and then had a price of 0.971 on July 6, 2022, down 0.0022 from June 29, 2022. Cardano was priced at 0.47 on June 29, 2022, and then had a recorded price of 0.47 on July 6, 2022, down 0.02 from June 29, 2022. Dogecoin had a price of 0.0652 on June 29, 2022, and then a price of 0.067 on July 6, 2022, up 0.0018 from June 29, 2022. On June 29, 2022, Polkadot had a price of 7.18, and on July 6, 2022, it had a price of 6.78, down 0.40 from June 29, 2022. Shiba Inu had a price of 0.000973 on June 29, 2022, and then a price of 0.0001 on July 6, 2022, up 0.00027 from June 29, 2022. On July 6, 2022, I started recording weekly prices for Cosmos. It was the first price recorded at 8.92 on July 6, 2022, and these prices were recorded around midnight, Central Standard Time. Like I have mentioned before in almost all of my earlier notes,
I started my monthly prices with the date set on the 1st of every month, but since I didn't start June on the 1st of that month, I set the month's prices for June 23, 2022, with Bitcoin at 20,532.19. I recorded these prices at or around midnight, Central Standard Time. Ethereum was priced at 1,098.55, and the graph was recorded at 0.11. AMP was recorded at 0.0096, and Cardano was 0.47, all priced on June 29, 2022. Dogecoin was priced at 0.0679, Polkadot at 8.09, and Shiba Inu at 0.00012. I started watching Cosmos, Atom,
on June 30th, 2022 at 7.49, but its price was up to 7.58 on July 1st, 2022. I gave it the price of 7.49 for the month of June, and the price of 7.58 for the price of July. Moving on to the price, Bitcoin's price was recorded at $20,381.24 on July 7, 2022. Down 150.95 from the price set on June 23, 2022, at $20,532.19, but up from July 6, 2022 by 509.46. On July 8, 2022, Bitcoin's price was $22,032.41, up 1,522.00 from the price set on June 23, 2022 of $20,532.19. It was also up 165.17 from $20,381.24, the price set the month before. On July 9, 2022, Bitcoin's price was $21,512.84, up 980.65 from $20,532.19, the price set on June 23, 2022. Bitcoin's price fell though, 519.57 from $22,032.41, the price set July 8, 2022, the month before.
That doesn't sound good. I hope it's good, but I don't know.
They're on the lam. They're like gone or wandering around or something. Is what that means?
Yeah, that's what it is. He's running.
Oh,
with
okay,
those,
figure.
He's running with those doofs.
He's running with those dudes.
The doofs. He runs around with a group of people in Australia called doofs. DOOFs.
Oh, okay.
I mean, they actually call themselves doofs because that's like, doofus or...
Yeah, no, doof is like in the new music that they come out with. They go, the beat doof doof doof.
Oh, okay.
Well, that's why they call. So I thought he was out. I thought he was in England. He's in Australia.
Yeah, well, he's supposed to be in Australia, but he's in another country right now. So I think he's in India.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
So does he just like travel all around, or?
He has been. Now he's planning on heading home. So that was the one reason why we were going to get all this started and everything, kind of get it organized and ready to go, because he's in the process of waiting for permission to leave the country in India. So.
Okay.
So why do they have permission? I know they got a passport, right? But.
Well, from what he says, like whenever you leave the country, in India, you have to ask permission to leave. I don't know the whole story behind all that.
Like that.
Kind of scary.
Yeah.
What if they don't give you permission? You're never allowed to leave. You never know how foreign government's gonna respond.
Especially
our own.
They're saying, the Bahamas and all those places, Jamaica, and all of them are on a pretty high level, or you shouldn't.
There's some kind of war going on. There's some kind of big gang war or something going on in Haiti, I think, right now. They don't even want people to go down there at all.
It's pretty dangerous to be traveling outside the United States right now, anywhere it seems.
And there's enough areas in this country I am afraid to even go to. I mean,
yeah.
I mean, you probably know that, Roger, from living in Illinois, like how bad Chicago is.
Yeah. In Chicago, we've already got it understood with them guys. They don't come down here.
Good.
It's been understood that way for about the last 50, 60 years. No, actually longer than that, like back in the 50s.
So you guys
a lot
are.
of those people were immigrants that lived, started in Chicago, right?
Well,
Yeah.
Southern Illinois and Northern Illinois have two different backgrounds. Like we don't put up with their shit for one thing. You know what I mean? Like Chicago, those people think that they can just play around and act stupid, and we don't do that down here. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I feel sorry for them in Texas because they don't put up with them either, but they're just like coming in and bothering everybody. And a lot of the people they're bothering were immigrants that started their ranches and stuff a long time ago there, and they're just bothering them. And they're just
they're gonna have to.
It's the thing with Chicago. It's not immigrants. It's freaking people from Chicago. They're idiots.
Yeah.
They're left-wing nut jobs.
I mean, it'd be cool if you could just blame it on the immigrants, you know what I mean, in Chicago, but it's not. I mean, these people are freaking full-flamed idiots.
They are.
Did you see that in New York? Because my boyfriend, he's from Harlem. Well, on the subway systems, they're getting crazy, so they put in the National Guard. And people were saying, oh, they went too far, they blah, blah, blah. And he's like, somebody's got to do something. You can't just have lawlessness there. And, people were like, oh, we want that. Because now in Harlem and stuff, it's white. Like, it's, a bunch of professionals and stuff. I guess a lot of them are liberal. But I'm like, okay, well, let them get on the subway and get beat up and killed. I don't know.
There's so many of those. That's the problem with Chicago is just the liberal shit going on there. They just, anything goes. You have to have.
It's crazy.
And then you got Governor Pritzker trying to tell everybody that they can't be armed and defend themselves throughout the entire state. He's out of Springfield, and that's screwing Illinois up too, man.
Yeah.
But they carry around here everywhere. Like everybody's got them. It seemed like.
Okay, so we need to get serious about aliens now and
right. Huh?
We're off the beaten path like we always get.
Well, it's your mom's fault. It's always your mom's fault. She's a troublemaker.
She's creating problems. We're gonna have to kick her out.
No, don't do that. She'll get mad at us. She'll get
that's all right.
No, you guys go ahead. I just want to listen anyway, so I don't have any.
That's fine.
Aliens, hopefully not.
So, with the aliens, what I'd like to do is I'd like to get discussions on like the Agarians first. You know what I mean? And kind of get into the Agarians, and what I've heard is like they're a group of Asiatic or Nordic humans, and I've also heard that they discovered vast systems under the region, under the ground, and that's in the Gobi Desert and the surrounding areas around there.
Yeah.
Now, what I'd like to do is like take a view and then eventually of Robot, given what you've learned about this situation and from everything you've been digging up, and also me discussing it, but giving you guys the time to just say what you've learned, you know what I'm saying, so far from it, without any interruption, one at a time. And then like after you've heard what Robot had to say, and if you wanted to add to that, then we can do that afterwards, just like he can do with what you've learned. And the same with me. And then I'd like to move into, and I want to stay on the Agarians too, or the Agarsians. I know that there's two different ways of saying it, but and you can say
I am.
You can say it any way you want to,
Okay.
But
I'm not sure exactly how it's pronounced. Is it Agarians or Garthians or
Guardians is what I gather from it, and then Agarians. Hungarians or Garcians.
You can
Okay.
Garcians.
Like, or you can ask Alexa or something.
Yeah, like how it's pronounced, maybe.
They know all about
Yeah.
aliens.
Probably. So that's like so that's the one that's been most extensively researched at this point in time out of the 4 races you gave me is the Garians.
To be honest, I haven't found as much as what I have with the other ones. Now, when it comes to like the Nagas too, I'm gonna have to double check on my aliens list because I think the Nagas are a separate race all by themselves. So we might like bypass them and then talk about them at a later time. You know what I mean? Because I'm not.
Yeah,
I'm not too sure that fits in with this conversation either. That was what I was wanting to get to because I was thinking about that today, and I'm like, hold on, what if the Nagas are in another part of the list? Because there's a whole bunch of them. And another thing I wanted to make you aware of too is there's aliens that are listed who are earthbound, ones that are here on Earth and or have been on Earth. And then there's off-world aliens, which have absolutely nothing to do with Earth. It's not, Earth isn't even a thought in their mind, you know what I mean?
They don't even have any idea it exists.
Right, so that's something.
Yeah, I remember you mentioning that a little while, so that'd be something interesting to do a deep dive into, too, going forward.
And they have a story that goes even farther than just the stuff that, like with the Hungarians and the Nagas and stuff like that. So after that, I'd like to kind of focus in on Hollow Earth, and that's where you were talking about the Hollow Earth information that you handed over to me. So that'd be cool if we can get you to sit and talk about like the Hollow Earth and everything that you've been finding out with it.
Yeah, I gotta sit down and take notes out of the highlights of all my research and stuff.
Okay.
So that I've been reading those articles a little bit, but I gotta sit down and kind of go back over the highlights of some of them and.
Now, the one thing that, or there's a couple things that I do want to get into with the Hollow Earth is the tall humans, and how the Middle Earth in the Middle Earth their world is lit up by a smoky sun. That's something that I think would be important to discuss too. You know what I mean? As much of a description of that as we can possibly come up with. I think that would be really good. And then,
yeah, absolutely.
You know, and then after that, I want to talk about the war between between Lemuria and the Atlanteans, or Atlantis, because for one thing, well, that kind of gets a little hoarse. It kind of gets a little tricky because, like I said, there's a whole list of them. So
yeah.
You know, and Atlantis is cool to talk about, but it talks about them being manipulated by the Anunnaki. Now, this is where we have to kind of make a split and make everybody understand that there's like different versions of the Anunnaki. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because like with the Anunnaki in this version, it's talking about reptilians, I believe, and there's also another version of the Anunnaki with Zachariah Sitchin where they're actually human and they're tall, like it mentioned with the Hungarians, and they were actually the progenitors of the human race. Like Enki's the one who created human, or his wife was the one who created humans. So that's something that we have to kind of go over, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that'll be another thing we got to do, like a deep dive into going forward. And we'll plan for an entire episode just based on that too. And then it'll tie into this it'll tie into what we're talking about now going forward.
I mean, I'm just saying we just have to make the distinction, but then I think we should focus on the Anunnaki version where they were manipulating the Lemurians, you know what I mean? And
yeah.
kind of focus on that. And then we get into the nuclear conflict that you were talking about, you know, between Lemuria and Atlantis. Because that is what I believe was the cause of the Agarians moving into the caverns down below the earth, is because of that cataclysm. Okay. Now, whenever it comes to that, we also, I was talking about we need to discuss the war between the Lemurians and Atlantis. That's something we need to discuss, and then the manipulation between the Anunnaki and the Atlantis, how they were manipulated by the Anunnaki, and to want to influence or rule cities and freaking actually the entire world. You know what I mean?